Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Valeria. I stand in the narrow corridor, the torchlight flickering against damp stone walls that gleam a sickly grey. My heart pounds in my chest, but I keep my face impassive. If I show fear now, I'll only feed the dark elves' amusement. The stale metallic scent of blood clings to the very air I breathe, like a constant reminder of what it costs to be human in this world. I can hear muffled whimpers from a room behind me, some other poor souls being disciplined or trained. My pulse races, but I exhale slowly, steadying my nerves. I have survived too many indignities to lose my composure on the day I am offered as tribute. Maybe it's the final day of my life. Maybe not. Fear coils in the pit of my stomach, but I've learned to wear it like armour. To my right, an older man tries to make himself smaller in the shadows. He is sallow-skinned, his cheekbones hollow from weeks, maybe months, of insufficient food and constant terror. We lock eyes for an instant. I see pity and resignation there. Dark elf guards shuffle around, occasionally giving us hateful glances, their pointed ears twitching with grim satisfaction. I shift my attention to the grand set of double doors at the corridor's end. They're carved from ebony, etched with jagged runes that blaze a dull crimson, as though reflecting the blood spilled for centuries to maintain the dark elves' lavish lifestyles. Beyond those doors lies the last threshold between me and whatever the Vrakken have in store. A hush spreads among the line of slaves. We are being offered like livestock to House Draven, the infamous clan of Vrakken rumoured to have re-emerged from obscurity. Most of us only know their name from whispers, fanged spectres who feast on blood under moonlight. But I suspect the truth is more horrifying than any rumour. The hush thickens as the doors groan open, revealing a torchlit antechamber. A single dark elf steps out, her black hair braided with silver threads, and her slate-coloured skin glowing faintly under the torchlight. She's draped in robes of midnight blue, embroidered with swirling patterns, reminiscent of arcane sigils. Her eyes narrow as she scans our line of trembling bodies. Then she lifts a haughty chin and raises one slender hand, long nails painted a glistening onyx. This group, she gestures at me and 4 others, will proceed to the receiving hall. Move quickly. Our Vrakken guests do not like to be kept waiting. She looks at me last, eyes lingering with a sneer as if she finds the sight of me offensive. I clench my fists at my sides but lower my gaze, feigning submission. I want her to believe I'm broken. It's safer that way. A guard jabs me between my shoulder blades with a blunt baton. You heard her. Move. I step forward, joining the 4 men and women singled out for this offering. As soon as I cross the threshold into the antechamber, I'm assaulted by an overwhelming sense of dread. Tall pillars line the walls, each adorned with sculpted creatures. Some appear to be monstrous dragons or serpents, others twisted humanoid forms. The flicker of torchlight casts their shadows in grotesque shapes that dance across the floor. A new wave of hush swallows all sound. My companions and I stand in a row, heads bowed, while high-ranking dark elf officials lounge on raised seats to either side. Their expressions betray nothing but cold curiosity. At the end of the chamber, an ancient dais stands with elaborate steps leading up to a pair of gilded chairs. Those chairs remain empty, which can only mean one thing: the Vrakken have yet to arrive. I keep my eyes lowered but not closed. If you want to live, you learn to be a weapon. That lesson pounds in my mind like a mantra. Slaves like me seldom have the luxury of illusions about freedom, but I've found that knowledge is as sharp as any blade. I memorize details quickly: the number of guards, the angles of the exits, the positions of every possible threat. A female voice breaks the silence. "Welcome," it purrs, each syllable dripping with that eerie arrogance typical of dark elves. "The offering begins now." A tall figure steps from behind a pillar, gliding across the polished floor as though weightless. Her presence demands attention. She's dressed in a voluminous black gown with spiderweb lace across her shoulders. Intricate jewellery dangles from her slender neck, each gem pulsing faintly with enchanted light. She must be one of the dark elf high nobility. "We gather here to present these tributes to the Vrakken," she announces. "Our honoured guests will choose as they see fit. The rest—" She shrugs, and a few dark elves chuckle with cruel amusement. "Shall be returned to Lowtown or repurposed as we see necessary." I grit my teeth, resisting the urge to snap at them for speaking about us like livestock, but I hold my tongue. One outburst might cost me my head, or worse, incite some twisted curiosity from a dark elf looking for a new toy. Suddenly the chamber doors behind the dais swing open. My entire body tenses. A heavy silence falls again, thick enough to choke on. Two silhouettes emerge, backlit by torches in the corridor beyond. Even though I've never seen a Vrakken before, I know immediately who they must be. Something about the graceful, predatory posture sets my nerves on edge. They enter the chamber without a sound. Both are tall, their skin bleached white as bones, but each carries themselves with a presence that shames even the regal poise of the dark elves. One is female, her hair tumbling to her waist in silver waterfalls. She moves with languid grace, each step echoing with lethal confidence. The other figure stands slightly behind her, face partially in shadow, an imposing figure with a fluid, panther-like gait. I can't tear my gaze away. My lips part, but I force them shut, remembering my place. Their arrival alone is enough to stoke goosebumps along my arms. Something about them is otherworldly, like predatory sculptures animated by living darkness. The tall female stops in front of the dais. With a flick of her slender hand, she beckons. "Let us see your offerings." A dark elf official motions for me and the other 4 tributes to step forward. We do so, heads lowered, uncertain how to address these creatures. One of the new arrivals, the male, surveys our group. I feel his gaze pass over me. It's fleeting, but it sears like a brand. He towers over everyone in the room. His hair is long, dark as midnight, forming a stark contrast against his pale skin. Though I keep my head bowed, my eyes flick upward, trying to catch the shape of his face. What I see is not comforting. An angular jaw, lips so pale they nearly blend with the rest of his face, except for the faintest tinge of colour that might be left over from feeding. 2 obsidian black eyes track us with cold apathy. Yet behind that apathy, I sense a controlled lethality, a coil wound tight and ready to strike. The female Vrakken, who must be the one in charge, glances around the chamber. She speaks in a voice smooth as a lullaby and yet edged with threat. "I am Brynda Draven, matriarch of House Draven. We have come for the tribute promised to us. You, dark elves, will be well compensated, but do not overstep." Her lips curve into a half-smile that never touches her eyes. My son Valorian and I will decide which tributes suit our house's needs. Her son, then. I manage a quick sidelong look at him. Valorian. That name carves itself into my mind. Brinda's gaze lingers on the five of us. One of the male tributes steps forward, trembling with forced courage. I am at your service. He lowers himself to a shaky bow. Brinda's eyes narrow, and she lifts an unimpressed brow. Her attention slides off him like water. Next. We move to present ourselves one by one. I try to ignore the creeping dread in my veins as I watch each tribute before me attempt to look appealing, or at least worthy of selection. One woman, Lilith, tries to plaster on a simpering smile. Another man can barely stand without quaking. Then my turn arrives. I step forward, chin high enough to show I have some pride, but I do not challenge them. I bend my knee in an approximation of a formal bow. The movement is something I learned during my time serving the dark elf nobility. I aim to strike a balance between humility and defiance. Time seems to slow as I hear the faint scrape of Valorian's shoes against the floor. He closes in on me. My muscles lock. For a heartbeat, all I sense is him. The quiet shift of leather, the nearly imperceptible hiss of air as he inhales, the faint hum of power in the space around him. I don't dare look up fully, but in my peripheral vision I glimpse broad shoulders draped in black, slender hands at his sides, and the slightest shimmer behind him that suggests folded wings. "Your name," he says, voice as still as an undisturbed lake. I swallow. "Valeria," I answer, my voice steady, if a bit hushed. He circles around me slowly, like a predator inspecting prey. "Stand." I rise carefully, shoulders squared. My heart thunders. It feels like every eye in the chamber is on me. Valorian studies me, those obsidian eyes revealing nothing. I force myself to meet his gaze briefly, adrenaline spiking in my veins. I can't read him. He could tear my throat out right here, and none of these dark elves would so much as flinch. For a moment, I recall every humiliating moment I've endured, every backhand across my face, every sneering guard who pawed at me like I was their personal plaything. The memory ignites something in me, a core of rage I've kept buried. But I clamp down on it. I cannot afford an outburst. Valorian's nostrils flare, just a bit, as if he's tasting the tension in the air. Then he steps back with a languid grace that hints at immense control. "Interesting?" he murmurs. "Mother." He tilts his head in Brinda's direction. Her gaze zeroes in on me, lips curved in the faintest smile. "Yes," she says softly. "Very." I maintain my posture, refusing to quiver. The chamber remains unsettlingly quiet until Brinda finally speaks again. "We'll take her." She points to me with a razor-sharp nail. Then she picks two others, the trembling man and a woman with bruises on her neck. "The rest, do as you wish," she tells the dark elves with dismissive finality. A wave of tension ripples through the onlookers. The chosen tributes, myself among them, are corralled off to the side. The two unfortunate souls left behind sag with relief or terror, uncertain of what fate the dark elves have planned for them. Our immediate destiny is clear. We belong to House Draven now. Another hush sets in as Brinda addresses the entire gathering. "You have upheld your end of the arrangement," she tells the dark elves. "House Draven appreciates your cooperation. We trust this will maintain peaceful relations between us. For now." Her words bristle with subtext. The Vrakken are not to be trifled with, even by those as sadistic as the dark elves. I notice the dark elves on the dais tense subtly, but they don't argue. Valorian crosses the chamber to stand beside his mother. His silhouette towers in the flicker of the torches, those dark wings faintly visible behind him. I can't stop my gaze from drifting there. That's all the confirmation I need. Vrakken truly have wings. It's not just a rumour or legend. A forbidden tingle of apprehension and awe slides up my spine. Brinda gestures for the newly chosen tributes, including me, to follow a small contingent of Vrakken guards toward the entrance by which they arrived. I expect to hear the dark elves sneering or congratulating themselves, but the moment is eerily silent. Perhaps even they are unsettled. I exchange a final glance with the older man I saw in the corridor. He stands pressed against the wall, eyes full of sympathy and helplessness. He knows none of us are coming back. Then I feel a push from behind. A black-robed Vrakken guard steers me forward without a word. My new life, if I can call it that, begins now. We are led through a labyrinth of corridors, the flicker of wall sconces illuminating every passing second in harsh coppery light. My senses are on overload, whispers of Vrakken guards, the rustle of heavy robes, the suffocating hush that signals we have no place in these halls except as property. My fellow tributes, the man and the bruised woman, walk like automatons. They clutch each other's hands, exchanging fearful looks whenever the guards aren't watching. I focus on controlling my breath and monitoring each step I take. If you want to survive, you learn to be a weapon. My mind repeats that phrase like a prayer. I can't afford the luxury of despair. Observing, learning, adapting, that's how I remain alive. At last, we emerge into a wide courtyard open to the night sky. I glance up, half expecting to see storms brewing or some ghastly phenomenon. Instead, I see only stars, cold, distant lights. Several sleek carriages stand waiting, each harnessed to lean, black-scaled creatures that look like mutated horses, with elongated muzzles and glistening red eyes. I stifle a shudder. Brinda and Valorian approach a carriage at the head of the line. I notice her gown trailing behind her, tendrils of dark fabric swirling like living shadows. Valorian follows at a measured pace, every movement crisp and deliberate. Their auras, so thick with arcane power, feel like invisible chains pressing down on me. Brinda turns her head slightly, addressing the guard holding me by the elbow. "Put them in the second carriage. Keep them separated from the rest. I want no complications." The guard inclines his head. "Yes, matriarch." He directs me toward a carriage near the back, and the other two tributes are ushered elsewhere. My pulse spikes. Why am I being singled out? My mind scrambles with questions, but I keep them contained. I can't reveal my panic. Before climbing the carriage steps, I catch a glimpse of Valorian glancing in my direction. Our eyes lock for a fraction of a breath. His face is unreadable, but my stomach twists at the awareness I see in that fleeting moment. He's studying me, analysing my every move. I feel like a butterfly pinned under glass, thoroughly scrutinised. The inside of my assigned carriage is sparse, a small bench, steel reinforcements along the windows, and the pungent hint of old blood. My stomach roils as I slide onto the bench. The door slams shut behind me, enveloping me in cramped darkness. A bolt locks from the outside. I sense the carriage lurch forward. My hands tremble in my lap. I clamp them down. Fear is a weapon. If I let it rule me, I'm as good as dead. So I force myself to breathe slowly, in through the nose and out through the mouth, until the worst of my panic subsides. Time blurs as we roll along. The wheels clatter over uneven cobblestone, and I feel every jolt rattle my bones. My thoughts wander to all the stories I've heard about the Vrakken. The rumours I gleaned from hushed conversations behind locked doors or from slaves whispering in the kitchens. They spoke of unstoppable predators with wings like living shadows, of vampires who devour flesh as eagerly as they drink blood. Yet in their cruelty, they're dispassionate. They break you, but they don't revel in it like the dark elves do. A small distinction, but it might mean the difference between living and dying. Eventually the carriage slows, then halts. My heart thumps. I hear the driver speak in hushed tones to someone outside. Then footsteps approach. The bolt slides back and the door opens, revealing a single guard's silhouette. "Out!" he orders. I step down onto a gravel path illuminated by pale moonlight. My shoulders ache from tension, but I keep them raised, refusing to display vulnerability. The guard motions for me to move along a torchlit walkway leading to a towering structure of black stone and jagged spires. It's a fortress, unmistakably. The walls rise high overhead, and I pick out glimpses of turrets in the distance. Everything is designed for intimidation, reminding me exactly where I stand in this new hierarchy. As we pass under an archway carved with monstrous gargoyles, I catch the acrid smell of sulphur. My mind tumbles through possibilities. Strange magical wards, or just the lingering presence of centuries-old curses. Knowing the Vrakken, either could be true. Once inside, the corridors are grand in scale. Vaulted ceilings, intricate murals depicting battles and arcane rituals. My wide-eyed fascination creeps in despite my wariness. This place is a labyrinthine palace, different from the dark elf estate. We turn a corner and come to a set of double doors, smaller than the main entrance but still impressive. 2 Vrakken guards step aside at our approach, and the guard escorting me nudges my shoulder. Inside, now. I push through the doors into what appears to be a receiving room. Less imposing than a throne hall, but still formal. A tall window lets moonlight spill across the floor, revealing furniture carved from glossy ebony and upholstered in deep crimson velvet. An array of tall candelabras flickers with an unsettling light. The entire space screams wealth, power, and danger. Standing near a broad table is Valeria. He's alone, arms folded behind his back, posture immaculate. He slowly pivots to face me, black eyes reflecting the candlelight in a way that makes me think of polished obsidian. Everything about him, his measured stance, the faint press of lips, radiates an air of lethal calm. The guard who brought me here bows stiffly. "My lord, your mother has retired. She requests that you handle preparations." Valorian dismisses him with a curt nod. As soon as the guard leaves, the door creaks shut, leaving the 2 of us in tense silence. My pulse hammers. The second I try to quell it, it only intensifies. I hold my ground, refusing to lower my head as far as I should in front of a powerful master. Something in me rebels at the thought. I'm tired of grovelling, and although fear gnaws at my insides, I can't find it within myself to cower, not anymore. He arches a brow, taking a step closer. "Valeria," he says, voice low. "I trust you're not foolish enough to try anything ill-advised this evening." His words drip with a quiet threat, yet I detect faint curiosity beneath the surface. Maybe I'm imagining it, but it spurs me to speak. "How could I say, allowing a slight edge into my tone. "Surrounded by Vrakken, locked in a fortress. I don't see any chance for sabotage." "Sabotage," he echoes, eyes narrowing. An interesting choice of words. My heart flutters, but I keep my spine straight. "I simply meant I'm aware of my position, my lord." His lips twitch at the corners, as if suppressing a smile that isn't quite friendly. "Indeed." Silence stretches between us, oppressive and loaded. Now that I see him in better light, I notice details. The faint silver veins crisscrossing the black membranes of his wings, folded behind him like a cloak. The gentle slope of high cheekbones, too flawless to be purely mortal. He's beautiful in the way a sharpened blade can be. Mesmerizing, but only until it slices you open. He lifts a hand, and I tense, wondering if he means to backhand me or something worse. Instead, he gestures me to follow. "Come," he says, striding toward an arched window near the far side of the room. The moon casts a luminescent glow over the mosaic tiled floor, reflecting in faint patterns. I step after him, pulse still pounding. We stop by the window. Outside I see part of the fortress grounds, a courtyard with rows of stone gargoyles and thick iron gates. Beyond that, empty plains under a sky full of stars. It feels isolated, a place where no help would ever come if I screamed. "You'll remain here," Valorian states quietly, his tone more measured now. "But not as a concubine." I blink, confusion rippling through me. "Not as... Then what am I supposed to be?" He fixes that black gaze on me, searching, as if measuring how much to reveal. "That will be determined shortly. For now, know you are under my protection, or my wrath if you displease me." My spine tingles. Protection? From the others in his house, or from the dark elves? Is that even possible? I swallow, unsure of how to respond. Eventually, I settle on a single question. Why protect me at all? He doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he lets his gaze roam over my face, as though searching for cracks in my facade. Then he shakes his head once, almost imperceptibly. "Perhaps because I find you... useful." A flicker of frustration sparks in me. That's not an answer that clarifies anything, but I sense pushing too hard could be lethal. "Then I'll endeavour to be as useful as you need me to be," I respond, forcing an even tone. He inclines his head, the barest of acknowledgements. "Good." The hush that follows feels stifling. I wonder if he can hear my heart pounding. Something in the air between us crackles with uneasy energy, like tension pulled taut. I think of the rumours about Vrakken appetites, for blood, for submission, for everything in between. Uncertainty wrestles with the small kernel of anger I've carried for so long. Valorian breaks the silence first. "You will be escorted to your quarters," he says, turning away to signal a guard outside the door. "I suggest you rest. Tomorrow we begin." "Begin what?" I manage to ask. His gaze slides back, dark as midnight. "Your training. If you wish to survive under this roof, you will follow my instructions. Obey me, and you may yet earn the right to breathe on your own terms." My pulse jolts. Training? For what? I have this nagging urge to demand answers. Another part warns me to hold my tongue until I understand this place, and Valorian better. I dip my head in acquiescence, feigning calm. Understood. The door creaks open, and a Vrakken guard steps in, inclining his head to Valorian. "My lord?" Valorian gestures at me. "Take her to the suite in the west wing. Make sure she's secured and provided for." He hesitates, his obsidian eyes flicking to me once more. "Unharmed, unless she chooses to be difficult." The guard nods, then waves me forward. I follow, a careful mask of compliance hiding the tempest of questions inside me. As I leave, Valorian remains by the window, his tall silhouette outlined by moonlight. His presence saturates the air, a gravitational pull I can't entirely explain. My last glimpse of him is a statue of predatory grace, silent, unyielding, and lethal. I don't know if I'll ever understand a creature like that, or if I'll only ever be one more piece of property under his control. But as the guard leads me down a winding corridor toward the unknown, I cling to my hard-earned survival instincts. I intend to be sharper than they ever anticipate. And with that silent vow coursing through my mind, I let the darkness of House Draven swallow me whole.
Chapter 2. Valerian. I stand beneath the towering arches of our estate gates, watching as the last of Protheka's daylight bleeds from the sky. The air is cool, edged with that familiar taste of latent magic that coats my tongue like a film of iron. House Draven's sprawling fortress rises behind me, its jagged spires cutting dark silhouettes against the thinning streaks of sunset. Torches burn in sconces affixed to the outer walls, their flames flickering like restless spirits. My breath is steady as I wait, posture perfectly still. A small retinue of Vrakken guards stands a respectful distance behind me, clad in the same onyx leathers that I wear. Their presence is a silent testament to House Draven's might. Outside these gates, the dark elves bustle, always eager to maintain their veneer of power. But we know the truth. In the grander game, the Vrakken hold the more lethal hand, especially House Draven, especially my mother and me. Memory flutters at the back of my mind, my mother's voice low and pointed as a blade. Power isn't given, it's seized. I've heard that edict my entire life, almost from the moment I was old enough to sharpen a blade or channel my magic. It's our creed, the essence of House Draven's philosophy. I've embraced it willingly, forging my aspirations in the crucible of her expectations. Across the courtyard, an ancient iron gate separates our territory from the broader realm of the Dark Elves. The gate is reinforced with runic wards and carved filigree, originally a symbol of alliance from centuries ago, though we seldom speak of that time. Tonight it is swung halfway open to allow a caravan of Dark Elf officials to approach. Their footsteps resonate on the cobblestones, and I catch the muted gasps of humans in their company tributes meant for us. I run a quick hand through my long black hair, pushing the ink-dark strands away from my eyes. It hangs well past my shoulders, a mark of my lineage and station. My wings remain folded close to my back, the membrane a deep charcoal hue with faint silver veins. They're not as large as some of the older, more ancient Vrakken, but they mark me nonetheless as one of the nobility born, not made. That alone is enough to ensure respect, and perhaps fear. Stepping forward, I place myself just inside the open gate, letting the torchlight skim over my pale features. My skin, like most Vrakken, is almost luminescent, a spectral white that contrasts sharply with my hair and my black eyes. I know how I look to outsiders, a living embodiment of the stories mothers tell their children to keep them inside at night. And I let them think that. The Dark Elves slow to a halt. Among them, I glimpse the ragged humans, 5 of them, cowering in the shadows. They've been chosen as tribute, as a bargaining chip for the tenuous peace between our kind. Some might become thralls, others could serve House Draven's more mundane needs. Normally, I have little interest in these formalities. But my mother insisted I greet this group personally. She believes there is something special among them, particularly one female. I scan the group with careful detachment. My gaze skims the first 3 tributes quickly. They carry themselves like all the others who've been offered to us. Trembling limbs, darting eyes, hearts pounding so loudly I can nearly taste their fear on the air. Then I notice her. She doesn't cower the same way. Oh, she's cautious. Anyone in her position would be. But beneath her carefully lowered lashes, I catch a flicker of defiance. She's slender, with auburn hair that falls in loose waves around her shoulders. There's a faint tension in her jaw, as if she's biting down on every frightened impulse. Her skin is pale, though not in the sickly way I often see with battered slaves. Instead, it seems to reflect the dim light with a subtle glow, almost as though she's not entirely human, but that's ridiculous. The Dark Elf official in charge speaks with that usual blend of arrogance and forced politeness, gesturing to the tributes. Lord Valorian, on behalf of the city, we present these offerings to House Draven. Our arrangements stand, as previously agreed upon. I incline my head in acknowledgement. We will receive them. My voice is measured, the words clipped. The official bows quickly, eager to be done with this. Very well. He signals for the tributes to step forward. A few shuffle in, heads down, shoulders hunched. The youngest tries to keep pace, but stumbles, betraying the depths of his terror. The female, Valeria, if the rumors are correct, squares her shoulders just enough for me to see that she isn't as broken as she pretends. She lowers her gaze, but in that fleeting moment I catch a flash of her eyes, a sharp, stormy gray that flickers with challenge. My pulse kicks up a notch. We usher them in through the courtyard. I note the way she glances at the architecture of our fortress, her attention snagging on the carved gargoyles perched at intervals along the walls. Each monstrous statue looks ready to spring to life and devour intruders. I lead the procession toward the main entrance. My mother, Matriarch Brynda Draven, waits there with an air of supreme confidence. She stands tall, her silver hair cascading in a waterfall down her back, matched by the shimmering midnight gown that hugs her lithe form. She's older than I, far older, though it's impossible to see any sign of age on her, a testament to true Vrakken immortality, and to her cunning. Brynda regards me for a heartbeat, as if checking to see if I followed her instructions correctly. She shifts her attention to the tributes, eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Behind her, a handful of Vrakken attendants hover, each as silent as death. "Welcome to House Draven," she says, her voice silken as it echoes against the stone corridor. The tribute group stands in uneasy formation, none daring to lift their heads fully. "I trust you all understand what this offering entails." No one speaks, though a few manage shallow nods. She sweeps forward, gown trailing across the marble floor with a gentle rustle. "Power isn't given, it's seized," she murmurs as though reminding the dark elf, official of a universal truth. A faint smirk curves her lips. "We have determined the terms that preserve peace for now." At her side I remain silent, letting her command the scene. My gaze flicks to the female again. Valeria. She's not trembling like the others. Her breathing is slightly elevated, but her posture speaks of stubborn pride. Something about that interests me. Brynda moves through the line of tributes, tapping a polished nail under each chin, as if assessing livestock. She lingers on the trembling man, studying his gaunt face before arching a brow in disdain. Then she moves to Valeria. The hush intensifies, and I can almost taste the tension from the gathered Vrakken. Brynda tilts Valeria's chin up, forcing her to lock gazes. "This one," my mother says. "She has potential." Valeria's expression, though guarded, flashes with a spark of challenge. I realize she must be struggling not to flinch. My mother's presence is overwhelming, her aura a swirl of ancient magic and predatory grace. Brynda steps back, allowing the guards to herd the chosen tributes inside. She murmurs to me, voice so low only I can hear. "That one Valorian. Watch her. I suspect there's more to her than meets the eye." I nod, though inwardly. I'm not sure what my mother suspects. A shapeshifter? A hidden sorceress? The idea feels improbable. We'd have detected that sort of power. Still, I trust Brynda's instincts. They've kept our house on top for centuries. Once the formalities are concluded, the Dark Elf official departs, leaving us with the new acquisitions. House Draven's great hall is dimly lit by suspended lanterns encased in wrought iron. Shadows dance along the carved columns, which depict scenes of battles from centuries past. Vrakken clashing with dark elves, great winged silhouettes soaring above the gore. I watch as two Vrakken guards separate the three chosen tributes from the others. One guard leads a pale, trembling woman toward the eastern wing, presumably to be assigned domestic tasks. Another guard escorts the quaking man away, probably for menial labor in the stables or forging rooms. Valeria stands off to the side, waiting for direction. Her eyes flick from me to my mother and back again. She's plainly aware of how precarious her situation is, yet her bearing betrays a fierce undercurrent. Brynda addresses me smoothly. "I'll leave this one," she nods toward Valeria, "in your capable hands. Ensure she's prepared properly. I expect progress soon." With that, she glides away, a trio of attendants following like a shadowy retinue. The corridor empties around us, leaving me and Valeria alone aside from a single guard and the hush of ancient stone. I finally approach her. She tilts her head forward in a semblance of respect, though there's a tension in her shoulders. At close range, I note the lines of her face. High cheekbones, full lips, that subtle intensity in her eyes. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, she's undeniably attractive. Most humans who make it to adulthood beneath dark elf rule are malnourished or broken in spirit, but she possesses a different quality, some hidden resilience. "You are Valeria," I say, my voice low. I already know her name, but I want to hear her confirm it. She lifts her chin, just enough to meet my gaze. The flickering torchlight accentuates the curve of her jaw. Yes, she answers, voice controlled. She doesn't stutter like the others. I let silence linger, studying her. You understand your place here? Her eyes narrow, but her features remain outwardly calm. I'm told I'm an offering, she says. Your house can do with me as it sees fit. Those words come out with a bitterness that she struggles to hide. I find myself both amused and intrigued by the attempt at composure. Indeed, I reply, pivoting slightly so she must follow my movement or risk turning her back on me, a foolish choice in Vrakken territory. I direct her down a hallway leading deeper into the fortress. As we walk, the air grows colder, the stone walls lit by space torches. My footsteps are nearly silent on the polished floor. I hear the faint catch of her breath. If I'm just a piece in your house's game, she ventures, voice echoing softly off the stone, why personally oversee my preparation. My mouth lifts in a subtle smirk. She's perceptive. I'm certain you've realized that House Draven chooses its acquisitions with care. We don't waste resources on meaningless trifles. Her shoulders tense, but she doesn't respond. I continue. My mother sees something in you, as do I. She shoots me a quick sidelong look, clearly suspicious. Her lips pressed together as though she wants to ask 1,000 questions but dares not. Tilda! We arrive at a set of ornate double doors carved from dark walnut. Intricate patterns swirl across the wood, depicting nightmarish creatures locked in eternal battle. I push them open, revealing a modest receiving room with a high ceiling and a tall window framing the evening sky. Candles flicker along a table in the center, where a silver pitcher and 2 goblets rest. Sit, I instruct, gesturing to a curved chaise upholstered in crimson velvet. The color is reminiscent of fresh blood, a detail that doesn't escape my notice. Valeria hesitates, then complies, perching carefully on the edge of the seat as though ready to spring away at any sign of danger. I close the doors behind us, dismissing the guard with a brief nod. Only the crackle of the fireplace disrupts the quiet now. My wings rustle faintly as I cross the room, taking a seat in a high-backed chair angled opposite her. This vantage allows me a clearer view of her every movement, every subtle shift in expression. She's changed from the moment I saw her at the gates, but not drastically. She keeps her spine straight, hands folded in her lap, a vision of forced serenity. Tell me, I begin, resting my forearms on the chair's arms. How did you end up in the Dark Elf's possession? You don't appear to be from the typical slave stock that Lowtown churns out. Her gaze flicks to the dancing flames in the fireplace, as if she's gathering her thoughts. I was born in their territory. My mother was a captive, so I became one by default. I note a flash of pain cross her features. And your father? She hesitates. The movement is slight, but her lips tighten. I never met him. The Dark Elves told me he was killed. Tension coils between us. I drum my fingers against the carved armrest, considering. The typical story of a half-orphaned human in Protheka, but something about the way she says it feels incomplete. That might explain your resilience, I say slowly. Children of darkness often adapt or perish. She lifts her chin, a defiance smoldering in her eyes. I've learned how to survive. So you have, I think, watching her with growing interest. Good. You'll need that if you want to continue breathing within these walls. She squares her shoulders. I'm not naive, she says, voice low. I understand my life belongs to House Draven. But if there's any chance to be useful, I'll take it. I let a slight pause hang in the air. Then I reach for the silver pitcher on the table, pouring liquid into one goblet. I recognize the aroma. Dark wine laced with a mild narcotic, a typical refreshment for new tributes. The dosage is minimal, just enough to loosen a person's inhibitions without rendering them unconscious. I offer it to her. Drink. She hesitates, suspicion flaring in those stormy eyes. I can almost taste her fear, but she takes the goblet. Instead of raising it immediately to her lips, she studies the liquid, likely pondering the risk of poison or worse. She must realize that refusing me could be an even bigger danger. She brings it to her mouth and sips. I note the slight grimace and understandable reaction to the sharp, medicinal bite. Still, she doesn't spit it out. There's a flicker of steel in her manner that I respect. "You'll remain here," I tell her once she sets the goblet down. "We'll arrange a chamber for you near the western corridor. For now, you're not to wander freely until I'm certain you aren't a liability." She gives a measured nod, struggling for composure. "As you command." Her subdued tone intrigues me. It's not fawning, not sniveling. She's cautious, but I sense the underlying flicker of irritation. "Tomorrow," I continue, "you'll receive fresh attire and basic training in our customs. My mother and I have plans for you. Obedience will keep you alive. Competence may grant you more freedom than you expect." "Freedom?" She arches a brow. "Under Vrakken rule?" My lips tighten. "You'll find we are not the Dark Elves. We don't delight in making our thralls suffer needlessly. But make no mistake, we are predators. Don't confuse our disinterest in petty cruelty for mercy." A shadow crosses her face. She reaches for the wine again, as if grappling with the implications of my words. Silence follows, punctuated by the steady crackle of the fire. That's when I sense it, the faint shift in her pulse. My heightened hearing picks up the quickening tempo, and my predatory instincts stir. Her blood calls to me, but I clamp down on the hunger. Feeding is not my aim this evening. There's a bigger opportunity here. One that requires cunning, not impulsive indulgence. I lean forward. "Valeria, House Draven has many enemies." Her brow furrows. "The Dark Elves? Aren't they your allies now?" A mirthless laugh escapes me. They'd like to think so, but alliances with them are fleeting. The bigger threats lie elsewhere as well. Rival Vrakken houses, certain orc factions, and other forces that resent our hold on strategic resources. I lace my fingers together. We have to stay vigilant, and for that we need eyes in many places. She studies me for a moment, lips parted in a silent question. A shadow of realization flickers behind her gaze, perhaps. She's guessing that I intend to use her in some greater design. My mother's words echo in my ears. "Watch her, Valorian. There's more than meets the eye." "I see," she replies softly. "So you're telling me I might be one of those eyes?" "Perhaps." My wings shift against the chair's back, a subtle reminder that I'm far from human. "In time, if you prove capable." She releases a slow breath. "I've been surviving under the Dark Elves for years. I know how to gather information." There's a bitterness to her tone that piques my curiosity. She's either well-practiced in subterfuge or extremely desperate. Possibly both. I rise to my feet with deliberate grace, ignoring the slight tension in my muscles. Her gaze flicks to my wings, then away, as though unnerved by the silent threat they represent. The room suddenly feels smaller with me standing, overshadowing her. I'm keenly aware of her elevated pulse and the faint flush creeping along her neck, whether from the wine or something else. Stepping closer, I let the firelight cast dancing reflections in my black eyes. She stiffens, but holds her ground. "There will be rules," I say softly. "Betray them, and you'll learn how swiftly House Draven punishes disloyalty. Am I clear?" She swallows. "Perfectly clear." For a moment, we stand in silence. The flicker of candlelight plays over her features, highlighting the set of her jaw, the intensity of her gaze. Something about her stirs a faint spark in my chest, a fleeting sensation that's neither hunger nor pity, but a dangerous third option. Interest. I mentally push it aside. I pivot toward the door. "You'll be escorted to your temporary quarters. Rest. Tomorrow begins your orientation into our household." The door opens to reveal a Vrakken attendant waiting on the other side. Without needing direction, he steps in, offering a curt bow. "My lord?" Take her to the West Wing, I instruct, then glance back at Valeria. Don't cause trouble. She inclines her head. I won't. Her tone is subdued, but I don't miss the way her gaze lingers on me as she stands. She follows the attendant out and leaves me alone in the receiving room. I watch her disappear into the corridor. As soon as the door closes, I exhale slowly. She's different than the others. I can't fully articulate why, but I suspect the next few days will reveal more. I recall the subtext in my mother's parting words. See what she's capable of, Valorian. Push her until she shows her true colors. An hour later, I make my way through the fortress halls toward the highest tower, where my mother's private study overlooks the entire estate. My boots barely whisper over the ancient stone floors. My wings remain furled, though they occasionally brush the corridor walls. Servants and lesser Vrakken step aside with bowed heads when I pass. The hush of this place is something I've grown up with, a constant reminder that we exist above the fray of lesser creatures. At the top of the winding staircase, I find Brynda standing by the open balcony doors. The night wind stirs her hair, and torchlight casts shifting patterns across her face. She's studying the dark horizon, arms folded across her chest. You took your time, she murmurs without turning around. Her voice is as icy as the wind that slips through the balcony arch. I was seeing to the tribute, I reply, stopping a few steps behind her. Valeria. Brynda shifts her head, just enough for me to see the faint curve of her cheek. Yes, the intriguing one. She steps onto the balcony, beckoning me with a glance. I join her, stepping outside into the crisp air. The high vantage point reveals the wide courtyard below, and the looming structure of the outer walls. Beyond that, a stretch of plains and forests veiled in moonlight. She doesn't behave like a typical offering, I state. No, Brynda agrees. Her aura resonates differently, and I sense a potential I can't fully name. She's guarded, but that could be fear or something else. I lean against the balustrade, wings shifting to accommodate. You suspect she may be more than human? Brynda's silver hair catches the moonlight, giving it an ethereal sheen. She exhales slowly. I'm not certain yet, but something about her blood intrigues me. If I'm right, we might gain an asset that changes everything. Our house has ambitions. You know that, Valorian. A wave of memory sweeps through me. Those lessons in strategy. Those endless nights where I studied the rise and fall of kingdoms. We've always aimed higher than any other Vrakken clan. You want me to use her? A quiet laugh slips from her. Use her, test her, see if she might be shaped into a blade for our cause. If she disappoints you, discard her. If she proves valuable. She trails off, but the meaning is clear. I cast my gaze over the fortress grounds. Below us, a guard patrols along the ramparts, torch bobbing like a will-o'-the-wisp in the dark. She's clearly motivated to survive. That can be molded. Brynda moves closer, eyes glimmering. Precisely. We must see if she has the aptitude. If so, she'll become part of our long-term plan. Infiltration, espionage, anything to weaken the Dark Elves' hold on the surface and further House Draven's dominion. Her words resonate with that old mantra. Power isn't given, it's seized. She has her sights set on more than just petty alliances. Perhaps she aims to dethrone the Dark Elves altogether, maybe even topple the illusions of peace that keep the other races docile. A faint smirk curves my lips. I'll oversee her training personally. My mother's gaze drifts over me, a hint of pride mingling with her usual reserved manner. I trust you'll do more than that. Don't be afraid to push her. Humans can endure surprising trials, especially if properly motivated. And if my suspicions hold true, she won't be just human. I tip my head in agreement. A subtle tension flutters in my chest, an unexpected anticipation for the challenge. Valeria might be the key to rewriting our house's future, or she could be a stepping stone to something even greater. Brynda holds my arm, the weight of centuries of expectation pressed in that simple gesture. Do what must be done. Our house stands on the cusp of a new era. We cannot falter. I incline my head. I won't fail. Leaving her on the balcony, I descend the spiral staircase to the fortress's central hall, passing ancient tapestries that depict Vrakken legends. One particularly large tapestry shows the first, our progenitor, wings spread wide under a blood moon. I briefly let my eyes linger on it. The rumors claim the first vanished into myth, or perhaps rose beyond the realm of mortality. Whichever it is, House Draven was among the earliest lines she founded. That legacy flows in my veins, fueling my sense of purpose. I head toward the west wing, curious to see if Valeria has settled in. My boots echo against the floor, the emptiness of the corridor amplifying every footstep. A lone torch flickers by a heavy door. I can sense her presence beyond it, a faint shift in the air that hints at her heightened heartbeat. The Vrakken attendant stands guard. He nods respectfully. She's inside, quiet, though I heard movement a short while ago. I consider stepping in to check on her, but decide against it. I don't want her to think I hover like some predator waiting to pounce. Better to let her stew in uncertainty tonight. Tomorrow, I'll present the plan. Instead, I move to a narrow window at the corridor's end, looking out across the courtyard. The moon casts everything in a pale glow, and the silence of the fortress settles around me. My mother's words swirl in my mind. If she's more than human, she'll be worth all the risk. I wonder if Valeria realizes just how precarious her situation is. She's balanced on the edge of a blade, one misstep, and I'd cast her aside, no matter the intrigue. House Draven does not suffer liabilities. But I can't ignore the faint spark of fascination that ignited when I first saw her. She's no ordinary tribute, and that alone stirs my curiosity. I recall the way she looked at me, wary but unyielding. Humans typically wilt under a Vrakken scrutiny, especially one of my lineage. She didn't. That could be recklessness, or it could be the hallmark of a cunning survivor. A slow exhalation leaves my lungs. Despite our stoic culture, the romance of a challenge of shaping something new thrums in my veins. I learned from an early age that forging alliances or forging blades both require precision. And if Valeria can become the weapon we need, I might find the path to seizing the power my mother and I crave. Walking away from the window, I make my way toward my personal chambers. As I traverse the winding corridors, I pass a large mirror framed in twisted wrought iron. My reflection stares back, tall, with lean muscle, my black hair a stark curtain around a face so pale it borders on luminescent. My eyes remain as dark as ink, the near absence of irises marking me as a pure-blood Vrakken. It's a face designed to unnerve, to remind prey of ancient nightmares. The expression that gazes back at me isn't entirely detached. There's a glimmer of anticipation in my eyes, a subtle shift of my lips that betrays a guarded sense of excitement. Normally, tributes mean nothing to me, just resources to be used or discarded. But this one... She might prove the key to unraveling the Dark Elves' hold, or at least granting House Draven a decisive advantage. Snorting softly, I continue down the corridor and enter my chamber. It's spacious, with soaring ceilings to accommodate my wings, and decorated in subdued luxury. Black drapery, plush rugs, a large bed carved from obsidian wood. Tucked against one wall, a tall bookshelf houses tomes on war strategy, accounts of old battles, treatises on ancient magic. On a table by the window rests a half-written scroll, my ongoing notes regarding the Dark Elf city's vulnerabilities and the rumors of an underground insurgency. I shed my leather jacket, letting my wings expand slightly in the dim candlelight. The tension in my body eases a fraction. Sometimes the demands of maintaining an air of unflinching composure weigh on me. Not that I would ever admit it aloud. Crossing to the bed, I sit at its edge, unfastening the buckles on my boots. My mind drifts back to Valeria's face, the determined set of her jaw, the way her voice never quavered, even when fear laced her words. I picture that fleeting moment of connection, when her eyes met mine and I glimpsed something raw and alive. I allow a small smile. She's intriguing, no doubt. Perhaps I'll enjoy this more than I expected, because while humans might be fragile, they possess a remarkable capacity to cling to hope sometimes enough to challenge their betters. If harnessed properly, that hope can become a blade aimed precisely where one's enemies are most vulnerable. And in the realm of Protheka, power isn't given, it's seized. If Valeria can help me seize it, I will make sure she tastes a life beyond mere servitude. Not freedom, exactly. She'll always be at risk in this savage world, but a purpose she can cling to. With a sigh, I lie back, staring at the vaulted ceiling. The candlelight dances across the stone, shadows forming abstract shapes of wings and fangs. Tonight, House Draven has acquired more than a tribute. We've possibly acquired a weapon in the making. I close my eyes, letting the hum of distant magic and the faint echo of wind lull me. Tomorrow, the real test begins. I don't have any intention of failing my mother, nor do I plan on losing this intriguing new piece to the cruelty of the Dark Elves. My ambitions stretch far, and I suspect Valeria's future is entangled with mine more than either of us realize. I am Valorian Draven. The words echo in me with quiet certainty as I drift into a light, vigilant rest. And power, true power, will be ours if we have the nerve to seize it.
Chapter 3. Valeria. I wake to the faint glow of a single candle perched on a side table, its wax dripping into a dish fashioned from polished obsidian. My surroundings come into focus: stone walls carved with arcane patterns, a narrow arched window letting in slivers of pre-dawn gloom, and a canopy bed draped in black velvet. The events of the previous night rush back to me. Being chosen as tribute, meeting Valorian Draven, and feeling certain I'd be little more than a blood source for him to drain. Yet he didn't feed on me. Instead, after some cryptic words, he had me taken here, to a guest chamber in the western corridor of House Draven. My thoughts churn, confusion twisting through my chest. I've lived my entire life anticipating the moment a powerful being, be it a dark elf master, or in this case, a Vrakken, would decide I was disposable. The way Valorian looked at me, with careful, penetrating attention, still haunts me. I sit up, pressing a palm to my forehead as though I can calm the spinning questions there. The bed's velvet canopy shifts overhead. Everything about this room is designed to remind me I'm in a place of wealth and danger. The tapestries depicting ominous bat-like creatures swooping over landscapes. The braided rugs that feel too soft under my bare feet, like illusions of comfort in a world that's anything but. A tentative knock at the door startles me. I draw a quick breath, crossing the stone floor. Before I even reach the handle, the door creaks open. A female attendant, clearly Vrakken from her ghostly complexion and elongated canines, enters, carrying a folded pile of clothes. She doesn't look me in the eye, which is surprising. Usually Vrakken regard humans with either apathy or mild disdain. "You are to prepare yourself," she says, voice subdued. "Lord Valorian has requested your presence in the south wing." My heart jolts. "Now?" She gives a curt nod. "You have half an hour. Put these on." She lays the garments at the foot of the bed. "I'll wait to escort you." I exhale and glance down at the clothes. The fabric is surprisingly fine. A tunic in deep maroon, embroidered at the cuffs, and leggings of supple black material. My old garments reek of the dark elf estate and carry the stains of my captivity. Even so, this abrupt generosity feels like a trap. "Thank you," I manage, trying to keep the suspicion out of my tone. The attendant inclines her head and motions for me to dress. She steps back, giving me space. It's awkward, but I learned a long time ago not to balk at such intrusions. Privacy is a rare commodity in a world ruled by creatures who see humans as tools. I slip into the fresh attire. The tunic is a bit snug across my shoulders, but the fabric is softer than anything I've worn before. The attendant then hands me a pair of dark boots that fit decently well, if slightly tight at the toes. A final glance in a mirror, tarnished at the edges yet still reflective enough, reveals I look almost like a free woman in these clothes. Almost. When I finish, she nods, signing me to follow, and leads me into the hallway. The fortress corridors are narrow here, lit by wrought iron sconces flickering with eerie greenish light. My gaze travels over the faintly pulsing runes carved into the walls. I suspect they're wards meant to deter unauthorized magic or infiltration. Every shadow seems to breathe with possibility. We pass several other Vrakken, some in sleek uniforms, others wearing elegantly draped robes, but they pay me no heed beyond a cursory glance. The hush in this wing is uncanny, broken only by our footsteps echoing on the stone floor. Eventually, we reach a tall wooden door reinforced with black iron. The attendant pauses, knocking twice. A low voice from within beckons, "Enter." She opens the door and stands aside, letting me step in first. My stomach knots, but I force myself forward. It's a spacious room, larger than I expected, with a high ceiling and a grand window overlooking the fortress courtyard. Shelves stuffed with scrolls and leather-bound tomes line 2 walls, and a massive circular table occupies the centre, strewn with maps, loose parchment, and a single black quill set in an ink pot. A tapestry depicting a swirling night sky dotted with monstrous silhouettes hangs to the left. Valerian stands near the table, broad-shouldered and impossibly poised. In the morning light seeping through the window, he appears almost sculptural. That pale skin, hair as dark as midnight, wings folded neatly behind him. He's in a similar style of attire as last night, sleek black leathers, braces at his forearms, and a plain silver clasp at his collar. It's understated compared to what I've seen some Vrakken wear, but it only amplifies the lethal grace he radiates. He glances up, those black eyes focusing on me with unnerving precision. "Valeria," he says, voice low. I swallow, inclining my head in what I hope passes for respectful greeting. His gaze travels from my face down to my boots, and an odd tension thrums in the air. "Leave us," he orders the attendant without looking her way. She dips her head and exits, shutting the door behind her with a soft click. For a moment, neither of us speaks. I'm acutely aware of how alone we are, and how easily he could kill me if he so wished. My pulse drums, but I keep my posture steady, refusing to show the fear fluttering inside me. "Step closer," Valerian says quietly, gesturing to the table. "I have something to discuss with you." I do as instructed, halting at the opposite side of the table. The spread of parchment catches my eye. There's a map depicting the dark elf capital, as well as outlying territories marked with red ink. Scribbled notes in a flowing hand, possibly Valerian's, cover the margins. "You read, don't you?" he asks, tapping a finger on one of the maps. I hesitate, surprised by the question. "I do, yes." He arches a brow. "Fluently." "Mostly," I admit, recalling the scraps of education I gleaned while serving my former masters. Sometimes I spied on them in the library, memorizing letters and words whenever I could. "I'm familiar with reading in the common tongue, and I can interpret some of the dark elf runes." Valerian's expression doesn't quite shift, but I sense approval. He taps the corner of the map. "Good. Then we can speak more plainly. Tell me, what do you know of the Dark Elf Court? Their political structure, their intrigues?" I draw a measured breath. They have a ruling monarchy, the Kuzuth caste, but there's also a general parliament that includes certain upper castes. The Dark Elves pride themselves on their cunning, but they rely heavily on enslaved humans for labour. Many of the noble families feud behind closed doors, each trying to curry favour with the monarchy. Gossip is their favourite currency. They'll align with those who can offer them the best advantage, until it ceases to serve them. He listens without blinking. That's an astute summary. I shift on my feet, uncertain where this is going. I learned these things because it helped me survive, my lord. His eyes narrow slightly. Don't call me that. I blink, taken aback. His voice retains that quiet edge. Use my name. I've no need for empty honorifics. All right. Valorian, I say, a ripple of nervousness colouring the syllables. He inclines his head as though satisfied. Then he turns to the map, tracing a line with one gloved finger. You know their alliances and grudges. You speak their language. You've lived among them. That alone makes you valuable. Valuable. My heartbeat kicks, echoing that single word in my mind. Valorian lifts his gaze, and I catch the faint gleam of silver in his otherwise black irises. I'm prepared to offer you a unique arrangement. You see, House Draven has a keen interest in collecting information. Real information, not the drivel the Dark Elves feed each other in formal gatherings. I want the truths they hide beneath layers of manipulation. My pulse flutters. Is he about to suggest what I think he is? You're talking about espionage, I say slowly. A hint of a smile curves one corner of his mouth. Precisely. I need someone who can infiltrate their society, who understands their customs, and who won't arouse suspicion. A human would be the perfect ghost in their midst. They rarely pay you slaves much mind, do they? My mind reels. A part of me is horrified at the thought of returning to the Dark Elf courts, even on a mission. Yet I know how to navigate that environment. I survived it once. Maybe I can again. Why me? I ask. He rests a hand on the table, leaning forward. Because I suspect you're more than a meek concubine. You listen. You remember. You adapt. The directness of his words startles me, but I refuse to shrink under his scrutiny. So what's the offer? His gaze intensifies. Become my operative inside the Dark Elf courts. Infiltrate their gatherings, glean their secrets, and feed the information back to me. In exchange, I won't treat you as a common thrall. No feeding on you, no humiliating tasks. You'd have certain freedoms within my domain, and my protection from lesser Vrakken appetites. Adrenaline swells inside me. This is not what I anticipated. I'd braced for the moment he'd bare his fangs and drain me dry. Instead, he's offering to keep me alive, even protect me if I do his bidding. And if I refuse? I manage, my throat tight. He straightens, wings shifting slightly behind him. Then you remain a blood thrall, nothing more. Perhaps not even that, if I decide you're a risk. Survival in this fortress would be unlikely. A chill washes through me. It's a harsh ultimatum, but I can't pretend it's unexpected. The Vrakken are not known for mercy. I look down at the map, tracing a cluster of runes near the Dark Elf capital. Memories of that place swirl in my mind. The decadent banquets I served at, the humiliations inflicted on me, the secrets I overheard from behind tapestry-covered walls. Could I truly bear to go back there, even in the name of my own survival? Yet the alternative is far worse. Clenching my hands to hide my trembling, I lift my gaze. I'll do it, on one condition. Valorian's brows rise. You're in no position to demand conditions. I swallow my fear, forging ahead. I want your word you won't permit the other Vrakken to feed on me either, or treat me like their toy. Your mother. I've seen the way she looks at me. She might not be as patient. His lips press into a thin line, as though considering how much to indulge me. Then he nods once. Agreed. You'll be under my protection. None will touch you without my leave. Relief mingles with the dizzy sense of stepping off a cliff. I've just bound myself to a scheme that could get me killed by the Dark Elves if they discover I'm spying. But maybe, just maybe, it will free me from the perpetual terror of being someone's pet. Valorian steps away from the table, pacing a short line across the chamber. The tails of his black coat swirl around his calves. I need to gauge your readiness. There will be training, physical, mental. You must learn to see through illusions, to resist certain enchantments. The Dark Elves wield potent magic, but their strength doesn't match that of the Vrakken. Still, you'll have to be clever. A shaky exhale leaves my lungs. I'm used to that. His gaze turns to me. The candlelight illuminates the sharp planes of his face, accentuating the slight curve of his fangs when he speaks. How far are you willing to go, Valeria? Spying is more than just eavesdropping. You might have to manipulate them, gain their trust, seduce if necessary. Heat pricks at my cheeks. I recall my life among the Dark Elves, forced to be a concubine. I learned how to read the moods of those who desired me, how to keep them entertained just enough to preserve my safety. But seduce them now with intent to betray them. It's a dark game, but I see no alternative. If that's what it takes, I say softly, I'll do it. He studies me, his expression unreadable. Then we have an accord. You'll serve as my operative, and I'll grant you protection and better standing within House Draven. A ripple of tension leaves my shoulders, replaced by an undercurrent of apprehension. I'm stepping into a viper's nest, but at least it's my choice, albeit a forced one. He crosses the room and pulls open a tall armoire, retrieving a folded parchment. With graceful efficiency, he scribbles several lines of script, then stamps it with a wax seal. Once complete, he holds the parchment out to me. This is your preliminary writ of status, he explains. It identifies you as a sanctioned servant of House Draven, under my jurisdiction. Keep it on your person whenever you leave this fortress. If any Vrakken or even the Dark Elves question your presence, show them this. I take it carefully, noting the swirling design of the Draven crest stamped in black wax, a stylized winged figure with a ring of thorns. The script is in a formal dialect, one I only partially recognize. Thank you, I murmur, folding it and tucking it inside my tunic. It's more than I expected. It's a precaution, Valorian corrects. You'll likely still face harassment, especially in Dark Elf territory, but this document should deter the more perceptive individuals from trying to claim you as their property. I nod, forcing myself not to dwell on how precarious this all is. Valorian rests a hand on the back of a nearby chair, tapping the carved wood with a leather-clad finger. You appear tense. I bite my lip. I suppose I'm waiting for you to feed on you? He finishes, his tone matter of fact. My stomach roils at his bluntness, but I dip my chin in acknowledgement. I've seen how the Dark Elves handle slaves. I have no illusions that the Vrakken are more merciful. He huffs a breath, not quite a laugh. We're not merciful, but we have different appetites. For many of us, pain is just a means to an end. Personally, I prefer efficiency. That does nothing to calm the anxiety simmering under my skin. Still, I gather the courage to meet his gaze. So you're saying you won't feed on me? His jaw tightens a fraction. Not unless circumstances demand it. Your willingness to spy for me is far more valuable than a moment's indulgence. I wonder if I should be grateful or offended that my worth is measured by my potential utility. But such is the reality of this world. He straightens, the lines of his face slipping back into unreadable neutrality. Come, let me show you where you'll train and what's expected of you. We step into a winding corridor that slopes downward. At intervals, narrow slits in the stone walls allow sunlight to filter in. An uneasy mix of relief and curiosity grows in me. I've never seen a fortress that tries to incorporate so many vantage points. Then again, the Vrakken aren't nearly as light-sensitive as legends claim. Some apparently use a special glamour, while others simply prefer the dark. Valorian's pace is smooth, each stride purposeful. I hurry to keep up, noticing that whenever his wings brush the walls, He adjusts his path without breaking stride. We descend a set of stairs until we reach a large chamber with tall columns. The space resembles a training hall, with racks of weapons along the edges, swords, spears, daggers, and stranger contraptions I can't identify. A handful of Vrakken move about, some practicing combat drills, their movements swift and lethal. I notice that each has a unique variation of wings, one with mottled grey membranes, another with sleek midnight black. Their eyes flick to me, then to Valorian, and recognition dawns. They step aside, continuing their drills but clearly aware of our presence. "This," Valorian says, gesturing to the open floor, "is where you'll learn the skills needed to survive in the field. Though you'll rely mostly on guile inside Dark Elf courts, it won't hurt to know how to defend yourself if cornered." I swallow, my pulse skipping. "So, I'll learn to fight?" A faint smile ghosts across his lips. "Yes, you might never match a Dark Elf soldier blow for blow, but you can learn to evade and strike at opportune moments. Their arrogance is their weakness. Use that." He leads me toward a smaller annex off the main chamber. Inside, I see a wide floor marked with chalk outlines, presumably used for sparring practice. Torches in iron sconces cast dancing light over the stone. A Vrakken man, tall and lean, stands at attention near the far wall. He has short, silvery hair and pale, colourless eyes. An old scar runs across his throat, visible against his chalk-white skin. Valorian raises a hand in silent greeting, and the man nods in acknowledgement. "This is Helrath," Valorian explains. "He's one of our best instructors in hand-to-hand combat. For the next few days, he'll be your teacher in the basics. If you fail to meet our standards, well, consider the consequences." I tense. Helrath gives me a dispassionate once-over, his expression lacking any overt hostility. "I'll do my best, my lord." He addresses Valorian, ignoring me. "She'll need hours of instruction each day if she's to be anything more than a liability." Valorian makes a low, thoughtful sound. "She's more than a liability, given the right motivation." For some reason, the confidence in his voice sends a ripple of warmth through me. It's unsettling. He's still a Vrakken, and I'm still a human trying to survive. Yet, I can't deny the strange sense of validation that stirs inside me. Helrath remains composed, glancing at me with an air of mild resignation. "We'll see," he says. "We start tomorrow at dawn." With that settled, Valorian turns, leading me back out of the annex into the main training hall. A pair of Vrakken spar in the centre, the clash of steel echoing off columns. The sheer speed of their movements, blurs of inky black and flashes of pale limbs, makes my stomach lurch. If they fought me, I wouldn't last a heartbeat. We keep walking, and eventually Valorian gestures toward a side corridor. "We'll return here tomorrow. For now, I want to show you the library. You'll study the Dark Elf dialects, the nuances in their mannerisms, and the formalities they use in court. Even the smallest misstep could compromise you." I follow him, my mind reeling from the onslaught of changes. A day ago, I was certain I'd end up as a blood thrall, if not outright slaughtered. Now, I'm being led to a library in a Vrakken fortress to prepare for espionage. "What if I fail to gain their trust?" I ask quietly. Valorian's expression remains cool. "You won't. You already lived among them for years. You know how to blend in. The difference now is that you'll have me backing you, providing resources. And remember," he adds, his voice softening to a dangerous hush, "failure is not an option for either of us." A subtle shiver snakes along my spine. The weight of this agreement settles heavier in my chest. If I betray him, he'll kill me. If I fail, the Dark Elves will kill me. The only path is forward, with every step measured. We climb another set of stairs. The fortress reveals more of its grandeur, vaulted corridors with stained glass windows that filter in diluted sunlight, alcoves adorned with carved stone beasts, and thick drapery that muffles our footsteps. Despite the elegance, there's a pervasive quiet that keeps tension coiled in my gut. At least in the dark elf estate, there was constant noise. Servants scurrying, decadent parties, the ring of clinking goblets. Here, every presence feels watchful, every corner a potential den of secrets. A pair of large double doors at the end of the corridor loom before us. Valorian pushes one open, revealing an immense library lit by tall windows on one side. Shelves upon shelves of books and scrolls stand in perfect rows. The musty scent of vellum and aged leather wafts across my senses. Small reading tables are arranged near the windows, their surfaces cluttered with open tomes and quills. My breath catches. I've never seen so many texts in one place, not even in the dark elf noble houses. Back there, libraries were for the privileged few, but I sometimes snuck glances. This, though, is a trove of knowledge waiting to be explored, if I'm allowed. "I'll assign you a study schedule," Valorian says, moving between the tables. He picks up a slender volume, flipping through pages, each covered in tight script. The dark elves are cunning with their language. They have variations of politeness, deception hidden in subtle word choices. You'll need to master those if you want to hold your own in conversation. I absorb his words, trying to ignore the swirl of excitement at the idea of learning more. Knowledge has always been my secret armour. And if I need something more advanced? He slips the book back onto a shelf. "Ask me or one of the librarians. You'll have limited supervised access." I nod, imagining the hours I'll spend poring over archaic scripts and memorising new vocabulary. A heavy task, but one that could keep me alive. Valorian steps closer, the dappled sunlight from a high window illuminating the faint silver veins in his dark wings. I can see the tension along his jawline, as if he's weighing whether to confide further. Finally he murmurs, "I don't do this lightly. I'm risking a great deal by trusting you. If you decide to sabotage me, I will make sure that betrayal is your last mistake." His threat should terrify me. It does, in a way. But it also clarifies that we're bound by mutual necessity. If I do this well, he stands to gain power. If I fail, or if I succeed too much and the dark elves discover me, I'll be torn apart. "I understand," I say, voice steady. "I'll do what needs to be done." We regard each other in the hush of the library. A flicker of something other than distrust gleams in his eyes. Curiosity, perhaps. Then he inhales as though releasing the tension in his lungs. "Good," he replies, turning away to exit the library. "I'll show you your updated quarters. You won't be staying in that small guest room anymore." Surprise tightens my chest. "You're moving me somewhere else?" He pauses in the hallway, glancing at me over his shoulder. "You'll need space to train and study, plus some measure of privacy. Can't have a potential spy sleeping in a cramped cell. That would draw questions from the rest of House Draven, and from our visitors." Questions? Right. He's trying to maintain a facade that I'm not just another hapless thrall. The notion sets my pulse racing for reasons I can't fully articulate. Perhaps because it feels like I'm stepping into a role that demands I be cunning, resilient, and possibly ruthless. We cross through the fortress until we arrive at a smaller courtyard, with a narrow staircase spiralling up the side of the wall. At the top is a less imposing door, though still reinforced with iron banding. Valorian opens it, revealing a modest suite of rooms. A main chamber with a window overlooking the courtyard, an adjoining washroom, and a private sleeping area behind a half-drawn curtain. It's larger than my old room from last night, furnished with a desk, a trunk for belongings, and a wardrobe carved with thorn motifs. A single tapestry on the wall depicts a stylized silhouette of a winged figure encircled by serpentine shapes. Some ancient Vrakken myth, I presume. My footsteps echo as I step inside. "This is for me?" He nods. You'll find a set of clothes in the wardrobe, along with essential toiletries. I expect you in the training hall at dawn tomorrow. After your session with Hellwrath, you'll spend the afternoon in the library. Evenings, you'll report directly to me with progress. It sounds so structured, I almost feel like he's reading from a daily schedule. But this clarity, in a twisted way, is reassuring. It means I have a purpose beyond being a victim. Thank you, I manage, though the words feel foreign on my tongue. Valorian lingers for a moment, gaze sweeping over the room as if ensuring everything is in order. I'll have a guard posted outside for now. Once you prove trustworthy, I might lessen your surveillance. His wings shift, and I catch a faint trace of tension in his shoulders, as if a question hovers on the tip of his tongue. Then he tips his head in a curt gesture of farewell. Rest, Valeria. We begin your real work at dawn. With that, he steps back into the corridor, pulling the door closed behind him. The latch clicks, leaving me in the sudden stillness. I let out a slow exhale and survey the suite, noticing details that reinforce my new reality. The bed is simpler than the plush one from last night, but it's still leagues beyond what most humans in Prathika ever experience. There's a small table by the window, perfect for reading or writing in the evening light. Crossing to that window, I stare out. The courtyard below is rectangular, with an ornate fountain at the centre, trickling water into a stone basin. Vrakken guards occasionally patrol the perimeter, their footsteps light as ghosts. Past the high walls, the horizon stretches under a pale sky that begins to brighten with dawn's first rays. My chest tightens with conflicting emotions. Relief that I'm not locked in a dungeon. Dread at the knowledge of what awaits if I fail. Astonishment that Valorian has offered me this twisted semblance of freedom, no matter how conditional it is. I recall that single moment, standing at the table in his study, waiting for him to bare his fangs. But he never did. Instead, he spoke words that might save me from the savage fate countless humans suffer under the Dark Elves, and in many ways under the Vrakken as well. The idea that I can carve out my own path, albeit with strings attached, kindles a fragile spark of hope. Even so, I can't ignore the pang of fear that lurks beneath the surface. I'll have to return to the Dark Elf courts at some point, worm my way back into the place I despise. Their cruelty, their arrogance, their obsession with power. I shudder at the memories, and yet I know how to navigate their twisted labyrinth of politics and manipulation better than the average human thrall. I've done it all my life, gleaning scraps of influence just to stay alive. Now, it seems, I'll be using those skills in the service of House Draven. My loyalty is a fragile thing, though. I'm loyal first to my own survival. Maybe that's exactly what Valorian expects. I close my eyes, pressing my forehead to the cool window pane. Yesterday I was certain my blood would be spilled for someone's amusement. Today, I hold a promise of safety, albeit precarious, if I prove myself indispensable. It's a terrifying gamble, but it's the only hand I have. Exhaustion draws me to the bed. The sun creeps higher, painting the sky with a pale lavender hue. But I haven't truly rested. My body aches from tension, my mind in overdrive. Carefully, I set the parchment Valorian gave me on the small desk, draping my newly acquired cloak over the back of the chair. I lie down, the thin mattress beneath me infinitely more comfortable than the pallets in the Dark Elf slave quarters. My thoughts swirl with images of Valorian, his winged silhouette, the unnerving precision of his eyes, the way his voice cuts through me like a blade. There's an aura about him that unsettles me, yet I can't deny the pull of fascination. His willingness to form a pact instead of treating me like fodder is unexpected. Is it purely strategic? Most likely. But there was something else, a hint of curiosity in the way he spoke, as though he's caught between apathy and intrigue. I recall the final moment in his study, the faint swirl of tension in the air as he told me about the deal. The knowledge that he, a being so powerful, is placing a shred of faith in me, albeit guarded, creates a strange sense of connection. I clamp down on that notion before it can bloom. He's still my captor, and I can't afford illusions. Still, I murmur to the empty room, this is better than the alternative. My eyelids droop. Sleep tugs at me. Perhaps if I rest now, I'll have enough energy to face the trials of tomorrow. There's no telling what the training will entail, or how brutal Hellwrath might be in forging me into a credible spy. Yet, as I drift into the cusp of slumber, a fragile thread of determination winds through me. I won't be a victim. I won't be a helpless plaything for the Dark Elves or a mindless thrall for the Vrakken. If Valorian's plan grants me a sliver of control over my fate, I'll seize it. My final thought before exhaustion sweeps me under. I'll do whatever it takes. Because while I might despise the power games all around me, I don't intend to lose this one. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Greetings, Celestials. Before the story continues, a word from the gods of Protheka. The tale you're hearing now is an abridged version, not by choice. The full audiobook was too long to fit in the limited video length allowed by YouTube. Don't worry, we made sure to leave the chapters most crucial to the story. But if your soul craves the full saga, you can claim it at worldsofprotheka.com. There, the full director's cut is waiting, and as a token for the inconvenience, it's offered at a discounted price. Use code YouTube30 for 30% off. Thank you for listening to Worlds of Protheka on YouTube, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the story. Chapter 5. Valeria. I'm still trying to catch my breath from my run-in with Sarith when a junior Vrakken attendant finds me in the corridor and informs me that Lord Valorian has changed my living arrangements yet again. I'm to collect my scant belongings at once and relocate to new quarters. The attendant, a wiry woman with eyes like smoked glass, offers neither explanation nor emotion as she delivers the news. She merely passes Valorian's sealed parchment into my hand. The paper is crisp, etched in black ink with elegant sweeps spelling out my name, followed by directions to a part of the citadel I haven't yet explored. My pulse skips. Ever since Valorian asked me to spy on the surly Vrakken in charge of supply routes, I've been running on equal parts adrenaline and raw nerves. Being ordered to move again, so soon after I've begun settling into my current suite, rattles me. But I've already agreed to place my fate in his hands. This is the price for survival. Do what he commands. Hope I'm skilled enough to remain useful. I hurry back to my old room, well, old by a day or two, to gather what few items I have. There's not much. A spare tunic, the official House Draven identification writ that Valorian provided, and a small stack of scrolls from the library. I cradle them in my arms, ignoring the worried look from the lone guard stationed by the door. She says nothing as I exit. The tension in the corridor seeps into my bones. It's mid-afternoon, and more Vrakken are moving about, some in glossy black armour, others in flowing robes embroidered with cryptic runes. Their footsteps echo against the ancient stones, creating a continuous murmur of activity. Once I would have cowered at the mere sight of so many of these pale-skinned predators. Now I keep my chin level, though I can't claim I'm relaxed. Fear lingers in my belly, but I don't let it conquer me. Following the instructions on Valorian's parchment, I climb a spiral staircase that winds through the fortress's mid-level floors. The architecture here is different from the lower halls. The stone is polished to an almost mirror sheen, and the sconces along the walls flicker with a faint violet glow, as if lit by arcane energy rather than mundane flames. Even the air feels charged, crackling with residual magic. Eventually, I step into a wide hallway lined with tall windows on one side, each draped in sheer black curtains. Beyond the glass, I see a sweeping view of the fortress courtyard, its gargoyles perched along the ramparts, its labyrinth of walled gardens, and the distant ridge of mountains. A faint hush blankets everything this high up, as though the rest of House Draven is far below. I pause by a door embossed with a stylized symbol, 2 overlapping wings and a single thorny rose beneath. It matches the crest on Valorian's parchments, so I check the note in my hand. The final line reads, "Quarters, East Spire, second door to the right, you'll know it by the crest." I exhale, steadying myself, then push open the door. Inside, the air is cool and carries a faint scent of candle wax and fresh lilies. I blink, taken aback by the space. It's bigger than I expected, opulent even. A canopied bed stands near the far wall, draped in heavy black fabric embroidered with silver threads. A matching set of chairs and a writing desk occupy the room, arranged around a plush circular rug in a shade of midnight blue. Tall bookshelves fill one corner, though they appear mostly empty, as if awaiting new tomes. On the left, a pair of double doors leads to an adjoining room. I poke my head inside to find a washroom with a marble tub and a tall mirror, reminiscent of the grandiose styles favoured by the dark elves. Even so, the carved symbols along the ceiling remind me this is a Vrakken domain. Images of serpentine dragons, bat-like creatures, and stylized wings swirl in an unending pattern. Laying my scrolls and tunic on a nearby chair, I do a quick circuit of the main chamber. Everything is luxurious in a foreboding way, like a splendid palace in a nightmare. But it's undeniably an upgrade from the smaller suite Valorian assigned me initially. A discreet cough sounds from the doorway, and I startle, nearly knocking into the desk. "Forgive me," a voice says, low and male. "I didn't realize you'd arrived." My heart jolts until I recognize Valorian, standing in the open doorway with the faintest hint of amusement in his black eyes. He's wearing a fitted coat of charcoal leather, his wings partially furled behind him. Even in the subdued afternoon light, he commands the space with a casual grace that unsettles me. I straighten, brushing my hair behind my ears. "I only just got here." He glances around the room, taking in the sight of me in my dishevelled state, arms full of scrolls. He steps fully inside, letting the door click shut behind him. The hush in the room magnifies my awareness of him, of the way he moves, each step silent and purposeful. "You said you prefer privacy," he says. "My mother's house can be stifling, even at the best of times. I thought you might work better with some space of your own." I place the scrolls carefully on the writing desk. "This is a lot," I admit, gesturing at the lavish bed and thick tapestries. "I'm not used to it." A faint shrug lifts his shoulders. "You're not just a thrall, Valeria. We've established that. Think of this as a reflection of your new status." My heartbeat quickens. New status? His gaze locks on mine, and something tense flickers in the air between us. "You're my operative. That comes with certain privileges." I can't help the wry scoff that escapes my lips. Privileges, including the possibility that if I fail, You'll toss me aside or feed on me. His expression doesn't soften at the jab. We both know the risks, but I'd prefer you succeed. There's an undercurrent in his tone that sends a shiver along my spine. I sense that he's not saying everything. There's a swirl of intensity behind those obsidian eyes, as though something is at war beneath his cold facade. It stirs an unwanted pang of curiosity. I lower my gaze to the intricate rug, trying to suppress my swirling thoughts. Romance is a luxury I can't afford. This arrangement is about survival, about power. Let the dark elves coo over illusions of love. I'm not naive enough to believe Valorian is offering me anything like that. Still, I can't deny the slight flutter in my chest whenever I notice the subtle arch of his cheekbones, the whisper of his wings shifting, or the quiet lull of his voice. He clears his throat. I came to see how you're settling. Helreth told me you managed to survive another round of drills without any broken bones. I huff. He's rough, but I'm learning quickly. You'll need every edge you can get. The dark elf courts are not kind to the unprepared. I nod, swallowing the anxiety that edges up my throat. I know. I lived among them for years, remember? He steps closer, wings rustling. The proximity sets my nerves on high alert. I hold my ground, refusing to shrink back as he halts a mere arm's length away. The tension is palpable, a crackle in the space between us. Don't get too comfortable, he warns, voice low. I'm giving you this suite so you have the tools you need, privacy, resources, better access to the library. But House Draven remains lethal, no matter how many velvet curtains or plush rugs we hang. My mouth goes dry. I appreciate the reminder. A faint smile tugs at his pale lips. You wouldn't have come this far if you needed coddling. For a fleeting moment, I swear there's respect in his gaze, maybe even admiration. It sends a thrill through me that I quickly bury. Focus on survival. He shifts to the side, glancing at the empty bookshelves. I assumed you'd want space for more texts. Our library is extensive, and you're free to request specific volumes. If you uncover any detail that can help you navigate Dark Elf society, seize it. I recall the swirl of conflicting feelings I had when I first stepped into the library. It thrilled me in a way I didn't expect, to see knowledge laid out so plainly. If Valorian allows me to build my own reference collection here, I can study every nuance of the Dark Elves' etiquette, their underhanded magic, their alliances. It might give me an edge. That would help, I admit softly, letting my guard drop a fraction. I'm no scholar, but the more I learn, the better prepared I'll be. He dips his chin. Exactly. Preparation is everything, speaking of which. He reaches into a small pouch at his belt and withdraws a single key, wrought from dark metal with an ornate swirl at the handle. He holds it out. Lock your door when you want. Even though you're under my protection, I'd rather not risk any ambitious subordinate deciding to test you. The gift, if I can call it that, catches me by surprise. A private suite with a lock is a level of autonomy I never dreamed of as a slave. I extend my hand, and he places the key in my palm. For an instant, our fingers brush, sending an unexpected warmth through my veins. I curl my fingers around the cool metal. Thank you, I say quietly. He steps back, regaining the distance. Just remember you're not entirely safe, even behind that lock. If someone powerful enough wants in, no key will stop them. I let out a dry laugh. Trust me, I know how unstoppable your kind can be. My kind, yes, but also the Dark Elves. Don't forget, they have spells that can bypass locks. Your only true protection is cunning, both yours and mine. I nod, resisting the urge to ask if his cunning extends to more than just political aims. Does he have personal reasons for building this secret infiltration network? Does he thirst for the Dark Elves' downfall, or is it all a stepping stone toward greater Vrakken power? Instead of prying, I gesture at the new surroundings. I appreciate the upgrade, truly, But why now? Why move me a second time? His gaze flickers. Because your success with Sarith proved you're more capable than I initially thought. You deserve an environment that fosters that capability. He's praising me, in his own abrupt way. I swallow the instinctual disbelief. Could a Vrakken actually offer compliments? Or is this just part of his manipulation? I sense my moment of hesitation, and it doesn't escape him. He exhales in that nearly silent way of his, then crosses to the window, pushing aside the sheer curtain. Sunlight glances off his pale skin, highlighting the inky sheen of his hair. "I'm not kind," he says, almost as if reading my mind. "I'm practical. Keeping you in cramped quarters, under constant guard, would only hamper the espionage skills I want from you." I grip the key tightly, reminding myself that no matter how civil he appears, I'm dealing with a vampire-like predator who has centuries of cunning behind him. "That's all right," I manage, letting my voice stay neutral. I prefer practical over fake courtesies. His wings shift, a faint rustle that resonates in the quiet chamber. "Good, then we're in agreement." For a moment, neither of us speaks. The tension thickens, laced with unspoken questions. My mind drifts to the times I've caught him watching me during training or library sessions, always calculating, always on guard. Yet behind that meticulous scrutiny, I sometimes sense a flicker of something else, something that sets my pulse racing, even if I can't name it. He glances back from the window, eyes skimming over me. I brace myself for a dismissive remark or a cutting observation, but instead, he simply says, "You should rest. Tomorrow, Helrath intends to escalate your combat sessions, and I want you prepared for a more advanced infiltration exercise soon." I suck in a breath. "More infiltration? You're already sending me back into the dark elf circles?" He lifts one brow. "Soon. Not this week, but you'll need to be ready. We can't afford a half-trained operative stumbling into the lion's den. So rest, study, and improve." A swirl of anxiety and excitement ripples through me. My chance to prove I'm not just a pawn, but also a terrifying leap into the heart of the place I once feared more than anything. He heads for the door, pausing briefly at the threshold. "Lock it after I leave, if you wish," he adds in a quieter tone, almost as if it's a test. "Nobody enters these chambers without my explicit permission, and if they do, you have the right to defend yourself." "Even if it's another Vrakken?" A shadow passes over his face. "Especially then. This is your space now. Guard it. If you truly want to become more than a victim, you'll fight for what's yours." His words stir a fierce sense of resolve in my chest. Fight for what's mine. A concept I barely dared to consider when I was a slave in the courts. I clear my throat. "Understood." He meets my eyes one last time, and something flickers there. An unspoken challenge, maybe. Then he's gone, the heavy door thudding shut behind him. I listen for the echo of his footsteps fading down the hallway. Once I'm certain I'm alone, I turn the key in the lock. The quiet click resonates like a symbol of this new life I've stumbled into. One with dangerous promises, lethal secrets, and an unlikely alliance with a Vrakken prince who oscillates between icy detachment and subtle respect. I spend a short while exploring every nook of my new chambers, from the hidden storage compartments built into the bed frame to the carved cupboards that hold extra blankets. The washroom's marble tub is bigger than anything I've seen, equipped with a discreet spigot that likely taps into some underground spring. The opulence makes me uneasy. I've lived too long in fear, and wealth this extravagant carries the stench of blood somewhere in its history. Whether Vrakken or dark elf, I can't say. But the water in the tub is warm when I test it, and I can't deny the temptation. I strip off my sweaty training clothes and slip into the bath. The water envelops me in soothing heat, washing away the grime clinging to my limbs. Leaning back, I close my eyes, letting tension unravel from my shoulders. It's the first time I've truly relaxed since I was brought to House Draven. My mind drifts to Valorian's quiet intensity. I recall the way his eyes gleam with a depth I can't read, like there's an entire ocean behind those black irises. A part of me hates how intrigued I am. He's a Vrakken, a being that drinks blood to survive, one who wields enough power to crush me without a second thought. Yet he hasn't, and that alone is remarkable. Could it be simple necessity, or is there more? I sink lower into the water, the steam curling around my face. Focus on the mission, I remind myself. Focus on training, on not dying. But that persistent spark remains, fueling questions I can't ignore. Could I truly become something more than a powerless human thrall? His words echo. If you want to be more than a victim, fight for what's yours. I'm so lost in thought that I nearly jump when a soft rap sounds at the outer door of my quarters. I freeze, heart pounding. Who would knock? And didn't Valorian say no one should enter without his permission? Quickly, I scramble out of the bath, water sloshing. I wrap a thin robe around myself and hurry to the bedroom. My hair drips onto the carpet, and I curse under my breath, dropping into a crouch to rummage for the wooden dagger Valorian issued me for practice. It's tucked inside the chest near the foot of the bed. Clutching its handle, I step cautiously toward the main door. The knock comes again, accompanied by a muffled voice. "Miss Valeria? I have a delivery." A delivery? My tension eases somewhat, but I remain wary. Could be a ruse. I unlock the door, keeping the dagger concealed behind my hip. Standing there is a young human woman dressed in plain livery, House Draven's crest embroidered over her left breast. She's clutching a small basket covered with cloth. At the sight of me, damp hair plastered to my face and brandishing a hidden blade, she takes a nervous step back. I was sent by the kitchens," she stammers. "Lord Valorian instructed we ensure you have proper meals. This is your midday fare." She lifts the basket timidly, as if to prove she's not a threat. I exhale, a mix of relief and embarrassment. "Oh, sorry." She offers a hesitant smile, glancing behind me at the lavish suite. "I wasn't sure if you'd be here. Some of us were told you'd moved from the lower floors." I tuck the dagger behind my back more discreetly. "Yes, that's right. I'm Valeria." Her smile widens a fraction, though it remains cautious. "My name is Melina. I was a servant at the old courtyard wing until Lord Valorian's steward assigned me to deliver trays to your chamber. I'm to serve as your runner for small errands if you need anything." A runner. So I have an attendant now, albeit part-time. The notion feels surreal. I shift, conscious of my wet hair and minimal robe. "I appreciate it. You can just set the basket on the table. Then you're free to go." Melina nods and enters with tentative steps. She places the basket gently on the small writing desk, eyes darting over the opulent furniture. "This is quite the room," she whispers. I clear my throat. "I'm still getting used to it." She nods, but I sense the question burning in her mind. Why would a human get such a suite? No doubt rumour is spreading. I can't afford to feed speculation, so I don't elaborate. She lifts the cloth covering the basket, revealing a bowl of broth, a chunk of fresh bread, sliced fruit, and a carafe of water. Simple fare, but leagues above what most humans in the dark elf territory, or even lower-level House Draven thralls receive. "Thank you," I say, gentler now. "You can leave it, I'll be fine." Melina offers a small curtsy, but curiosity still shines in her eyes. She hesitates, then blurts, "Is it true you work directly for him?" "For the prince?" A swirl of nerves tightens in my stomach. The prince! I haven't heard Valorian called that out loud, but it makes sense. His mother is the matriarch, effectively the queen of House Draven, which would make him a prince of sorts. Yes, I manage. I'm performing certain tasks for him." She nods, fiddling with the edge of her apron. If you ever need anything from the kitchens or around the fortress, just send word. I'll come right away. Thank you, Melina. That's kind, but do be careful. I meet her gaze, wanting to warn her that this is not a safe place. Some of the Vrakken don't like humans wandering without direct orders. Keep your head down and avoid unnecessary attention. She exhales, relief and fear mingling in her eyes. I'll do my best. With that, she leaves, quietly shutting the door behind her. I wait a moment, listening to her footsteps fade, then turn the key in the lock again. I eat quickly, aware that the bread and broth will restore some energy after the punishing drills Hellwrath put me through. My body aches from head to toe, and my scalp is still damp. I exchange the robe for a fresh set of clothes, another house-draven tunic and fitted leggings. The black fabric is comfortable, though every time I see the swirling crest embroidered along the neckline, I'm reminded I'm essentially wearing the banner of predators who once terrorized the world above. Finished with my meal, I settle onto the plush chair by the window. Outside, the angle of the sunlight indicates we're nearing late afternoon, that liminal time when the sky shifts from bright gold to dusky rose. House Draven is busy below. I see soldiers drilling in the courtyard, flitting about with inhuman speed. My thoughts wander to Valorian's last words. Fight for what's yours. He might see me purely as a strategic asset, but there's no denying the subtle glances, the tension that coils whenever we stand too close. Could that ever shift into something more? I dismiss the notion with a shake of my head. I have enough to worry about without daydreaming of improbable alliances of the heart. Instead, I pivot to practical matters, the infiltration mission that looms in my future. In the library, I've read numerous accounts of dark elf court structures, but reading alone won't be enough. I'll need to refine my mannerisms, reacquaint myself with the labyrinthine etiquette that determines who outranks whom. One misstep, offering a direct compliment to a Kuzuth, or failing to bow at the correct angle, and they might suspect I'm more than a simple servant. I can do it. The vow pulses in my veins. I survived them once. I'll do it again, this time on my own terms. A knock on the door breaks my reverie. My heart flips, but this time I don't scramble for a weapon. Instead, I approach with measured caution, calling out, "Who is it?" "It's Hellwrath," comes the brusque reply. "May I enter?" I glance at the time, surprised to hear from him so late in the day. He typically ends training sessions by mid-afternoon. "Yes," I say, unlocking the door. He stands in the threshold, arms crossed over his narrow chest. He's dressed in the typical House Draven black, but his features are sharper than most, with a long scar across his neck. Those colourless eyes sweep over my chamber, betraying neither approval nor scorn, but I sense mild curiosity. "Nice place," he mutters, stepping inside. "Better than you had in the lower halls." I close the door behind him, not quite locking it since we're both inside. "Yes, Valorian moved me here." His eyes flicks to me, mouth twisting wryly. "I'm aware. Word travels fast. He told me to see if you need additional drills tonight, but if you're too tired..." I straighten my shoulders, ignoring the ache in my muscles. I can handle more training if it's necessary. A faint spark of amusement lights his eyes. "Is that so?" I nod. I promised I'd do whatever it takes, and I meant it. He tilts his head, considering. "You've got spirit. Most humans wouldn't volunteer for an extra beating." I exhale a humorless laugh. "I've already endured enough humiliations. The difference this time is that I might actually gain something from the pain." For a moment, his stony facade cracks, revealing a glimmer of respect. "Very well," he says. "Meet me in the southern courtyard in half an hour. We'll focus on defensive maneuvers." Before I can answer, he turns to leave. At the threshold, he glances over his shoulder. "You might want to lose the fancy tunic. We'll be grappling in the dirt. I stifle a groan but manage a polite nod. Understood. Helrath departs, leaving the door ajar. I let out a shaky sigh and sink onto the edge of the bed for a moment. Extra training? My body already feels like I've been pounded by an orc battalion. But if I want to stand a chance in infiltration, especially infiltration that could turn physical at any moment, I need these skills. Better than remaining powerless. I remind myself of that whenever doubts creep in. Half an hour later, I'm in the southern courtyard. It's smaller than the main yard used by most House Draven soldiers, ringed by thick walls that block the wind. A half-dozen torches line the perimeter, though none are lit yet because sunlight still lingers. The ground is packed earth with scattered patches of dusty gravel. I suspect this courtyard is reserved for more private training, as I see no onlookers or passing guards. I've donned simpler, tighter-fitting garments, sans House Draven embroidery, and pulled my hair back. Helrath stands near the centre, arms folded, posture relaxed but coiled with potential energy. "Thought you wouldn't show," he says when he sees me. I snort, stepping closer. "I'm here. Let's get it over with." Without further ado, he motions for me to drop into a defensive stance. "Show me what you remember from our last session." I do my best to recall the footwork he drilled into me. My body protests every movement, but I clench my teeth and push through. Helrath circles, launching half-hearted jabs that I'm supposed to evade or block. His speed increases with each pass. Twice I dodge successfully, rolling to the side. The third time, he cracks me on the shoulder with the back of his hand, sending me stumbling. I catch myself before falling. "Keep your centre low," he growls. "You're listing like a drunk." Again. I reset my stance, ignoring the bruise likely forming on my shoulder. Helrath surges forward, hooking an arm to test my guard. I twist away, but he pivots faster, grabbing my forearm. In a heartbeat, he yanks me off balance. I manage to plant a foot before face-planting in the dirt, but it's not graceful. "Sloppy," he mutters. "Your reaction time is too slow." Panting, I raise my head. "Any helpful advice?" His mouth twists in a crooked smile. "Suffer enough bruises, and you'll learn to move faster." Great. Another bruise is not what I'd call helpful advice, but I choke back a retort. Instead, I spring up, forcing my aching limbs to comply. My entire world narrows to the interplay of footwork, the angle of Helrath's strikes, and my attempts to keep from being thrown like a rag doll. We continue this brutal dance for a solid 30 minutes. By the end, I'm drenched in sweat, my legs shaking from repeated lunges and sidesteps. Helrath eventually halts, stepping back with a short nod. "You're improving," he says, a begrudging compliment. "Your reflexes are still off, but I've seen worse from novices." I run a trembling hand across my brow. "I'll take that as praise." He snorts. "Finish with a cool down. Practice the basic stance transitions. I'll watch." So I do, forcing my tired body through each shift. Neutral stance to low guard to sidestep to high guard. I recite the sequence mentally, ignoring the fire in my muscles. Midway through, something makes Helrath's posture stiffen. His colourless eyes flick behind me, and he lowers his voice. "We have company." I glance over my shoulder. Valorian stands by the courtyard archway, half illuminated by the waning sunlight. He regards us with that quiet, inscrutable expression of his, wings held close against his back. There's a tension in his posture, though I can't pinpoint its cause. "Don't stop," Helrath mutters. "He probably wants to see how you handle yourself." Gritting my teeth, I continue the sequence, refusing to let Valorian's presence rattle me. The knowledge that he's observing, that he might be critiquing every slip, makes my heart pound. At the periphery of my vision, I see him step forward. He stops at the boundary of the training space, arms folded, gaze fixed on me. I finish the stance transitions, then take a shaky breath and lower my guard. Helrath nods curtly. She's done for the night, he calls to Valorian. If you push her more, she'll be useless tomorrow. Valorian's eyes flick to Helrath, then back to me. Understood. I walk over, trying not to look as exhausted as I feel. Is something wrong? I ask Valorian quietly. He shakes his head. I came to check on your progress, but Helrath's correct. You're half dead on your feet. I bristle. I'm fine, just tired. His lips twitch as though he's stifling a smile. Yes, precisely. Then his expression grows serious. I want you rested enough to attend an evening session with me in the library. We have to discuss details of the next infiltration. I blink, shoulders slumping. More work? Tonight. Tonight, he confirms. Helrath rolls his eyes. Don't kill her with tasks, Valorian. She's only human. Valorian's gaze hardens slightly. A detail you've reminded me of many times. Yet she's come this far, hasn't she? Helrath grunts, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, then gestures for me to follow Valorian. Fine, go talk infiltration. Just try not to drag her into a dungeon at sunrise. I want to laugh, but I'm too drained. Valorian gives me a pointed look, then turns on his heel, expecting me to trail behind him. I incline my head to Helrath in thanks before trudging after Valorian, my legs protesting every step. We exit the courtyard into a narrow corridor that leads back into the fortress interior. The temperature difference is stark. The gloom of the interior halls swallows the last of the day's warmth. Torches flare against the walls, giving the stones a slick oil sheen appearance. I walk beside Valorian in silence for a moment, acutely aware of the weight of his presence. He's uncharacteristically quiet, as if something weighs on his mind. Finally, I muster the courage to speak. So, you want me to start preparing for infiltration? Does that mean you've decided on a specific target in the Dark Elf Court? He glances down at me, those obsidian eyes reflecting the torchlight. Yes, but we'll discuss that in private. It's complicated. An uneasy twinge stirs in my stomach. Complicated how? A wry twist tugs at his lips. You'll see. Let's just say it involves a certain dark elf noble who's recently gained favour with the monarchy. I suspect he's toying with experimental magic that could harm my people. We need to confirm it. He halts at a crossing of corridors, the library entrance looming ahead. The heavy doors are slightly ajar, revealing golden lamplight and rows of shelves beyond. A hush falls between us. I glance at his face, searching for any sign of doubt or regret. His features remain carved from stone, but I recall the earlier flicker of tension in his posture when he watched me train. I break the silence. Is everything all right? You seem concerned. He exhales, shifting his weight. I have a great deal riding on this mission, Valeria. On you. Every step is a gamble. I'd be foolish not to be concerned. A mixture of pride and apprehension tightens my chest. I won't let you down, I whisper, and realise I almost mean it. His gaze locks on mine. The corridor feels suddenly too small, the space between us charged like a coming storm. Don't make promises you can't keep, he murmurs. My breath catches. I can't promise perfection, but I'll promise to try. A moment passes, something heavy and unspoken, hovering like a ghost. Then he steps away, pushing open the library doors. Come, let's plan, he says, voice clipped. I follow him inside, determined to prove myself. I'd rather risk death than remain powerless. The phrase burns in my mind. If that risk involves unravelling the Dark Elves' secrets and standing at Valorian's side, no matter how precarious, then so be it. As I enter the warm glow of the library, the scent of parchment and leather welcomes me, a promise of knowledge that could save my life. The tension between Valorian and me crackles like a live wire, each breath charged with possibility and danger. And through it all, I wonder just how deep his cold eyes go, and if I'm ready to follow that depth to its darkest reaches.
Chapter 6. Valorian. I'm waiting in the library's far corner when I hear Valeria's footsteps echo off the polished stone floor. Shadows flicker across rows of towering shelves, each crammed with well-worn tomes and scrolls. A single chandelier of wrought iron dangles overhead, casting long rays of candlelight that illuminate dust motes dancing in the air. It's well past sundown. House Draven's halls have quieted somewhat, though faint murmurs of guards patrolling still echo through the fortress. In here, the hush is nearly absolute, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of pages or the soft intake of breath from the few individuals who frequent the library at this hour. Most Vrakken prefer more direct pursuits than reading, but for me, knowledge is a potent weapon. Valeria steps into view between two shelves, and I immediately notice the fatigue weighting her movements. She tries to hide it, arching her spine, lifting her chin, but I've observed her enough to see the subtle droop in her shoulders. Helrath trained her hard tonight, and the strain lingers. Still, she moves toward me with that stubborn determination I've grown to expect. I close the tome I've been perusing, an aged text detailing historical alliances between dark elves and certain orc factions, and set it aside. "You're late," I say quietly, not wanting to disturb the silence around us. She lets out a slow breath. "Yes, I had to wash off the dirt from Helrath's lesson before coming." I allow a small, wry smile. I'm sure he was gentle. Her responding snort says otherwise. Despite her fatigue, there's a spark in her eyes, part exasperation, part pride that she survived yet another session without quitting. That spark has become oddly reassuring. "Let's sit." I gesture to a nearby table tucked into an alcove, partially hidden behind a shelf of atlases. I've set out additional candles, ensuring enough light to read the spread of documents waiting for us. She follows me, carefully pulling back a high-backed wooden chair. When she settles, she exhales again, as if grateful to be off her feet. I take the seat opposite, bracing my forearms on the table's smooth surface. Between us rests a sheaf of parchment with notes I've compiled intelligence from a variety of sources. Some are transcripts of overheard conversations, others the results of minor infiltration attempts. Pieces of the puzzle. "Thanks for coming," I say, keeping my tone measured. "We need to refine your knowledge of dark elf power structures before we plan your next step." She nods, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Her eyes flick to the notes, then back to me. "You mentioned earlier there's a particular noble who's recently caught your attention?" I tap a finger against the parchment. "His name is Lord Zathian Mierond. He wasn't as prominent a few years ago, one of many lesser noble houses jockeying for status. But rumors suggest he's made powerful allies within the monarchy, primarily through alliances with the warrior caste." Valeria's gaze sharpens. "Oh, caste. They run most of the dark elf armies, right?" I dip my chin in agreement. Yes, and if the monarchy trusts him, he could gain access to troves of resources, arcane artifacts, potentially a threat to House Draven if he chooses to turn that newfound power against us. I have reason to believe he's dabbling in something more experimental, blood-infused magic. Maybe, but I need proof. Her posture shifts in a way that suggests apprehension. Blood-infused magic. I've heard the dark elves talk about it before, though they only spoke in hushed whispers. It's not exactly standard sorcery. Exactly. Even the dark elves know it's risky, borderline heretical. But some individuals, especially the unscrupulous ones, can't resist the lure of forbidden power. That's why you're invaluable in this. You can move among them with less suspicion than a fellow Vrakken. She purses her lips together, studying the notes. In the flickering candlelight, I notice the faint bruise on her jaw, another souvenir from Helrath. A twinge of protectiveness flares in my chest, surprising me. She needs that training to survive, I remind myself. You can't shield her from everything. Valeria sighs. So, the plan is for me to confirm whether Zathian is truly pursuing blood-infused magic? In part, I say, leaning forward. I also need to know if he's forging alliances with the monarchy that could undermine our advantage. If he's courting the Mew, the possibility of him raising an army against us isn't far-fetched. She nods, absorbing the information with that same keen focus I observed the day she gleaned Sareth's shipping schedule. What about intel on his household? Servants? Is there a better angle than going straight to him? You'll have to infiltrate his circle carefully. Maybe pose as a house slave, someone who can attend to him or his immediate advisors. But you'll need the right credentials. She frowns. Credentials? I push another parchment across the table. A forged letter from a dark elf merchant who deals in slaves, referencing you as a skilled personal attendant. We have a contact who can produce it, someone who owes House Draven more than a few favors. You'll need to memorize every detail, from the merchant's name to how you ended up on the market. If your cover story wavers, you'll be caught. Her fingers tighten around the edges of the parchment, eyes roving over the carefully inked lines. So that's my next mission. I incline my head. In about a week, perhaps 2 at most. You're not ready yet for that level of infiltration, your accent, your knowledge of court protocols, your reflexes, but soon. She absorbs that and a hush follows. The candles on the table flicker, casting elongated shadows across her face. I can almost see the wheels turning in her mind, the mix of fear and resolve that's become so familiar to me. Finally, she sets the parchment aside. What else do I need to learn before we set this in motion? I lean back. You tell me. You lived among dark elves. What do you think you're missing? She purses her lips, thinking. When I was a concubine, I had no reason to pay attention to formalities beyond what kept me alive. Now I need a deeper understanding of their caste system, their lines of succession, and any sub-factions that might resent Zathian's rise. If I can find a faction that distrusts him, I might glean secrets from them. A ripple of admiration skims through me. She's quick. Exactly. Seek out the cracks. Dark elves excel at backstabbing their rivals. If you can exploit that, you might uncover what Zathian's hiding. She nods and her fingers drum once on the tabletop. I notice a shallow scrape on her knuckles, the result of a stray blade in training, no doubt. A flicker of annoyance stirs in me that Hellwrath pushes her so hard. But I stamp it down. He's doing his job, and she needs it. We both do. Clearing my throat, I pick up a leather-bound tome from the small stack to my right. Here's a compiled text on the current Dark Elf monarchy. Names, castes, notable alliances. Study it, memorize it. We'll quiz you tomorrow. She takes the tome with both hands, glancing at the thick pages. Tomorrow? Do you ever let me rest? A ghost of a smirk lifts the corner of my mouth. You can rest when you're the one holding the power. Until then, we work. She rolls her eyes. I'll be sure to carve out time between Hellwrath's next attempt to break my bones and my infiltration lessons with you. I stiffen, half expecting to scold her for insolence. But something in her dry humor cracks through the tension, and a low chuckle escapes me instead. She blinks, surprise flashing in her eyes, likely never having expected a Vrakken to laugh at a joke that involves mocking their own methods. I compose myself quickly, straightening. You'll be all right. You've survived worse. A solemn look settles over her face, and for a heartbeat, I glimpse the ghosts of her past. Then she sets the tome down. True, she says softly. And I'm still here. We regard each other across the table. My mind flickers with the memory of her standing defiant in the training hall, refusing to yield even when Hellwrath knocked her down. The fear was there, yes, but so was the fierce will to rise again. I can't recall the last time I saw such resilience in a human. Most are too cowed or too broken to keep fighting. I rise, tension coiled in my muscles. Crossing to a nearby shelf, I retrieve a different scroll. Let's see if your recall is up to par, I say, changing tack. We'll do a practice round. I have a roster of Dark Elf officials. Name them, their caste, and their known allegiances if you can. She groans but stands as well, moving to the other side of the table so we're shoulder to shoulder, peering down at the open scroll. It's annotated in my handwriting, which she's grown used to deciphering. All right, she murmurs. Let's start with House Ithanel. The patriarch is Lord Dathar Ithanel, a Kuzuth noble with a seat in the monarchy's inner council. He's rumored to support aggressive expansion into human territory. I nod, impressed she remembers. Go on, she continues, scanning the list. A minor official in the merchant class, a dark elf general famed for his cruelty, a Chivduyu musician whose art is favored by certain aristocrats. Her voice, though tired, remains steady as she recites known alliances. I correct her gently when she confuses a detail or misses a nuance, like which official has ties to the monarchy's grand treasury. The longer she speaks, the more I sense her mind sharpening, fueled by her determination. Leaning in, I can catch the faintest scent of her hair, something like clean soap from the fortress baths, edged with the metallic tang of sweat from earlier training. My chest constricts at the unbidden awareness. Focus, Valorian. Yet I can't deny a certain protectiveness. She's pushing herself to the brink, holding on to that fragile hope that she can change her fate. And damn me, I want her to succeed. Not just because it will serve House Draven's agenda, but because I can't stomach the idea of seeing her broken like the many humans I've witnessed in this world. She finishes a summary of one of the lesser vassals, then glances at me from the corner of her eye. Well, did I pass your test? I snap my mind back to the moment, ignoring my own drifting thoughts. Better than last time. You only mixed up a couple of genealogies. She sighs, shutting the scroll with a tired motion. Thank the gods. A beat of silence stretches. I can hear the library's distant hush, the occasional turning of pages from some scholar in another aisle, the soft flicker of candles overhead. This quiet time is the closest I come to any sense of calm in House Draven, and ironically, it's with a human. How do you do it? She asks suddenly, not looking at me. How do you keep so many factions in line, so many plans spinning? Doesn't it ever wear on you? I lean one hip against the table, crossing my arms. It's all I've known. My mother raised me on the principle that every breath you take should be spent plotting or defending your place in this world. She taught me that if we let our guard down, the Dark Elves would crush us again. Her brow furrows. Again? I hesitate. The history of the Vrakken War with the Dark Elves is not exactly a secret, but we seldom discuss it in detail, especially not with humans. My mother claims it's too personal, too rife with old wounds. But Valeria's earnest curiosity pricks something in me. Our kind fought theirs centuries ago, I say at last. The Dark Elves drove many of us underground. House Draven managed to survive on the surface by forging strategic truces, but we still remember what it's like to be hunted. That memory fuels our determination to remain the predators, not the prey. She nods slowly, a shadow of empathy in her gaze. Sounds like both sides see themselves as victims. A grim smile twists my lips. Victims, perhaps. But the Dark Elves are hardly victims now. They have an iron hold on much of the surface. They treat humans as livestock. Vrakken, though, in some circles we're still considered rumors or nightmares best forgotten. Her lips tighten. I knew nothing of the Vrakken until I was brought here. My old masters talked about you like the monsters under the bed that might snatch us if we misbehaved. A harsh laugh slips from me. Monsters under the bed. We do little to dispel that image. Fear is a useful tool. She lowers her gaze, fiddling with the corner of the tome on the table. You're not like them, though, at least not in the way I expected. I go very still. Explain. She shrugs one shoulder, a tentative movement. I assumed any Vrakken was just as sadistic as the Dark Elves who used me. But you You're cold, calculating, yes, and clearly dangerous. But you don't revel in cruelty. It's more like a necessity to you. Her words pierce deeper than I expect. I mask the flicker of reaction behind a slow exhale, letting my wings shift. Cruelty for cruelty's sake is a waste of energy, I say. We can be merciless when needed, yet I find no pleasure in it. She meets my gaze, and I detect a glimmer of acceptance. Then she quickly looks away as if embarrassed she revealed too much. I push off from the table, sensing we're straying into a precariously personal territory. It's better to keep emotional distance. I can't show weakness, even to her. Especially not to her. She's an operative, I remind myself. Your focus must remain on the mission. So, I begin, voice cooling. That's enough theoretical talk for one night. Let's move on to practical training. She frowns. More? I thought we covered infiltration planning. This training is different, I say, heading for a section of the library rarely used. Old shelves line the walls here, stacked with scrolls detailing illusions, wards, and illusions used by both Vrakken and dark elves. You need to understand the magic they might throw at you, at least in theory. If a dark elf tries to enthrall your mind, do you know how to resist? Her eyes widen. I've never had to resist mental enchantments. The dark elves typically used physical threats or punishments, not illusions. That was because you were a low-risk slave. This time, you're posing as a potential threat, maybe even an intimate in a noble's household. They could use enthrallment to ensure your silence. She inhales sharply. All right, tell me what I need to do. I scan the spines of dusty scrolls, finally selecting one that addresses mental resilience. I lay it out on a narrow reading stand, beckoning her to join me. She stands close enough that I catch her scent again, clean soap, underlying tension, something distinctly her. Ignoring the awareness, I trace a finger over the diagrams. This incantation, I point to a spiral of runes, represents a mind-bending technique favored by certain dark elf conjurers. It's weaker than full-blown illusions, but if you're unprepared, it can disorient you, even force you to speak secrets. Her mouth slants in a grim line. I'd prefer to avoid that. Then memorize the runes, I say, voice steady, and learn the mental exercises that help shield your thoughts. They're not foolproof, but they give you a fighting chance. She nods, carefully brushing her fingertips over the drawn runes as if capturing every curve in her memory. I watch her closely, noticing the tightness around her eyes. She's pushing through exhaustion. Perhaps I'm overloading her. A pang of regret twinges in my chest. I clench my jaw, tamping it down. No, I chastise myself. She asked for this chance. She wants to survive. Our time is short. If she fails, everything I've worked for crumbles. To lighten the mounting tension, I shift the focus to a simpler topic. Tell me about your experience with dark elf magic, if any. Did you see them cast illusions or wards in their estates? She draws a shaky breath, as though recalling unpleasant memories. I saw illusions sometimes like in their banquet halls. They'd conjure illusions of dancing lights or phantom creatures to amuse the guests. But I never personally had illusions cast on me. At least not that I'm aware of. I hum in thought. Then you're fortunate. Some dark elves like to toy with their slaves using illusions of terror. Her face pales. I've heard rumors. I press on, wanting her to be prepared. They can conjure phantasms that mimic your worst fears, illusions that distort your surroundings. You'll need to recognize the signs blurring at the edges of vision, an odd hum in your ears, a subtle smell of brimstone. If you sense those, break line of sight with the caster, or force yourself to focus on something real, like your heartbeat, your breath. She listens intently, nodding. Her gaze flicks over the runes again. Heartbeat, breath, she repeats. I can do that. A thought occurs, unbidden. If she can't, if illusions overwhelm her, I'll have to step in. The idea of her trapped in some conjured nightmare disturbs me more than I'm willing to admit. I shift, unsettled by my own reaction. Snapping the scroll shut, I tuck it under my arm. Enough theory. We'll gather a few resources for you to study in your suite. Then, you should rest. She nods, pressing her lips together. Rest sounds good. I sense the wave of fatigue rolling off her. She's practically swaying on her feet. A spark of guilt flares again. She's too tired to keep going, and you're the one pushing her. Wait here, I say, indicating a small stool near the shelf. I'll fetch what you need. She sits, shoulders sagging in gratitude, as I stride across the library to collect a handful of texts. My mind churns. Why do I feel so responsible for her well-being? She's an operative, not a confidant. Focus. Yet I can't simply ignore the tug of protectiveness. It's small, but persistent like a thorn lodged under my skin, reminding me of its presence every time I see her worn expression or fresh bruises from training. Gathering the scrolls and a thin codex on mental defenses, I return to find her leaning against the shelf, eyes half-lidded with exhaustion. She quickly straightens when she notices my approach, but she's not fast enough to hide the fatigue from me. I place the texts beside her. These should suffice for tonight. Study them when you can, and if you can't keep your eyes open, rest. There's no point memorizing runes in a delirium. Her lips twitch in a tired smirk. I'll remember that, or try to. We stand in awkward silence. My gaze sweeps over her face, noticing the faint hollows under her cheekbones, the bruise at her jaw, the dryness on her lips from hours of training. She's pushing herself too hard. Then again, so am I. With a curt nod, I pull back. We're done for now. I'll escort you to your suite. Her brows lift. You want to walk me there? I stiffen. House Draven's corridors are mostly safe, but I don't trust certain individuals who might test your boundaries. Given your new status, some might resent you. It's better if I accompany you. She regards me with a flicker of amusement, as if she sees through my half-truth. Yes, it's safer for her to walk with me, but it's also an excuse to ensure she returns to her room unharassed. I keep my expression neutral, offering no further explanation. She stands, clutching the small stack of texts to her chest. All right, she says simply. We move through the library in silence, weaving around shelves. The single librarian on duty, a gaunt Vrakken scribe, barely looks up from his desk as we pass. Our footsteps echo softly over the mosaic floor, blending with the gentle crackle of the library's chandeliers. Exiting into the corridor, I notice the flickering torches have been replaced by orbs of arcane light set in sconces along the wall. They cast a purplish glow, giving everything a faintly surreal quality. There's a hush at this hour, an anticipation that underscores how lethal the fortress can be once darkness sets in fully. Valeria seems tense, though whether from fatigue or vigilance I can't tell. We walk beside each other, my wings furled tightly to avoid brushing against the stone columns. She glances at them once, something she does occasionally, as if fascinated by the possibility of flight. The corridors twist until we reach the hallway leading to her suite, flanked by tall windows that overlook the courtyard. Moonlight drapes the exterior, silvering the gargoyles perched on the walls. I glance outside, noticing the faint forms of patrolling guards. We stop before her door, the same one bearing House Draven's crest. She shifts the texts to one arm, fishing the key from her pocket. After a moment's fumbling, she unlocks the door. Before stepping inside, she looks back at me. "Thank you," she murmurs. "For, well, all of this. The training, the resources." I dip my head, maintaining my composure. It benefits us both. Remember that. Her expression softens, and I catch the subtlest trace of something warm in her gaze. Gratitude, or perhaps relief that we can share a moment of civil interaction. It disarms me in a way I'm not prepared for. She steps past the threshold, sets her scrolls on a small table, then turns. "Would you like to come in?" The question emerges hesitant, as though she's uncertain of my reaction. 1,000 warning bells clang in my head, and I forcibly lock down any surge of emotion. My mother's voice echoes. Never let them see you falter. You can't risk attachments. This is a war. No, I say, voice calm but final. You need rest, and I have my own duties. She nods, casting her gaze down. I figured as much. An odd heaviness descends. I wrestle with a twinge of guilt for refusing, though I know it's the right choice. Keeping emotional distance is critical. I can't befriend, let alone desire, the woman whose loyalty I must constantly question. But do I truly question it? Or am I just following habit? Shaking away the thought, I let my tone soften by a fraction. Sleep well, Valeria. Tomorrow is another day of training, infiltration prep, and more potential bruises. She musters a faint smile. Sounds like paradise. I huff out a quiet laugh. Go. I'll see you in the morning. She closes the door, and the click of the lock resonates in the still corridor. I stand there for a heartbeat, staring at the carved crest on the wood. I'm oddly protective, I realize, with an uneasy start. A portion of me wants to ensure she's not devoured by the fortress's myriad dangers both within and without. Why? I can't let it compromise the mission. That's the bottom line. If she fails, I'll have to cut her loose, no matter how uncomfortable the thought has become. Any sign of weakness in House Draven invites exploitation by our enemies, dark elves or rival Vrakken houses. So I turn on my heel, ignoring the strange tightness in my chest, and stride back down the corridor. My boots echo against the stone, each step a reminder that I must remain detached. Valeria is an asset, a crucial one, but an asset nonetheless. Even so, I can't entirely quell the memory of her exhausted smile or the stubborn glint in her eye. Something stirs in me, reminiscent of empathy, something I haven't felt in a long time. Damn it, I curse silently. Keep your distance. Still, the moment I return to my own chambers, I linger at the window, gazing out at the moonlit courtyard. The fortress stands silent, an edifice of stone and secrets. My mind churns with thoughts of Valeria's next step, the infiltration mission, the danger she'll face. I wonder if she's already asleep, or if she's studying those scrolls by the dim glow of a candle, pushing herself even further. A part of me admires her resilience. Another part, the one raised by a ruthless matriarch, urges caution. She's human. They break easily. Yet so far, she hasn't broken. Every time she stumbles, she rises again, forging ahead with unwavering determination. That mixture of grit and vulnerability draws me in, much as I hate to admit it. Eventually, I tear my gaze from the night sky, running my fingers through my hair. My reflection in the window stares back, pale eyes ringed with flickers of silver. You can't show weakness. The mantra echoes, but I suspect that in my own quiet way, I've already begun to care more than I should. I blow out a long breath and move to a desk piled with documents, trying to refocus on House Draven's broader agendas. Politics, supply lines, expansions, alliances, my life's tapestry of power plays. Still, as I sift through the parchments, I catch myself glancing at the empty corner of the room, imagining Valeria's expression if she ever ventured here. Enough. I set the stack of documents down, cursing under my breath. It's going to be a long night, and I can't afford to squander my energies on unproductive thoughts. So I force my mind into the realm of strategic plans, reminding myself that the war between Vrakken and Dark Elves still smolders, that House Draven stands on a precipice. Valeria is part of that puzzle, nothing more. If only my heart believed it as easily as my head. With a low snarl at my own conflicting emotions, I settle behind the desk, burying myself in the methodical chaos of the fortress's affairs. Tomorrow, I'll watch her train again, push her limits, ensure she remains strong, and I'll guard the boundary between necessity and something dangerously close to care. Because no matter how impressed I am by her progress, no matter how much I admire her spirit, the truth remains. I am a prince of a predatory house. If she falters, I cannot afford to let sympathy rule me, even if that sympathy has begun to feel alarmingly real.
Chapter 7. Valeria. I pace across a polished marble floor in one of House Dreven's lesser-used training chambers, struggling not to fret about the small details of my posture or expression. 3 weeks have passed since Valorian first mentioned I'd be heading into the Dark Elf courts as his spy, and every day since has been an unforgiving drill in espionage, court etiquette, and survival skills. In that short span, my life has settled into a curious routine, if you can call it that. I rise before dawn to meet Helrath or one of his assistants for combat training, where I learn how to parry blows and, more importantly, evade them. After breakfast, I bury myself in the library, devouring tomes on Dark Elf family trees, intricate caste structures, and the lethal politics they wield like a collective blade. Afternoons bring infiltration exercises where I'm tasked with weaving lies so convincingly that even I start to believe them. My evenings alternate between more reading, more sparring, or, on rarer occasions, carefully staged practice missions around the fortress. That's how I find myself now, part of an elaborate mock exercise arranged by Valorian. He's posted 6 House Draven guards throughout this training hall, disguised as Dark Elf aristocrats. My goal: move among them, gather specific bits of information, and leave undetected. Of course, I have to complete it while wearing a flowing gown that drags on the floor. Dark elves in high society rarely miss a chance to flaunt wealth, and that means skillfully handling impractical attire. A guard playing the role of a haughty Chivduyu musician strides by me, nose in the air. I dip into a brief curtsy, careful not to trip over the trailing hem of my borrowed dress. The guard sneers, but otherwise ignores me. My heart thumps, reminding me that if this were real, I'd be in the heart of a dark elf gathering, each word or gesture a potential trap. I drift toward a cluster of 2 more aristocrats perched near an archway. My posture reflects subservience, an ingratiating bend to my shoulders, but I keep my ears open, catching faint bits of gossip about Lord Valorian's questionable alliances and unrest brewing in the merchant caste. None of it's real, just fragments conjured for this scenario, but I treat it as though my life depends on it. When one aristocrat turns, I slip in with a polite cough. "Apologies, my lords," I say, injecting the precise mixture of humility and confidence that a highly prized servant might use. "My master is curious to know whether the next event at the palace has been postponed." They glance at me, skepticism radiating from them. I freeze inside, mindful of the fact that a real dark elf might lash me for daring to speak unbidden. Yet this is the role Valorian has hammered into me. I'm no longer a cowering thrall. I'm a cunning asset with a light veneer of subservience. One guard playing the role of a minor noble sneers. The event moved to next week, thanks to certain indiscretions. Now, away with you, girl. I've no time for your prattle. I duck my head in a show of meekness. Thank you, my lord. As soon as they turn away, I drift off, heart racing. I got the nugget of gossip I needed. That's all the scenario demanded. Next, I'm supposed to exit the training hall. So I move carefully, hugging the walls, employing the techniques Valorian taught me, blending with the background, adopting the posture of someone who belongs yet is beneath notice. I round a corner, nearly colliding with another aristocrat, but he strides past without pausing, too absorbed in his role to notice me. My pulse spikes. If I can just reach the side door, I'll have pulled it off perfectly. Suddenly, Valorian steps from the shadows near the door, arms folded, black eyes assessing. I startle, nearly stumbling, but I force my expression to remain impassive. He doesn't speak. Instead, he tilts his head, silently asking me to proceed. I inhale, adopting the serene mask I've practiced. One measured step after another, I make for the exit. 2 guards catch sight of me, but their gazes slip away as soon as they decide I'm unimportant. My heart thumps in victory, and I press forward until I clear the threshold into the corridor beyond. Once I'm out, my composure cracks. A grin sneaks onto my face, and I gasp with relief. Valorian joins me, his stride soundless. He closes the door behind us, signalling the end of this mock infiltration. "Well done," he says, voice low. My shoulders slump, tension draining. I really had to fight the urge to run. He cocks a brow. Running would have drawn attention. You're finally learning. A flicker of pride warms me. His praise is rare, brief, understated, but deeply satisfying. Thank you. Valorian's eyes roam over my gown, taking in the swirl of deep purple satin and the lace trim that clings to my arms. You handled that dress better than I anticipated. Half the dark elf aristocracy uses their elaborate attire to test others' social awareness. One misstep, and you're pegged as an outsider. I blow out a breath. I guess this means I've passed the test. He nods, expression still guarded. This exercise, yes, but there will be more, and eventually, the real thing. The mention of infiltrating the genuine dark elf courts sends a cold flutter through my stomach, but I push it aside. I've known for weeks that this is my path. I have no intention of backing down. Still, as we walk through the fortress corridor, I can't help noticing the subtle tension between us, like a current humming just beneath the surface. For the last 3 weeks, we've maintained a strictly professional distance, me, the determined human operative, him, the Vrakken prince with lethal grace. But that distance has its cracks. When he draws near, or offers a rare, fleeting smile, I feel it in my chest, an ache of something deeper than gratitude. We approach a small alcove, and I slow to a halt, my mind buzzing with leftover adrenaline. "Valorian," I begin, hesitating. "Thank you for letting me train so extensively. I know you don't have to put so much effort into this." He turns, wings rustling against his long coat. "I do, actually. If you fail, House Draven suffers. We can't allow that." There's a pragmatic chill to his words, but I sense an undercurrent that he's not voicing, something that surpasses mere strategy. Despite everything, I choose not to press. I let a faint smile tilt my lips. "Well, you're giving me a fighting chance." His gaze lingers on my mouth, then flicks away. "You've earned it." My heart kicks. The tension is undeniable now, a thread pulled taut between us. I'm about to say something else when a door to our right opens, revealing Helrath stepping into the corridor. He spots us and quirks an eyebrow. "Another infiltration success, I assume," he drawls, raking a hand through his short, silvery hair. Valorian shifts, the moment broken. "Yes, she did well." Helrath snorts as if grudgingly impressed. "Good, because I have her scheduled for an advanced sparring session in the courtyard tomorrow, this time with real steel." I grimace. "Real steel?" He crosses his arms, scar bisecting his throat. "You think dark elves will fight you with wooden swords? You'd better get used to it." The prospect sets me on edge, but I mask my unease. "All right, I'll be ready." Helrath nods once, then addresses Valorian. "Matriarch Brinda asked for your presence after you're done here. Something about a supply deal." Valorian's jaw tenses. "I'll see to it." With that, Helrath strides off, leaving us alone again. I glance at Valorian, who looks mildly annoyed. "Your mother?" I ask quietly. "She's always seeking updates on house affairs." He lifts a shoulder in a faint shrug, though frustration bleeds into his posture. "She'll want a report on your progress soon too." A chill prickles over my skin. "You think she doubts me?" He exhales a short breath. "She doubts everyone. but so far I believe she's content with your training. I bite my lip, unsettled by the idea of facing Brinda's scrutiny again. The last time we crossed paths, she eyed me like a curious specimen. Yet if I'm to remain in House Draven's favour, I have no choice but to meet her standards. Valorian motions down the corridor. Go change out of that gown. We'll discuss your next infiltration lesson tonight. I nod, departing with quiet footsteps. Even as I leave, I can still feel his gaze tracking my form. My face heats at the thought. 3 weeks later. Time compresses into a whirlwind of training, infiltration drills, and half a dozen mock missions that Valorian arranges throughout the fortress. By the end of each day, my muscles scream for mercy, and my mind feels crammed with dark elf genealogies, magical runes for illusions, and the unspoken rules of high society. Valorian is everywhere, my silent shadow, or perhaps I'm his. He observes every sparring match, every infiltration attempt, every language lesson. When I slip into the library after an exhausting day, he appears among the shelves, offering an obscure text on dark elf dialect. He never intrudes on my personal quarters without announcement, but I sense his presence in the hallways, lingering just out of sight. And that tension between us. It's grown into a taut wire, vibrating with unspoken intensity. A brush of hands during training, a too long stare across a table, a split second when I catch him looking at me before he schools his features back into neutrality. Some nights, I can't sleep because my mind replays the brush of his wing against my shoulder, a fleeting touch that sets my pulse skittering. But we keep our distance, physically and emotionally. He's my superior, my trainer, my borderline captor, and I'm the operative whose success is vital to his plans. There's no place for indulgence. That's what I tell myself anyway. Late afternoon, training courtyard. It's a crisp day, the sky overhead a pale blue tinted with the threat of oncoming dusk. I'm in the courtyard, wearing a sleeveless tunic and light trousers, my arms bare except for wrappings over my forearms. I've just finished a grueling session with Helrath, and my lungs burn from the exertion of dodging real steel. The clang of swords still echoes in my ears. Helrath dismisses me with a grunt, and I slump against the courtyard's stone wall, sweat cooling on my skin. A handful of house-driven soldiers pass by, giving me curious glances before returning to their routines. I close my eyes, taking a moment to steady my breath. My entire body aches. Every muscle feels like a coiled spring that's been overextended. Still, I can't deny I'm better now. Faster, more precise. The memories of flailing helplessly in the courts fade a little more every day. A faint noise, barely a breath, alerts me to Valorian's approach. I open my eyes to see him rounding the corner, his black hair loose around his shoulders, wings tucked neatly behind him. He's wearing fitted leathers, understated but clearly expensive. "You look half dead," he says, but there's a flicker of concern beneath his usual calm tone. I push off the wall, wiping my brow. "I'll survive." He cocks his head. "It's nearly evening. You could rest." I glance at the practice swords racked nearby. My stubborn pride refuses to yield. I want to run a few more drills. I need to refine my parry. I keep letting Helrath slip through my guard. Valorian steps closer, blocking my access to the rack. "There's such a thing as pushing too far. Helrath said you nearly got cut today." I bristle, glaring up at him. Better now than in the real mission, right? His lips thin. "It won't help if you enter the mission already battered." A lump forms in my throat. The intensity in his eyes unsettles me, as if he's waging an internal battle between caution and the drive to hone me into an unbreakable blade. My heart thuds. Is his concern purely strategic, or is there something else stirring beneath the surface? I mutter, "I'm not made of glass." He exhales, "I know." Silence stretches. I notice the lines of his shoulders, the faint ripple of tension in his arms, Our proximity draws attention. 1 or 2 passing soldiers glance our way, but Valorian pays them no mind. "Let me help," he says finally, voice lowered. I blink. "Help? With a few more drills?" He nods. "Just you and me, no Hellwrath. We'll go at a pace that won't tear you apart, but I can correct your parry technique better than most." A swirl of surprise and an odd delight sweeps through me. "You'd do that?" He huffs a soft laugh, barely more than a breath. "Are you forgetting I'm the one who orchestrated all this training?" Heat warms my cheeks, and I step around him to retrieve a wooden practice sword. My muscles protest the motion, but I clench my teeth. He moves to the rack as well, selecting a sword for himself, a longer style with a slender blade. We claim a rough circle in the courtyard, the late sun slanting across the flagstones. My heart pounds in anticipation, though part of me doubts I can endure another hour of sparring. But the promise of Valorian's direct tutelage spurs me on. He takes position opposite me, adjusting his grip. "Show me your stance," he orders. I comply, muscles humming with fatigue. He inspects me critically. Angle of knees, tilt of shoulders, distribution of weight. Then he steps behind me, carefully placing one hand on my waist and the other on my wrist to adjust my posture. The contact sends a jolt through my system, awareness that has nothing to do with training. My breath catches. He's so close I can feel the faint brush of his wing against my back. I swallow hard, fighting the stir of longing I've tried to bury for weeks. This is a lesson, nothing more. He murmurs, "Relax your arm. Stiffen only when you meet the blade." I nod, exhaling. He steps back around to face me, and something in his expression flickers, like he's as aware of that physical closeness as I am. "Ready?" he asks, voice slightly hoarser. "Yes," I manage. He lunges with a smooth, controlled motion, the wooden sword angled toward my side. I move to parry, but my timing is off. Our blades meet with a crack, and I stumble. Valorian doesn't deliver a finishing blow. Instead he waits, eyes intent. "Too slow," he critiques gently. Again. We reset. He lunges, I parry. This time I manage to deflect in time, though the force of his attack jars my arms. My stance wavers, and he steps forward, forcing me to retreat. My feet shuffle, the courtyard spinning around us. "Good," he says. "Keep your elbow in." I obey, adjusting. We trade slow blows, each carefully calculated. Despite the methodical pace, the practice brims with tension, both from the combat dynamic and the heightened awareness thrumming between us. Half an hour passes in a blur of parries, thrusts, corrections. Sweat beads on my forehead, and my arms tremble from exertion. Valorian eventually halts, lowering his sword. "Enough," he says. "You're done for today." I exhale, shoulders sagging. Right. Yes. We stand there, breathing hard. The sun has dipped beyond the fortress walls, painting the sky in orange and pink. My pulse thrums, and I realise with startling clarity that I'm not just exhausted. I'm on edge with a different kind of energy. Valorian's gaze sweeps over me. He opens his mouth, closes it, as though reconsidering whatever he was about to say. The moment feels charged, the hush broken only by distant clamour from the fortress. I break eye contact first, turning to place the wooden sword on a nearby bench. My heart pounds at my throat. Then, without warning, the tip of Valorian's practice blade glances across my shoulder, so light it's barely a touch. I spin, confusion flaring. "What?" He steps closer, eyes dark. "A final test. If an enemy circles behind you, can you respond?" My instincts, sharpened by weeks of training, override my exhaustion. I lunge, intending to disarm him, but he reads me easily, deflecting. The movement throws me off balance, and I stumble forward, straight into his chest. He drops his sword, gripping my arms to steady me. Heat flares between us. I catch the faint scent of leather and something uniquely his, an undertone of crisp night air, if night had a scent. My heart gallops. I look up, meeting those obsidian eyes that glimmer with some unspoken conflict. We stand pressed together, breathing hard in the dimming light. The impulse to pull away wars with the sudden, desperate urge to close the last fraction of space between us. Weeks of tension coil in my chest. He's so close I can see the faint lines around his eyes, the flicker of silver in their dark depths. My mind screams that this is dangerous, foolish. He's my trainer, my prince, my something. "Valeria," he says, voice raw. I can't speak. Instead, I lift a trembling hand to his shoulder. For an instant, we both freeze. Then, as though compelled by the same force, our mouths crash together in a fierce, bruising kiss. The courtyard, the fortress, the entire world falls away. All that exists is the press of his lips against mine, the taste of salt and adrenaline, the electric jolt that shoots through my limbs. I feel his hands tighten on my waist, pulling me closer, and my body arches into him with a hunger that surprises even me. Time slows. Every breath merges. Every brush of our lips or shift of our bodies intensifies the rushing in my ears. I'm drowning in sensation. His fangs graze my lower lip, a gentle reminder that he's not human, that he could hurt me if he wanted. The knowledge only heightens the thrill. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a voice warns me, "This is a mistake. You can't risk this." But the heat consumes that thought as swiftly as kindling in a blaze. I melt into him, lost in the desperate need that's built over weeks of careful restraint. He angles his head, deepening the kiss, and I gasp. My hands slide up around his neck, tangling in the inky strands of his hair. His wings shift behind him, rustling, enveloping us in partial shadow as though to shield this moment from prying eyes. We break apart only when we're both out of breath, foreheads resting against each other in the twilight. My chest heaves, and I catch the rapid stutter of his breath too. It's as if we've shattered some invisible barrier, and everything is new, uncharted. I can barely form words. Valorian. His name sounds intimate on my lips, and it sends another wave of warmth coursing through me. He half closes his eyes, expression torn between longing and alarm. "We shouldn't," he rasps, voice rough. "This." But neither of us moves away. Instead, I grip his coat, pulling him back to me. The next kiss is slower, lingering, and it holds a dangerous tenderness that makes my heart twist. Gods, what are we doing? He breaks the kiss again, resting his cheek against my temple. "We can't stay here," he murmurs. I shudder, the chilly evening air raising goosebumps on my skin. There's truth in his words. The courtyard is open to any passerby. Anyone could see, or worse, report us to his mother. A thread of panic knits through the haze of desire. "Come on," he says, voice low. "Your suite is nearby. We can talk there." The hesitation in his tone is palpable, as if he's not sure talk is the right word. I nod mutely, too overwhelmed to argue. He releases me, bending quickly to retrieve our practice swords. Then he offers me one, handling it like a mere prop. Hand in hand, we slip through a side gate into the corridor. The fortress interior is dim, lit by sporadic torches. My mind buzzes with each step. He holds my wrist lightly, a protective yet urgent contact. I watch the way his wings fold tight to his back, as if he's shielding me from any unexpected onlooker. We reach my suite's door, and I fumble with the key. My nerves tangle. The moment we're inside, I set aside the sword and whirl to face him. The hush in the room engulfs us, the only light coming from a single lamp I'd left burning. He stands by the door, gaze locked on me, chest still rising and falling from the spar. My heart clenches at the sight. the lethal grace of his body, the intensity in his eyes. I cross the distance between us in 2 strides. We collide again, mouths seeking each other in a kiss that's somehow more frantic than before. His hands grip my waist, lifting me so my feet leave the floor for a second. A strangled sound escapes me, half protest, half desperation, because I still can't believe we've let this happen.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. He shifts, pressing a soft kiss to my temple before rolling onto his back. The air in the room feels cool against my overheated skin. I turn onto my side, watching him. His eyes remain closed, but tension creases his brow. "Valorian?" I say, voice barely above a whisper. He opens his eyes slowly. The swirl of regret, need, and something deeper in his gaze makes my heart clench. He lifts a hand to brush my cheek, and I lean into the touch, ignoring the voice in my head that warns this intimacy will complicate everything. "This was reckless," he murmurs. "I should have guarded my composure better." A sting of hurt pricks my chest, but I swallow it. "I'm not sorry," I admit. "Not about this." His eyes close again and his expression twists. Nor am I. That's the problem. I bite my lip, shifting closer so our bodies remain pressed together. My head rests on his shoulder, my leg draped over his. We lie in silence for a beat, as if neither of us knows what to do with this new territory we've stumbled into. Eventually, I gather enough courage to speak. "This changes things, doesn't it?" He exhales, a ragged sound. "It might. Our arrangement, my mother's scrutiny, your mission. We can't afford to let desire cloud our judgment." He's right, of course. A swirl of dread and euphoria tangles in my belly. We can't let this overshadow our objective. But right now, I don't want to think about politics or infiltration. I just want to cling to this fleeting moment, where I feel something other than fear or anger. I prop myself up on one elbow, brushing my fingertips across his jaw. "Then let's not think about the future. Just tonight." A corner of his mouth lifts in a bitter-sweet smile. He turns his head to press a gentle kiss to my knuckles. "For tonight." We lapse into another hush. Outside the window, night deepens, the moon rising over the fortress walls. I sense the weight of unspoken truths between us, but for once neither of us tries to fill the silence with empty words. Eventually he shifts, guiding me down so that my head nestles against his chest. He wraps an arm around me, wings rustling as though trying to shield us from the world. My body relaxes, lulled by the steady cadence of his heartbeat beneath my ear. I don't know what tomorrow will bring, perhaps regrets, or a harsher distance that neither of us can bridge. But as the final embers of adrenaline fade, I let my eyes drift shut, exhaustion overtaking me. In that small slice of time, I allow myself to believe we might share something other than our dangerous alliance. Because in Valorian's arms, with his breath stirring my hair, I feel safe in a way I never have. It's a fragile illusion, but for this moment I embrace it.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Prathika are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Prathika's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Greetings, Celestials. Before the story continues, a word from the gods of Prathika. The tale you're hearing now is an abridged version, not by choice. The full audiobook was too long to fit in the limited video length allowed by YouTube. Don't worry, we made sure to leave the chapters most crucial to the story. But if your soul craves the full saga, you can claim it at worldsofprothika.com. There, the full director's cut is waiting, and as a token for the inconvenience, it's offered at a discounted price. Use code YouTube30 for 30% off. Thank you for listening to Worlds of Prothika on YouTube, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the story. Chapter 9. Valeria. I hurry down a dim corridor draped with black velvet, lit by the flicker of crystal chandeliers overhead. My heart pounds hard enough to feel in my fingertips. The banquet hall is just ahead, my first real infiltration into dark elf society, outside the safety of House Draven's walls. For weeks, I've trained and schemed under Valorian's watchful eye. Now, I'm on my own, wearing the role of a human servant in Lord Marik's retinue. I pause to catch my breath, steeling myself. A far-off harp melody drifts from the chamber beyond, accompanied by the murmur of voices. The air here is thick with cloying perfumes and magical wards I can almost sense brushing against my skin. Dark elves love their illusions, their elaborate parties, and their webs of intrigue, exactly what I've come to exploit. Lifting a hand to smooth the bodice of my simple midnight blue gown, I remind myself, I'm a prized servant, newly purchased by Lord Marik, gifted with minor domestic skills. My official cover story. If anyone pries, that's what I'll say. A flicker of memory stirs, Valorian handing me the forged papers, telling me to memorize every detail. My chest constricts at the thought of him, and I force the feeling aside. This mission can't be clouded by personal entanglements. Gathering my courage, I step out into the banquet hall. The space unfolds before me like a scene from a fever dream. Vast marble floors inlaid with swirling silver filigree reflect candlelight from 100 chandeliers. Silk tapestries hang along the walls, depicting half-clothed dark elves conquering beasts and subjugating lesser races. My stomach roils at the sight. Clusters of dark elves stand or recline on low couches, sipping from engraved goblets. Their garments shimmer with arcane threads, some so opulent they hurt the eyes to behold. Soft music emanates from a trio of Chivduyu performers near the dais. I keep my head bowed just enough to avoid meeting any aristocrat's gaze. Stay unobtrusive but not cowed. Lordly servants have a measure of pride. That's what I've rehearsed. My nerves buzz, though, because this is no mere mock exercise. Everyone here is a predator, and one misstep could end in agony. A male attendant in sweeping black robes moves my way, a tray of goblets balanced on his palm. He regards me with indifference. "You new girl, help serve the wine. The main course will arrive soon." His tone demands obedience. Any real servant would comply without question. I dip my head. "Yes, sir." He extends the tray, and I accept it carefully. The goblets rattle slightly, betraying my tension, but I steady them with a practiced hand. Breathe. I slip into the role. Weaving through the crowd, I offer wine to the elites. Many ignore me, too absorbed in their sly conversations, but a few let their gazes linger on my form, eyes glinting with predatory curiosity. My pulse quickens, remembering Valorian's warnings. Some dark elves delight in toying with humans. I push the fear down and focus on listening. That's why I'm here, to glean rumours. Lord Marek told me the talk tonight might revolve around new alliances or shady deals. House Draven suspects certain dark elf families are testing arcane experiments on captured Vrakken. If that's true, it could spark a massive conflict. I sidle closer to a pair of dark elf nobles lounging on a divan. Their conversation is subdued, but my heightened senses catch bits and pieces, murmured words about vampire filth and using them like cattle. My teeth clench. They're definitely talking about Vrakken. I bend, offering them wine. One female noble, her violet eyes rimmed in kohl, glances at me in disdain. She flicks her wrist, waving me away. The other, a tall male with long silver hair, continues in a whisper. Extracted the essence. The test subjects didn't last long, but the power... He trails off when he realises I'm still there, though my posture is suitably humble. He snarls a silent command for me to leave. Heart pounding, I move on, but my mind churns. They're experimenting on living Vrakken. Extracted the essence? That can't be good. I deliver goblets to a group near the dais, 3 dark elves in embroidered finery, speaking animatedly. My heightened hearing picks out phrases like rebel forces, other orc clans, and new weapon. I store that away, feigning obliviousness. My senses have grown sharper lately. Even above the din, I can pinpoint footsteps behind me, sense the hush of a concealed side door opening. At another table, I catch a whiff of something coppery. Blood. My pulse surges. Is that normal? I never used to detect such subtle scents before. Biting back anxiety, I make sure my expression remains placid. Helrath did warn me, stress can trigger unusual responses. Valorian noted my reflexes speeding up during training. But in the thick of a real dark elf gathering? This is not the time to lose control. I circulate the hall, continuing to serve wine until I reach a tall archway leading to an antechamber. Lord Marek stands there, speaking with a cluster of lesser nobles. He catches my eye, raising a finger in a brief signal. He must want me to gather more details. I incline my head slightly, stepping deeper into the crowd. My goal is to find any direct confirmation that these experiments involve capturing Vrakken en masse. House Draven needs concrete intel to act. Towards the centre of the banquet, I see a distinctive figure, tall, robed in layered crimson. He's flanked by 2 servants. The hush around him suggests high status, maybe even someone close to the monarchy. If he's talking about these rumoured experiments, it could be crucial. I drift in his direction, eavesdropping with carefully timed passes. They say the next batch arrives next week, he murmurs to a companion. Carefully handled, no sunlight exposure, must keep them in prime condition for the ritual. His companion hums in assent. Yes, Lord Zathian's plan proceeds smoothly. Once the essences are distilled, we'll see if the dark elves can harness them for our own spells. My blood runs cold. Lord Zathian, that name Valorian mentioned as a potential threat. This is exactly the intel we need. They're capturing Vrakken, transporting them to some secret facility, distilling essences. My stomach turns at the thought. They fall silent when a gaggle of courtiers approaches, so I slip away, mind racing. This is bigger than we feared. If Zathian succeeds, he might create a new form of magic lethal enough to topple House Draven's precarious hold on power. Moving across the hall, I nearly collide with a dark elf guard. He scowls, pushing me aside. I force an apologetic murmur, remembering my place. My heightened senses prickle again. This time I smell something earthy and metallic on him. More blood. Are they storing captured Vrakken here? I decide to venture farther than planned, following the guard discreetly. He steps through a side door, leading to a corridor lit by faint, shifting illusions. The banquet noise fades behind me. My pulse quickens. This is risky, but if there's evidence of captives on site, it's worth investigating. I slip along the corridor's edge, hugging the wall. The guard pauses at an unmarked door, rapping in a sequence. The door opens a crack, a pair of narrowed eyes peering out. The guard mutters something inaudible, then is admitted. Seconds later, the door closes. The lock clicks. I can't see inside, but a whiff of that same copper tang emanates from beneath the door. Fresh blood. My heart hammers. This place is dangerous. Maybe they're storing a wounded Vrakken behind that door. My instincts scream to flee. Get out. Deliver your findings to Valeria. But part of me can't bear leaving without a quick peek. If I can confirm there's a living captive here, I'll bring back undeniable proof. House Draven could escalate. Carefully, I crouch and press an ear to the door. My enhanced hearing picks up faint moans, a wet, shuffling sound. My stomach churns, imagining the horrors on the other side. This is real. Fear prickles at the base of my spine. Another voice inside me insists, "You can't do anything for them alone. You'll blow your cover." Reluctantly, I inch away, swallowing the urge to help. I'm no hero. I'm a spy, and the best chance for rescuing them is to inform House Draven. With one final glance at the sealed door, I retreat down the corridor. My steps are swift but quiet, each footfall measured so as not to attract attention. Re-entering the main banquet hall feels like stepping back into a gaudy nightmare. Music, laughter, and the stench of arrogance. My adrenaline still spikes from what I overheard. My body hums with a hyper-awareness that's almost dizzying. The rustle of silk, the clink of crystal goblets, the swirl of perfume. It all overwhelms me. Calm down, I admonish myself. If I draw attention now, I could jeopardize everything. A wave of nausea hits, and I grip a nearby pillar. My senses are too sharp. I can detect the heartbeat of a noblewoman 10 feet away. That shouldn't be possible. Gritting my teeth, I force myself to breathe slowly. Helrath's training echoes in my mind. When overstimulated, ground yourself. Focus on a single concrete detail. I concentrate on the smooth marble under my palm, letting its cool texture anchor me. Slowly, the rush of sensations dulls to a manageable level. No one notices my brief lapse, thank the gods. I resume my role, crossing the floor as if I'm simply a servant fulfilling my duties. Lord Marik's retinue is gathered near an ornate side table. I spot him in conversation with a pair of dark elves. Approaching, I incline my head. "My lord," I say softly. He excuses himself from the conversation, stepping aside with me. Under the guise of handing him a fresh goblet, I murmur, "I have news. Important." His gaze flicks over my face, noting the urgency. "We should step outside for air," he announces, loud enough for others to hear. To them, it seems he's bored or wants a change of scenery. We exit onto a small balcony overlooking a courtyard. The night air is crisp, a relief after the oppressive heat of the banquet hall. 2 of Marik's personal guards stand nearby, discreet but watchful. He waves them off. "What is it?" Marik demands in a low voice, leaning close so others won't overhear. I recount what I've discovered, references to an upcoming batch of Vrakken, essence extraction, Lord Zathian's involvement, and the locked room where I suspect a captive might be. Marik's jaw tightens. "That's dire," he mutters. "This banquet is more than a simple gathering. It's a cover for these monsters to discuss furthering their experiments." I nod, swallowing hard. We need to get word to House Draven fast. Valeria must know. Marek studies me. You've done well, Valeria, but be cautious. If they suspect you learned too much, they won't hesitate to end you. The mention of my name and Valorian in the same breath sends a sharp pang through my chest. I bury it, nodding. I'm leaving as soon as I can, another hour perhaps to avoid suspicion. He agrees, placing a hand on my shoulder in a rare gesture of camaraderie. Go, I'll linger to keep up appearances. Returning inside, I make sure not to rush. A hasty exit might draw attention. Instead, I resume serving tasks, dropping a polite curtsy here, a murmured apology there. My mind swirls with worry for the captive Vrakken behind that locked door, and anger at how the dark elves treat them like lab specimens. Eventually, the banquet's momentum shifts. Some nobles drift to private chambers, others dance in slow, sensuous patterns under illusions of starlight conjured by hired spellcasters. I slip away quietly, turning over my tray to another servant with an excuse about fetching something from the carriage. Outside, the courtyard is bathed in moonlight. I breathe easier, though the tension remains. My heightened senses are still humming, making the nighttime smells. Cool stone, distant flowers, lingering torch smoke, alarmingly vivid. At the far corner of the courtyard, a small stable yard houses the carriages belonging to various guests. I spot the modest one Lord Marek loaned me. It's parked near a cluster of grander vehicles, each lacquered in dark colours and bearing the sigils of prominent families. I hurry to the driver, who's dozing on a bench. He startles awake. We leaving already? Yes, I whisper, checking our surroundings. No one else is near. I have what I need. We depart now, quietly. He nods, hurrying to hitch the horses. Within minutes we're trotting out of the estate's gates. My heart thunders until the guard tower is out of sight. The night beyond stretches wide, an open road lit by pale moonbeams. I did it. I have the intel. But my uneasy mind can't forget the locked door, the muffled moans. Hold on, I tell myself. Valorian will know what to do. We'll stop this. The carriage ride back to the agreed rendezvous is long, almost 2 days. During the journey, my heightened senses continue to plague me. I pick up the driver's hushed snores through the partition, smell the horse's sweat when we slow to rest, sense birds stirring in the trees before I can see them. It's overwhelming. More than once I recall Valorian's voice telling me to ground myself. I grip the seat, focusing on the grain of the wood under my fingertips. At last, we reach the designated meeting spot, an abandoned farmhouse near a river crossing. Lord Marek arranged this as a safe location for me to switch carriages. By the time I arrive, I'm exhausted and frayed, but relieved to see House Draven's riders waiting. They guide me back to the fortress with minimal rest stops. My mind spins with the knowledge I carry. By the time I glimpse the spires of House Draven rising against the horizon, my nerves are taut. I can't wait to share what I've learned with Valorian, though a knot of dread tugs at me. Our parting was strained. The fortress gates open. Vrakken guards peer at me with mild curiosity as I pass. I feel like a phantom, carrying the smell and tension of the dark elf banquet on my skin. A stable hand helps me dismount, and I slip into the interior halls, the clang of gates sealing behind me. I expect a formal reception, maybe a steward or Hellrath demanding a report. Instead, Valorian himself waits in the main foyer, leaning against a column. His eyes snap to me the instant I enter, dark irises reflecting a swirl of restrained emotion. Relief, perhaps, or anger. I swallow, stepping forward. I have news, I say, my voice rasping from travel. He nods curtly, posture rigid. My study. He turns on his heel, wings rustling beneath his coat. Without another word, he strides away. I follow, blood pounding. I want to grab him, to confirm he's real, that I'm safe. But we're in public view, and we both know better. We reach his study in tense silence. As fast as the door shuts behind us, he rounds on me. "You're back," he says, voice low, as if unsure how to begin. I exhale a shaky breath. Yes, and I have information, critical information. His gaze flickers over me, my dishevelled hair, the travel grime on my clothes. "You look exhausted. Sit, now." It's not a request. I sink into a chair by his desk, bracing my elbows on my knees. He remains standing, arms folded. "Talk," he orders. "What did you find?" I gather my thoughts, recounting everything. The overheard conversations about capturing Vrakken, essence extraction, Lord Zathian's involvement, even the locked door that suggested a captive on sight. Valorian's face darkens with each sentence. "This is worse than we suspected," he says, pacing behind his desk. "Zathian, he's not just dabbling, he's escalated to full-scale experimentation. If the Dark Elves harness that essence, they could craft spells that rival or surpass Vrakken magic." I nod, swallowing hard. They mentioned transporting more batches soon. They're also forging alliances with Orc clans. I heard references to a new weapon, possibly fueled by Vrakken blood. His wings flex against his back, a sign of agitation. That explains the renewed activity near our borders. For a moment, we let the gravity settle. I'm aware of his gaze sliding over my face again, concern flickering in the line of his jaw. "You did well," he finally says, voice softer. This intel could change everything. A wash of relief courses through me. I expected anger over the risk I took following that guard, but I only see a flicker of pride in his expression. "Thank you," I murmur, my shoulders relaxing slightly. There was more, though. My senses. He frowns. "Yes?" My hands clench in my lap. They're sharper, Valorian. I could smell blood through closed doors, hear footsteps from across the hall. It's like I'm stronger or more aware than I should be. His brow furrows. "We noticed some signs before you left, but it's growing stronger." I nod. It made infiltration easier, but it's unsettling. At times it was overwhelming. He presses a hand to his chin, contemplative. "We'll address it. Maybe Helrath's training can help you refine this ability, or perhaps a more discreet study of what you really are." I tense at the reminder of my unknown heritage. The possibility that I'm part Vrakken, even a tiny sliver, looms in my mind. We've never confirmed it, but these heightened senses feel like a clue. We fall into silence. My chest aches, wanting to reach out, to confide the confusion swirling inside me. But I sense Valorian's own turmoil. He's reverting to that cold shell, as if unsure how to handle the charged undercurrents between us. Finally, he steps around the desk, standing before me. He's close enough that I catch his scent, like night air over a deep lake. My pulse quickens, recalling our last real encounter. "Stop. We have bigger problems." "Valeria," he says quietly, "I'm calling a council with my mother and key advisors. We'll decide how to respond to Zathian's threat. Your testimony will be crucial." I nod, though my insides twist at the thought of facing Matriarch Brinda's scrutiny. "All right." He reaches for my hand, hesitates, then lets it drop to his side. "First, rest. You look like death warmed over." A relieved laugh escapes me, raw, tinged with lingering tension. I feel worse than I look. "Then take the evening to gather yourself. We'll meet tomorrow." I stand, legs trembling from the journey and the emotional weight. "Valorian," I say softly, "thank you for trusting me with this mission." A flicker of conflict crosses his face. "It wasn't trust," he mumbles, turning away. "It was necessity." But the way his shoulders tense makes me suspect that's not entirely true. He might pretend it's just strategy, but there's an undercurrent that pulses between us, one we've never fully discussed. I exit the study, 1,000 questions roiling in my mind. The fortress corridors feel both welcoming and suffocating after the dark elf banquet's hostility. Yet at least here, I'm not alone. Or am I? I reach my chambers, half hoping Valorian might follow. He doesn't. The door clicks shut behind me, and I'm left with silence. My new suite remains as luxurious as the day he assigned it, though it feels emptier now. Exhaustion crushes me. I slump against the wall, sliding down until I'm sitting on the floor, knees drawn up. The intel I brought back could shift the balance of power between Vrakken and dark elves. So why do I feel like I'm missing something? My heightened senses stir, picking up faint footsteps outside. Maybe a guard passing by. The noise disappears, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I recall the moaning behind that locked door at the banquet, the cruelty etched in the dark elf noble's words. We have to stop them. The concept is too large. I'm a single operative, and Valorian is locked in House Draven's endless political games. But if we don't act, innocents will suffer. Not just Vrakken, though they hold the brunt of these experiments, but eventually humans, orcs, or anyone the dark elves deem lesser. A wave of weariness hits. I drag myself upright, stumbling toward the washroom. Stripping off my travel-stained clothes, I sink into a shallow bath, letting warm water lap over sore muscles. Candlelight plays across the stone walls. At least I can wash off the banquet stench. Yet my mind refuses to quiet. Snatches of conversation about Zathian swirl, along with images of the locked door and my newfound clarity of hearing. Does Valorian suspect my lineage? He's never pushed me to confront it, but the tension in his eyes earlier suggests he knows something I don't. I submerge my shoulders, leaning back against the tub's edge. My heart twinges at the memory of him pacing in his study, how even beneath his icy facade, I sensed a flicker of relief that I returned unscathed. We haven't spoken about that night we shared, the moment we crossed the line. Now the wall between us feels higher than ever, though I can't deny the ache in my chest when I'm near him. Eventually, I finish bathing, wrap myself in a warm robe, and pad to the bed. I collapse onto the mattress, ignoring the finery around me. Sleep comes in fits, plagued by dreams of captive Vrakken and silver-haired elves chanting spells. Morning arrives with a muted glow through the tall windows. A summons from Valorian's steward awaits me. The matriarch's council convenes at midday. My stomach tightens, recalling how Brinda's gaze can strip someone bare with a glance. I dress carefully in House Draven's provided attire, dark trousers, a fitted tunic embroidered subtly with the crest. It marks me as one of Valorian's assets, though not an equal. Precisely the balance I must strike. In the corridor, Helrath intercepts me. He scans my face. "You survived the mission," he says gruffly. "Didn't think I'd see you again so soon." "Thanks for the vote of confidence," I mutter. He smirks. "I hear you found something worthwhile." I nod. More than we bargained for. The Dark Elves have ramped up their experiments. They're capturing Vrakken in larger numbers. His jaw tightens. Bastards! We walk together toward the council hall, passing columns carved with scenes of mythical battles. "Valorian asked me to report directly," I say. "Are you joining us?" Helrath shakes his head. "The matriarch keeps the circle small. I'm just a weapons master, not a strategist. Good luck, though." I push the double doors open into a long chamber illuminated by tall windows and hanging lanterns. A semicircle of seats stands at the far end, occupied by Brinda, Valorian, and 3 other high-ranking figures from House Draven. My pulse speeds. Brinda's gaze falls on me, cool and appraising. She's dressed in flowing black robes, hair coiled in a complex arrangement that suggests both elegance and power. Valorian stands at her right, expression unreadable. When I approach, he gives a barely perceptible nod. One of the councillors, a woman with a severe face and braided silver hair, motions me forward. You are Valeria, the operative Lord Valorian entrusted with infiltration. Speak your report. I bow slightly. My voice wavers at first, but steadies as I recount everything. The banquet's layout, the overheard plots to capture Vrakken for experimental magic, Zathian's name, the potential involvement of Orc raiders, and the locked room evidence. I keep it precise, echoing Valorian's earlier instructions, factual, concise, no personal details. Brinda's features remain impassive until I finish. Then she exhales. Zathian's ambitions threaten our hold on the surface. If the Dark Elves master a new form of blood magic, we risk losing our strategic advantage. One counsellor, a tall male with pale hair, grimaces. Do we have enough proof to confront them openly? Valorian folds his arms. Not yet. But we can't let them continue. We need more concrete evidence or to intercept one of their transport convoys. If we seize actual captives, we'll have irrefutable proof. Brinda narrows her eyes at me. You performed adequately, human, but your testimony alone isn't sufficient for an attack. A spike of irritation flares. Adequately. I mask it, bowing in acknowledgement. Understood, matriarch. She flicks her gaze to Valorian. We proceed with caution. Prepare a strategy to intercept Zathian's next shipment of Vrakken. You have 1 week to finalise a plan. Then we act. He inclines his head. Yes, matriarch. The council swiftly moves to other topics. Supply lines, Orc alliances. My role is done, so I step back, letting the conversation wash over me. Valorian occasionally glances my way, an unreadable tightness in his jaw. When Brinda dismisses the meeting, Valorian motions for me to follow him outside. We walk down a side corridor lined with stained glass windows. Light filters in, casting motley patterns on the stone floor. My nerves hum with leftover adrenaline from addressing the council. Valorian halts near a carved alcove, turning to face me. His wings shift, and his voice is subdued. Brinda doesn't trust your intel alone, but she's concerned enough to act. That's more than I expected. I nod, trying to read his expression. So we plan an ambush? Or an interception? He nods. Precisely. If we capture even one dark elf transport carrying a live Vrakken prisoner, the entire game changes. But it'll be dangerous. A beat of silence. My body tenses, wanting to offer my help, but I recall how these operations often demand stealth far beyond infiltration. He looks troubled, gaze flicking to the colour-splotched floor. You did well, he repeats softly, echoing his words from earlier in his study. He opens his mouth, closes it, then finally mutters, Are you unharmed? The question catches me off guard. I sense he's not just asking about physical wounds. My cheeks warm. I'm fine physically, but the things I saw, overheard, they were... He lifts a hand as though to comfort me, but lets it drop. Dark elf cruelty. I understand. I bite my lip. I hesitate, uncertain how to address the unresolved tension between us. We haven't spoken about that night. His features tense. No, we haven't. Blood rushes to my ears. I'm not demanding anything, but I need to know if it changes how we work together. He closes his eyes briefly. It doesn't. We can't let it. We have a war to prepare for, or at least a preemptive strike. My heart sinks at the coldness in his tone, but I remind myself it's for the best. He's right. We can't let desire overshadow this mission. Of course, I say, stepping back. I'm ready to do whatever it takes to stop Zathian. I'll follow your lead. Valorian dips his head in acknowledgement. We'll talk soon. I have meetings with Brinda and the generals. In the meantime, rest, and keep those heightened senses in check if you can. Hellwrath will help if needed. I swallow. All right. He lingers for a second, as if torn, then turns on his heel and strides away. I watch him go, an ache settling in my chest. This is how it must be, I tell myself, yet it doesn't make the sting any less real. Over the next few days, House Draven buzzes with activity. Valorian and his advisors strategize relentlessly, drafting possible plans to ambush Zathian's transport. I hear rumours in the corridors about troop deployments, magical wards, even collaborations with a few disgruntled orc tribes. Tension seeps through every hall, every conversation. Occasionally, I see Valorian from afar, his posture rigid as he confers with stewards or scribes. Our eyes meet once or twice, a silent acknowledgement passing between us. We're both weighed down by secrets. Meanwhile, Helrath throws me back into intense drills. My heightened senses remain a double-edged sword, useful for reflexes but draining. Some days, I manage to keep them in check. Other days, a soldier's cut finger from across the training yard overwhelms me with the smell of blood. One afternoon, while I practiced dagger techniques with Helrath, I accidentally dodged too far, slamming into the courtyard wall. My vision swims, a flood of stimuli. My own heartbeat, Helrath's ragged breath, the clang of swords from across the yard. "Focus!" Helrath growls, tossing me a water skin. I gulp water, panting. "I'm trying." He studies me. "You're pushing yourself too hard. If you need a break, say it." I shake my head. I can't afford breaks. A flash of respect crosses his scarred face. "Suit yourself." We resume sparring, but my mind drifts to the looming mission, knowing that soon Valorian might send me on another infiltration or have me stationed at the ambush site. The stakes are higher than ever. If the Dark Elves weaponize Vrakken essence, House Draven's precarious hold could collapse. Late on the third evening after my return, I receive a note from Valorian's steward, delivered by a breathless runner. "Valeria, come to his private study at once." Something about the tight scrawl suggests urgency. I hurry there, nearly colliding with a pair of soldiers in the corridor. My heart thumps. Did new intel arrive? Another Dark Elf banquet to crash? Or maybe Zathian made a move. Valorian's study door stands ajar. I slip inside. He's alone, perched on the edge of his desk, wings partially unfurled in agitation. Maps and scrolls clutter every surface, candles flickering to cast dancing shadows on the walls. "What happened?" I ask, breath quick from jogging. He rakes a hand through his hair. "We intercepted a coded message. Zathian's next shipment leaves in 4 days. We have a location, near a mountain pass." My pulse jumps. "So we can stage an ambush?" He nods, jaw tight. "Yes, but we need people on the inside. We must confirm the cargo before we strike, ensure we're hitting the right caravan. I'm organising a small infiltration team. I need you with them." Surprise mingles with excitement and dread. "You're trusting me in a direct assault?" His eyes flash. "We can't rely on untested scouts to identify these captives. You know the signs to look for: warding spells, illusions, how they might conceal the Vrakken. You'll signal us when you're certain." I swallow. "That's dangerous. If something goes wrong, I might be caught in the crossfire." He exhales. "I know, but this is the only way to secure proof." Silence falls. He's offering me a pivotal role in House Draven's move against Zathian. Despite the risk, a surge of fierce pride swells in me. He believes I'm capable. I step closer, resting a hand on the desk beside him. Our proximity crackles with tension. "I'll do it, whatever you need." He shifts, gaze flicking to my hand. For a second, it feels like we're back in that heated moment, but the urgency of the situation weighs too heavily. "Thank you," he says, voice rough. "I'll finalise the plan by dawn. We leave tomorrow night." Tomorrow night. My breath catches. "So soon?" He nods. "Yes, the council agreed we can't delay." I straighten. "I'll prepare." We hover in that tight space, the unspoken turmoil between us pressing in. Eventually, he draws in a slow breath. Be careful. You're too valuable to lose in some ill-conceived ambush. My cheeks flush. I will. His wings shift, brushing the side of my arm, and an electric jolt zips through me. We both freeze, locked in each other's stares. I half expect him to pull away, but he doesn't. Valeria, he begins, tone conflicted. A storm of emotions swirls in my chest, longing, frustration, determination. I know, I whisper. We have bigger things to handle. He closes his eyes briefly. When he opens them, they're cool again. Yes. I leave, heart pounding, with the sense that everything is building to a flashpoint. Tomorrow we prepare to face Zathian's transport, and if we fail, House Draven could lose its last advantage. Back in my suite, I collapse onto the bed fully clothed. My mind spins with possibilities, the dark elves capturing more Vrakken to fuel horrifying magic, the fate of those trapped behind locked doors. If we succeed in intercepting them, we could save lives and unravel Zathian's plot. I think of Valorian, the flicker of concern in his voice, how he tries so hard to remain distant. My heart twists. We're both caught in something bigger than ourselves. Romance, desire, these are luxuries overshadowed by looming war. Yet I can't deny how my pulse races at the thought of him risking his life in the coming ambush. You can't lose focus, I scold myself. The mission must come first. But the fear of something happening to him gnaws at me like a silent predator. Taking a steadying breath, I remind myself. I chose this path. I wanted to be more than a powerless thrall. Now I'm integral to House Draven's next move. The stakes couldn't be higher. I sit up, rummaging through a chest near the bed. Pulling out my infiltration gear, I check each piece. A snug black tunic, flexible pants, a small dagger strapped to my thigh. I also find the coded documents Valorian gave me weeks ago, containing intel on dark elf illusions. Every advantage counts. When I'm done, exhaustion envelops me. I lie down, hoping for a few hours of sleep. The fortress is quiet, except for distant patrols. My body is tired, but my mind conjures images of the locked door and the pained moans behind it. Eventually I drift off, clutching the memory of Valorian's half-whispered caution like a talisman. Be careful, he said. You're too valuable to lose. Those words haunt me with warmth and fear in equal measure. Tomorrow might decide the fate of House Draven, and maybe our own fragile connection. And despite my exhaustion, I feel strangely alive, tangled in a dance of power and desire, ready to face the storm that Zathian's experiments have unleashed.
Chapter 10. Valorian. I stand at the grand reception chamber, watching the gathering unfold with meticulously contained tension. House Draven seldom hosts anything this opulent. My mother typically disdains pageantry, but tonight is different. After our recent discoveries about the Dark Elves' experiments and Xathian's looming threat, she's decided to rally Vrakken allies, hence this lavish feast, to impress potential supporters, to posture, to strategize. I taste the undercurrent of magic in the air, spells of glamour that highlight the tapestries, illusions that dim imperfections in the centuries-old walls, subtle lighting charms that create pools of ethereal glow. My senses pick up the press of bodies, all of them Vrakken except a handful of favored human servants, the flick of wings, the scrape of leather shoes on the polished floors, the murmuring swirl of voices discussing dark elf aggression or the latest rumor about harvesting essence. And then there's Valeria. She stands near a table of refreshments, wearing a sleek black dress that accentuates her form with understated elegance. Her hair is pinned back, bearing the graceful slope of her neck. Foolishly tempting, I think, a surge of protective anger twisting my gut. She's disguised as one of House Draven's official retainers, in the sense that no one questions her presence, Yet every time a visiting Vrakken passes too close, I feel my muscles tense. She came back from that dark elf banquet with vital intel. Now that we're planning an ambush on Xathian's next transport, my mother insisted on hosting this gathering, partly to finalize alliances, partly as a show of strength. Valeria's role is mostly to observe, glean any final scraps of intelligence from passing chatter. We need to confirm if other Vrakken houses suspect our plans, or if they've caught wind of Xathian's rumored attempt to replicate our magic. If anyone pries into her identity, we'll wave them off with vague references to her infiltration role. That means she's vulnerable, my infiltration operative, standing alone in a crowd of predators who see humans as living snacks at best. Telling her to remain behind would have raised eyebrows, especially from my mother. I insisted Helroth station guards, but Vrakken gatherings are notorious for their fluid approach to personal boundaries. She's safer near me, except being near me invites questions about why I guard a human so closely. I exhale, forcing calm. This entire event brims with potential dangers, but as Prince of House Draven, I can't show fear. My black coat is tailored close to my body, wing slits fitted seamlessly. My hair falls straight around my shoulders, and I've chosen minimal silver adornments, letting the presence of my wings speak for my station. I could fool others into believing I'm entirely at ease, but inside, my nerves coil tight. A low chuckle sounds behind me, and I turn to find Lyrith, a middle-aged Vrakken noble from a distant branch of House Draven, approaching with a self-assured stride. His black hair, tied back at the nape, reveals a face sharpened by centuries. He dips his head in greeting. "Valorian," he drawls, eyes glimmering with curiosity. "Your mother's truly gone all out for this affair." "Indeed," I reply coolly, scanning the crowd. "We rarely gather so many allied families in one chamber. Times are dire." He arches a brow. "Worried about Dark Elf meddling?" When I don't immediately respond, he follows my line of sight directly toward Valeria. A knowing smirk curls on his lips. "That your new pet, or is she a meal?" My jaw tightens. "She's an operative. Don't even think about—" "Relax, cousin." Lyrith lifts a hand, chuckling. "I'd not step on your turf. She's yours, I take it." I restrain a scowl. If only it were that simple. "She belongs to House Draven," I say, intentionally keeping the answer vague. Lyrith hums. "Huh. One of the better-looking humans I've seen around. But if she's an operative, I'll keep my distance. You do know some of the younger nobles might press her for amusements if she's unclaimed." "I'll handle it," I say, suppressing my impatience. "Go, enjoy yourself. I'm sure my mother's private wine selection is worth your time." Lyrith grins, salutes with 2 fingers, and saunters off. The conversation leaves a bitter taste. Of course they view her as fair game. My mother's gathering is meant to unify us, but it also draws out every lesser Vrakken from the woodwork, each with a thirst for novelty. Valeria is far too novel in a place like this. I glide through the crowd, acknowledging nods and half-bows from various attendees. Strings and flutes mingle in a haunting melody from a small ensemble near the dais. My mother is at the far side, entertaining a prominent matriarch from a neighboring house, no doubt exchanging barbed compliments. I scan the room for Helroth. He's perched near a column, arms folded, watchful. Good. If anything goes wrong, he can intervene. Finally, I near Valeria. She's speaking in low tones with a tall, wiry Vrakken wearing a burgundy cloak. Tension lines her posture, though she keeps her expression perfectly neutral. Good. She's learned well how to maintain composure. "Only hearing rumors," the Vrakken says, swirling a crimson beverage in a goblet. "Hard to confirm them, but if the Dark Elves truly aim to siphon Vrakken essence, we'd be wise to crush them swiftly." Valeria nods. "Of course. House Draven is gathering intelligence to ensure an effective response." He narrows his eyes. "And you speak for House Draven, do you?" His gaze slides over her with undisguised interest. Rather unusual for a human to speak so boldly. She doesn't flinch. "I serve them. Lord Valorian trusts me with information. He leans forward, fangs glinting. Trust, That's fascinating. My blood simmers. Before he can push further, I step behind him. Everything all right here? He whips around, mild surprise registering on his pale features. Prince Valorian. We were just discussing the dark elf threat. He flicks a glance at Valeria, smirking. Your operative has some interesting opinions. I fix him with a cool stare. She's well informed, that's all. If you'd like more details, speak to me directly. I will not let you corner her alone. He sniffs, inclining his head. Perhaps I will. Without further comment, he glides away, disappearing into the throng. Valeria exhales softly, letting her guard drop for a fraction. Thanks. I lower my voice. You handled it well. Did you learn anything new? She shakes her head. Just more references to Zathian. They all sense tension with the Dark Elves, but nothing concrete. I nod, scanning her expression. She's composed, yet I notice the slight tremor in her fingers, residual anxiety. The memory of that night, her body beneath mine, threatens to surface. Not now. Focus. Stay alert. Some of these newcomers are unpredictable. She dips her chin in acknowledgement. I will. You too. Our gazes lock, an unspoken current flares. Then, with a sharp breath, I tear my eyes away. I should make rounds. Find me if anything suspicious arises. She nods and I turn, walking off before I'm tempted to linger. I can't let personal feelings overshadow the mission. My wings give a slight twitch, betraying how on edge I feel. Even so, part of me longs to keep Valeria in my sight constantly. I drift through the crowd, exchanging greetings with half a dozen lesser lords and ladies. All the while I sense undercurrents of conversation about forging alliances or obtaining fresh thralls. The typical political posturing. Yet tension radiates from every corner. People sense we're on the cusp of a confrontation with Zathian, even if they don't know the details. Half an hour passes. I endure tedious small talk, feigned politeness. At one point I stand with a cluster of older Vrakken nobles, listening to them debate House Draven's potential aggression toward the Dark Elves. I offer carefully neutral responses, keeping my real strategies concealed. Then a murmur ripples through the crowd. I spot two newly arrived figures wading into the hall, both bearing the sigils of a distant Vrakken house. By their attire, rich red and black, and the arrogant tilt of their heads, I realize they must be from House Sheriff, known for its decadent tastes in feeding. They rarely come to these gatherings. Something about this is troubling. I watch them approach my mother, bowing perfunctorily. She greets them in that icy, regal manner of hers. When they straighten, I catch a faint smirk on the face of the male, a tall, broad-shouldered noble with pale hair braided tightly down his back. He scans the room, an expression of hunger flitting across his features. This one is definitely trouble. Sure enough, within minutes he breaks from my mother's side and prowls the hall. I lose sight of him for a heartbeat, but a foreboding prickle makes me follow. Where is he heading? Too late, I realize he's moving toward the refreshment table where Valeria stands, adjusting a tray of goblets. My pulse spikes. Damn it. I push through the throng, trying not to cause a scene. She notices him approach, sets down the tray, and attempts a polite half bow. He circles her like a wolf. I'm close enough to overhear. You're a new face, he says in a low, purring voice. Exquisite, for a human. Which house do you serve? Valeria's eyes flick up, cautious. House Draven. A predatory smile stretches across his face. Of course. Such an open-minded house. Tell me, has your master let you feed a Vrakken before? We do so love exotic flavors. My chest burns with anger. I push forward. But the crowd is dense. A pair of courtiers blocks my path. By the time I sidestep them, the male has gripped Valeria's wrist, leaning in. She stiffens, eyes darting in my direction for help. He laughs under his breath, Don't be shy, dear. Just a taste. I shout, "Stop!" My voice crashes through the chatter, turning heads, but he moves faster, Vrakken reflexes kicking in. He bares his fangs and plunges them toward her neck. Valeria twists, raising an arm defensively. The next instant feels surreal. He makes contact, but instead of biting, he recoils with a snarl of pain. A hiss escapes him, as though he's been burned. He staggers back, eyes wide, clutching his mouth. A hush falls. Attendees stare in confusion. I shove aside the last bystander, reaching Valeria's side. She's trembling, a faint sheen of sweat on her brow. The male stands a step away, lips peeled back to reveal a trickle of blackish blood from one fang. "What have you done?" he spits, voice trembling with shock. "Her blood is—" He doesn't finish. He can't. Because the truth is too staggering for most Vrakken to comprehend. I realize my heart is hammering. She has half Vrakken blood, enough to injure a full blood if they try to feed. I suspected something like this, but I hadn't anticipated it would manifest so vividly. My mother's voice slices through the stillness. "What is this commotion?" She stands behind the crowd, her face carved in disapproval. More onlookers edge closer, whispering. The male from House Sheriff snarls, still shaken. "That creature tried to poison me. Her blood is foul, like something inhuman." I step between him and Valeria. "Watch your tongue. She belongs to House Draven." He glares, wiping black spittle from his lip. "Then House Draven harbors an abomination." His gaze flicks around, seeking support. "This is no normal human. She nearly singed my mouth. I felt a pulse of magic. Vrakken magic." A wave of whispers ripples through the assembly. My mother's eyes narrow on Valeria, as if reappraising her in new light. Damn. The tension is suffocating. I sense Valeria's fear thrumming in the air. For a moment I weigh whether to quell the rumors or let them swirl. If I speak rashly, I risk everything. If I remain silent, this male might press for her punishment. Brynda lifts a hand, demanding silence. "Sareth," she addresses the male, "if you were foolish enough to feed without permission, do not blame House Draven for your poor manners." He sputters. "But," she gives him a frosty stare, "we'll discuss compensation for your discomfort. Now everyone, continue. The night is young. This matter is closed." Her authority can quell most outbursts, but I see the glint of suspicion in many eyes. People linger a moment, then slowly resume their conversations, though the air is thick with speculation. Sareth eyes me with venom, then storms off. I grab Valeria's arm gently. "Come, now." She nods, face pale. I lead her out of the chamber, ignoring the curious stares. Helrath edges near, concern etched on his features, but I wave him back. We need privacy, away from prying eyes. And I need to explain everything, or face the storm I knew was coming. I guide Valeria through a side corridor into a small antechamber used for storing extra chairs and drapes. The moment the door closes behind us, she exhales shakily, pressing a hand to her throat. "Gods," she breathes. "What just happened? He tried to feed, and then recoiled in pain." My pulse is still racing. For a second, I just stare at her, struck by how fragile she appears, yet aware of the secret power in her blood. "That's your Vrakken side," I say at last, voice tight. "I suspected, but never had proof." Her eyes widen in shock. "Vrakken side? I'm part Vrakken?" I drag a hand through my strands. I've been piecing it together. Your heightened senses, your rapid reflexes, the way illusions barely faze you. But I needed confirmation. Her jaw drops. "You knew, or at least guessed, this entire time?" I bite back a surge of guilt. "I suspected. I wasn't entirely sure. There have been half-bloods in ancient legends, but they're supposed to be extinct." She staggers, bracing a palm against a stack of folded draperies. I move closer, uncertain if she'll let me help. "You used me, then," she whispers, voice quivering. "All those missions, the infiltration, even letting me roam among the dark elves. Was I just an experiment to see if I'd reveal this half-Vrakken heritage?" I swallow hard. "Not wholly. You had skills we needed. But yes, I watched for signs. I needed to know if my theory was correct." Her eyes blaze with hurt. "So every time I nearly lost control of my senses, you were analyzing me like a test subject. That's why you never seemed surprised or alarmed, because you were waiting for me to slip." The accusation slams into me. I want to deny it, to say I had her best interests in mind, but the truth is more complicated. "I had to be sure," I manage. "If you truly are half Vrakken, it changes everything, your potential, your vulnerabilities. It means—" She cuts me off, voice cracking. "It means I've been living a lie. You let me walk around House Draven believing I was just a skilled human. Meanwhile, you suspected I was part vampire all along." The swirl of emotion in her eyes, anger, betrayal, confusion, tears at me. "I did this. Valeria," I say softly, "we needed you to act naturally. If I told you my suspicions too soon, your fear or shock might have destroyed your focus. You might have drawn unwanted attention. And for what it's worth, I didn't want to burden you with that knowledge until I was certain." She laughs, a brittle sound. "Burden me? As if discovering I'm half Vrakken isn't the biggest bomb you could drop on me." I open my mouth, but words fail. She crosses her arms, tears threatening to form, though she blinks them away. "Did Brynda know?" she asks. "Did Helrith know? Did everyone but me know?" I shake my head. "No, just me. I suspect my mother had some vague intuition, but I never confirmed it." She exhales, pressing her fingertips to her temple. "This is too much, too fast. Her voice breaks. "Is that why you taught me illusion so easily? Why I can sense blood? Why that Vrakken jerk got burned?" I move closer, compelled to comfort her, though I'm not sure she wants me near. "Our blood is potent, especially for those born pure. But half-bloods, theoretically, carry some form of protective magic. For a full blood to feed on you is akin to biting into raw arcana. You're not exactly safe to consume." She rubs her arms. "So I'm dangerous, even to Vrakken. Great." Her sarcasm masks the trembling in her voice. "Everything I endured among the Dark Elves, all the times I thought I was just quick or lucky. It was my Vrakken side all along." I brush a hand over my face, hating how this conversation unravels all the carefully built trust. "I didn't mean to make you a pawn. But yes, I used your infiltration tasks partly to observe how your abilities would manifest. I had no proof you were half-blood, merely rumors about your origins, your father, the anomalies in your reflexes." Her gaze snaps to mine. "My father?" she says. "You found rumors about him?" I nod slowly. A handful of old records, vague references, I wasn't certain. They implied a Vrakken might have mingled with a human in your region decades ago. The timeline fit. I hesitate, guilt gnawing at me. "I'm sorry, Valeria. This was bigger than you or me. If you are half-blood, that means the line didn't die out centuries ago. It means we have an asset the Dark Elves never anticipated." She stares at me, anger warring with heartbreak. "An asset. Right. Because that's all I am to you." She glances away, tears brimming again. "I thought, after everything, after that night—" My chest aches. It's not just that. My voice comes out hoarse. I couldn't let my personal feelings overshadow House Draven's needs. And yes, I needed your ignorance so the truth wouldn't hamper your performance. She flings out a hand, frustration crackling. "Gods, you're so obsessed with House Draven. Did you ever consider I might want to know who I really am? Instead of being used as your secret experiment?" I flinch. "Valeria, I had no easy answers. Telling you sooner might have panicked you, put you at risk. The Dark Elves hunt half-bloods once they discover your nature. They'll do worse than feed off you. They'd lock you in a lab to tear you apart. I was trying to protect you." She stares, tears tracking down her cheeks. "Well, you failed. Because I'm blindsided now, in front of a room full of Vrakken who suspect something's off. That idiot from House Sharath almost outed me to everyone, and I had no idea what was happening or why." I rub a hand on my face, wing membranes tensing. "I messed up. I see that. But we can salvage this. My mother shut down the incident. Most of them will dismiss Sareth's claims as him, tasting something unusual. If we act quickly, we can quell rumors." She laughs bitterly. "So that's your solution. Bury the truth again. Keep me in the dark while you decide how to use me?" Her accusation stings. "No. I struggle for words. I never wanted to hurt you. I truly believe we can navigate this together. You're not alone, no matter how it seems." Her face crumples. She trembles, hugging herself. "You don't understand. This changes everything. My entire identity. I've always hated the Dark Elves for treating me like prey, believed the Vrakken were my best chance at freedom. But now I learn I'm part of the same species that enslaved me." She lifts agonized eyes to mine. "I don't know who or what I am." An ache lances my chest. I step forward, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. When she doesn't shrug me off, I lean closer. "Valeria, we're not the same as Dark Elves. We're not tyrants. I know we can be cruel, but the scale is different. Still, I understand how you feel, that you might not belong anywhere. I'm sorry." She exhales a shuddering breath, tears still glistening. Silence stretches between us, thick with heartbreak and betrayal. Finally, she sets her jaw, meeting my gaze. "I can't keep working for you under false pretenses. If we're partners in this fight, I want the truth. All of it." I swallow. "Agreed. I'll tell you everything I suspect about half-blood physiology, your father's rumored lineage, the potential threat if the Dark Elves discover you. No more secrets." She nods, though her eyes flash with residual anger. "And if I want to walk away from House Draven?" My heart stutters. The idea of losing her, our best operative, but also the woman damn. "I won't force you to stay," I say, my voice raw. "But Zathian's Watchers or the Dark Elves themselves might hunt you if they catch any hint. You're safer with us, at least until we neutralize their plans. So, I'm free to go, but I'd be a sitting target out there alone." A wry, bitter laugh escapes her. "You and your mother lording over this fortress. You hold all the cards, don't you?" "That's not my intention," I protest. "But it is the reality. The world is dangerous for half-bloods. Trust me when I say I'd rather have you with me than risk losing you to them." She searches my face, seeming torn. Then she scoffs. "You're unbelievably frustrating, Valorian." Yet her voice carries a tremulous softness. I need time to process." My hand remains on her shoulder. "I know. I'll give you space. For now, let's return to the gathering. Show a united front if needed. Then we'll talk more privately." She inhales, shoulders shaking. "Fine, but I'm not letting you off easily." I dip my head, relief mingling with sorrow. "Understood." We exit the antechamber to find the corridor quieter. The event continues in the main hall, though I suspect rumors about Valeria's incident are already circulating. We walk side by side, a tense hush between us. She keeps her distance, but I sense the storm of emotion swirling within her. She's no longer just a pawn. The thought resonates. She's the key to a side of our heritage that could reshape everything or destroy us if the Dark Elves catch on. In that moment, I realize how drastically things have shifted. She's half Vrakken, a living testament that the lineage we assumed extinct might still burn in hidden veins. I might have manipulated her to discover the truth, but now that it's out, I feel protective in a way I never anticipated. and terrified. Because half-bloods are legendary for drawing the worst kinds of attention from both dark elves and rival Vrakken houses. As we near the main hall, she pauses, eyes flicking to me. How do we handle the stairs? I glance at the swirl of silhouettes beyond the archway. You hold your head high. You're a recognized retainer of House Draven, under my personal protection. If anyone challenges you, I'll handle it. She nods, though the hint of tears still lingers in her expression. I did this to her. Guilt thrums in my chest. But I can't change the past. All I can do is ensure she remains safe and find a way to harness the revelation of her blood for our mutual survival. Taking a steadying breath, I lead her back into the gathering, ignoring the hush that falls in our wake. We're met with curious glances and half-veiled stares. I stand tall, wings slightly unfurled in a subtle display of dominance, silently daring any Vrakken to challenge me about her. No one does openly, though I see speculation flicker in their eyes. So be it. Let them whisper that the human operative burned a fool's fangs. Let them guess about her true nature. So long as they remain too uncertain to act. Valeria stands beside me, shoulders tense yet resolute. Our partnership has changed irreversibly. She is no mere thrall or spy. I can almost feel the power in her blood now that I've seen it revealed. And with that power comes danger. She's half Vrakken, more than I bargained for, but precisely what might tip the scales against Xathian if I can keep her from hating me for my deception. I catch her gaze. She stares back, eyes shimmering with unresolved hurt, but also a fierce determination. We'll sort this out later. Right now, we have an entire hall of Vrakken to convince that House Draven remains unshakable, and Xathian still lurks beyond these walls, plotting to rip the planet from under us. Steeling myself, I gently rest a hand on her arm, an unspoken promise that, for better or worse, we face this storm together. Then, side by side, we move into the crowd, illusions swirling overhead, the hush turning back into forced merriment. Yet beneath every refined gesture or polite smile, I sense the shift. Valeria has become something far bigger than a pawn. The truth about her blood changes my entire game plan and quite possibly the destiny of House Draven.
Chapter 11. Valeria. I stand in my suite, cold moonlight slicing through the window and painting the stone floor in jagged shards of silver. My breathing is unsteady, matching the chaos spinning inside my head. My entire body trembles, as if the ground beneath me were shifting, and maybe it is, because everything I once believed about myself has shattered. Half Vrakken. Even thinking the word sets my heart thudding painfully. I recall the look on Valorian's face as he finally admitted the truth he'd kept from me. He'd known, or at least suspected, for weeks. And he let me run around like a naive fool, oblivious to the half-monster lurking under my skin. I press my palm to my stomach, fighting the wave of nausea that churns there. How could I have missed the signs? The heightened senses, the inexplicable speed, the fact I barely flinch at illusions meant to terrify. Yet not once did I suspect that my father might have been a Vrakken. The dark elves told me my father was human, a worthless wretch killed for resisting their cruelty. A lie, it seems. Or maybe they believed it themselves. A sharp knock startles me. My pulse jerks. I spin, half expecting Valorian to barge in with more half-baked excuses, but the door stays shut. Another knock, this one a little softer. Taking a slow breath, I approach and open it just enough to see who stands beyond. Helrath, House Draven's weapons master, fills the gap with his formidable presence. His pale eyes dart over my face, taking in the tension in my posture. "Didn't mean to scare you," he says quietly. "You look..." He trails off, brow furrowed. "Heard about the incident in the reception hall." I exhale shakily. "Incident? is a mild word for nearly being bitten, and then discovering my blood is lethal to full-blood Vrakken. I'm fine. He shifts his stance, wings twitching behind him. Valorian asked if I'd check on you. He's busy trying to calm rumours. At the mention of Valorian, anger burns through me. I clench my jaw. I don't need him sending a guard dog to coddle me. Helrath's mouth thins. I'm no one's guard dog, but if you want to be alone, I'll go. Part of me wants to slam the door and vanish into my own misery, but I exhale, counting to 3, forcing back tears that still threaten. Stay, I say wearily. You might as well come in. He steps inside, shutting the door behind him. My suite feels too small now, somehow more claustrophobic since I learned the truth. Helrath's gaze sweeps the room, then lands on me again. He sets a hand on his hip. So, you really are half Vrakken? The word really stings, as if he's verifying something preposterous. I nod, crossing my arms. That's what everyone's saying. Didn't Valorian pass around the news with his morning tea? The bitterness in my tone is sharp. Helrath snorts. Valorian's tearing himself up trying to contain it, but after that idiot from House Shareth tried to feed on you and got singed, it's not exactly a secret. The rumour mill's churning. I sink onto the edge of my bed, which sits near the unlit fireplace. Let them gossip. It's not like I can hide that I burned someone's mouth. He doesn't argue. Silence weighs on us. Outside, the wind howls across the fortress battlements. A swirl of moonlit dust drifts in front of the window. Helrath finally steps closer, arms folded across his broad chest. I was training you all this time. Should have noticed the signs myself. I give a half shrug. You knew I was different. Everyone saw how fast I learned illusions, how quickly I healed from bruises. But no one guessed I had Vrakken blood. His lips twist. Valorian had his suspicions. Didn't share them with me. Typical of him, he likes to keep secrets. A ragged laugh escapes me. That's an understatement. Helrath studies me, his gaze unexpectedly gentle. You're angry. Understandable. Angry doesn't begin to cover it. My voice shakes. My nails dig into my palms. I can't believe he let me walk around ignorant of what I truly am, using me for infiltration missions, half waiting for me to reveal myself. I feel like a lab animal. Helrath grimaces. He can be cold, but everything he does is for House Draven, right? I cut in, chest tightening. Or so he says. That doesn't make me any less furious. I'm a living being, not a tool. He nods, silent sympathy in his expression. He's always been that way, shaped by the matriarch's demands. He doesn't let emotions sway him, most of the time. But I've seen how he looks at you. Don't assume you're just a pawn. I scoff, bitterness rising. He uses me, then claims it's for my protection. He's never fully honest, and when I call him on it, he says it's complicated or that I couldn't handle the truth. Now I'm left with this monstrous lineage and no idea what it means for me. Helrath's posture softens. You're not monstrous. Being half Vrakken doesn't automatically make you evil or savage or anything else. It's just power. You decide how to wield it. My eyes burn with unshed tears. The dark elves might dissect me if they find out. Vrakken see me as an abomination. Where do I belong? Nowhere. And Valorian... I bite my lip. I hate him right now, but I can't. I can't ignore what we had, or the fact that he's the only one who seemed to believe in me from the start. That's the tricky part, isn't it? Helrath murmurs. You can hate him for his methods, but you also know he's not lying about the danger. House Draven may be your best shield. I shake my head, tears slipping free. He's always 3 steps ahead, manipulating me. I thought we had something real, but it's overshadowed by this betrayal. Helrath sinks onto a nearby chair, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm not good with emotional stuff, but from what I see, you have 2 choices. You can confront him Lay all your anger on the table and see if he'll meet you halfway. Or you can run. If you run, though, you'll be hunted by dark elves who'd love to experiment on you, and maybe some Vrakken who see you as a threat. Dread coils in my gut. The thought of wandering alone, with no allies, while half the world hunts me for my blood. That's no choice at all, I whisper, voice choked. Exactly. He leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees. So maybe you should talk to him, yell if you must, smash a vase, but figure out if there's enough trust left to move forward. My throat constricts. He's busy controlling rumours, you said. Probably no time to talk to a worthless half-blood. Helrath grimaces. He's the Prince of House Dreven, but believe me, if you demanded an audience, he'd come. You have more sway than you realise. He stands, letting out a rough sigh. Anyway, I'll leave you to think. I'd prefer not to see you throw your life away by fleeing. You've got potential. Don't let anger blind you. I want to retort, but my anger fizzles into weariness. Helrath dips his head in a half salute and heads to the door. Take care of yourself, Valeria. I'm around if you need a sparring partner or just someone to vent at. He exits quietly, leaving the room in near darkness. I stay there, perched on the bed's edge, for what feels like hours. My mind spins through a dozen possibilities. I could slip out of House Draven tonight, vanish into the wilds, try to start anew. But how long before the dark elves sniff me out? Or another Vrakken house deciding I'm a living commodity? No, running is a fool's errand. Helrath is right. That means I'm stuck dealing with Valorian, prince, manipulator, the only one who saw what I could be. Memories of our night together flood back, the intimacy that felt so genuine at the time. Now every moment is tainted by the knowledge that he might have been testing me, measuring my capacity for Vrakken strength. A surge of rage stabs my chest. I can't let him get off easy. My entire life has been shaped by manipulative people. Dark elves, Vrakken, you name it. If he wants me to remain under his banner, we're going to have a reckoning. I stand, squaring my shoulders. Enough wallowing. If I'm half Vrakken, I won't hide from confrontation. Marching to the door, I yank it open. A startled guard posted outside stiffens, but I ignore him, striding through the corridor with purposeful steps. I find Valorian in his study, a place I've become all too familiar with. The heavy wooden door stands slightly ajar, golden lamplight spilling out. My heart bangs against my ribs, but I push inside without knocking. He sits behind the desk, hair dishevelled, tension etched into every line of his face. Scrolls and coded messages clutter the surface. He looks up sharply. Our eyes meet. My fury reflected in his swirl of regret. Valeria, he breathes, half rising. I was going to come see you. Save it, I snap, slamming the door behind me. My voice echoes in the hush. We're talking right now. He sets his quill down, leaning forward, wings shifting restlessly. I'm listening. I pace toward the desk, hands fisted at my sides. You let me believe I was just another operative. All the while you suspected I was half Vrakken. You tested me, my illusions, my reflexes, like I was a lab experiment. Did you even care about me, or was that all part of your grand strategy? Pain flickers in his gaze. I never intended to reduce you to a specimen. You are important. I needed to protect you. Protect me? I scoff, voice shaking. All I've seen is you pulling the puppet strings. If you truly cared, you'd have told me from the start what you suspected. Instead, you lied by omission, letting me walk blindly into that gathering tonight, where I nearly got bitten by a hungry noble. If I'd known, maybe I could have prepared. Maybe I wouldn't have freaked out. He stands, circling around the desk. That gathering was a risk for all of us, and I was there to intervene if things got out of hand. I bark a hollow laugh. Great job intervening. You arrived after he'd already tried to feed on me. If I wasn't half Vrakken, I might be dead. He flinches. I'm sorry, He drags a hand across his face. Everything is spinning out of control. The Dark Elves are close to harnessing Vrakken essence. We have an ambush to plan, and my mother demands answers. I thought I could keep an eye on you, but Sareth moved faster than I expected. Then maybe you should have told me so I could keep myself safe. My voice drops, thick with betrayal. You keep claiming to want me as an ally, but you treat me like a chess piece. His wings tense, half furling in agitation. I know it looks that way, but you must understand. Knowledge is power in House Draven. If I'd revealed your potential heritage prematurely, I risked others noticing. If the Dark Elves or rival Vrakken found out, you'd be a target. I wanted to confirm it first. How noble, I spit. Confirm it. Was that night we spent together also part of your confirmation? He goes utterly still, guilt and anguish etched on his face. No, that was different. His voice drops to a near whisper. That night was real. You were real. I want to believe him, but rage coils in my chest. Then why lie? Why let me think I was just a strong human? Instead, I'm half monster. My father, some unknown Vrakken. Gods, you can't even tell me who he was. He exhales heavily. I only found scraps of records, hints. It wasn't enough to be certain. And I didn't want to burden you with half-truths. When the time was right, I planned to tell you everything. I clamp my jaw, tears threatening again. Well, the time wasn't right, was it? Because we ended up with a public spectacle. Now everyone suspects me of being an abomination. People are going to talk, Valorian, and I'm the one who'll suffer for it. He closes the distance between us. I retreat instinctively, but he stops, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. Let me help you handle the fallout. My mother has enough sway to silence most rumours, and we can arrange for you to have official House Draven protection. No one will lay a hand on you. Is that supposed to comfort me? My voice trembles. Protection from a fortress that manipulates me. The only reason I'm still here is because leaving means I become prey for every dark elf, Vrakken or orc who wants to harness my weird half-breed blood. A flicker of despair crosses his face. I never wanted you to feel trapped. If I could guarantee your safety outside these walls, I would let you go. But the reality is harsh. We face war, chaos. Half-bloods are rumoured to be extremely rare. That alone puts you in danger. I laugh bitterly. So you do see me as a precious resource, the one half-blood who can do all your infiltration, who can't be fed upon because my blood burns. I bet that's very convenient for you, Prince Valorian. His eyes darken. Stop twisting my motives. This is about more than just House Draven's advantage. We're on the brink of a conflict that might reshape all of Protheka. Your abilities could help save lives. Vrakken, humans, orcs. We could turn the tide against Zathian's experiments. Save lives? I echo, voice hushed. You speak as though we're some benevolent force. But you're also part of a brutal system that enslaves or manipulates humans. Don't pretend you're the hero. He flinches as though struck. I know we're not saints, but I want to stop Zathian's brand of cruelty, which is far worse. If we do nothing, the Dark Elves will unleash horrors on every living race. His fervour shakes me, stirring something in my chest. He's always had that unwavering sense of purpose. It's one of the things that drew me to him. Underneath his cold exterior, he truly believes in saving Protheka from the Dark Elves' dominion. But I can't let that overshadow my anger. I fold my arms. None of that excuses lying to me about my heritage. His shoulders slump. I know. It was selfish, but I wanted to keep you close without scaring you off. And if I told you everything, you might have run. Into danger. A lump forms in my throat. He's not entirely wrong. Part of me might have fled, thinking it impossible to remain among Vrakken if I too was half Vrakken. So you lied for my own good, I say, not hiding the sarcasm. Typical. His hand drifts to my arm, but he halts just short of touching me. I can't erase what I did, but I can promise you full disclosure now. No more secrets, no more manipulations, beyond what we must do to secure Protheka from Zathian. Will you at least consider staying? Staying here, under your mother's watchful eye, with half the fortress whispering that I'm a freak of nature? My voice cracks, tears threatening again. Why would I put myself through that? He breathes in, slow. Because I believe in your strength. You can face them head on. No one in House Draven can publicly challenge you now that you're under my protection. We can finalise your status as a recognised member of my retinue, maybe more if you'll trust me enough. I ache at the mention of trust. I don't trust you. His face falls. I can work to earn it back if you let me. We stare at each other, the air thick with tension. My heart pounds in my ears, a storm of fury and longing swirling inside me. Even now, with betrayal fresh in my veins, I can't deny the pull Valorian exerts on me. He's the only one who's ever seen my potential, who offered me a path beyond slavery or subjugation. I despise him for the lies, but part of me can't ignore that he's also the reason I stand here, stronger than I ever imagined. Valeria, he whispers, voice frayed. I know you're furious. You have every right to be, but running from here puts you at the mercy of enemies who would do worse than lie to you. Please, let me fix this. My rage flares again. You can't fix everything with half-spoken apologies. I lost faith in you. He meets my gaze, eyes full of regret. I'll earn it back, even if it takes a lifetime. Just don't leave. At least wait until we stop Zathian's threat. Then, if you still want to go, I won't stop you. A trembling breath escapes my lips. The rational part of my mind knows he's right about the danger outside. That same rational part, however, screams that staying means dancing in a pit of vipers. I'm half Vrakken, but I don't feel like one of them. I feel alone. Tears well up. Damn it, my anger is so thick, I can barely see. I step back, letting my arms fall to my sides. I'm not sure I can even look at you right now, but I don't have many choices. He inclines his head, a flicker of hope crossing his features. Stay, rest. We'll talk strategy in the morning. My mother already wants to plan the next steps for intercepting Zathian's caravans. The Dark Elves are pushing forward with their essence harvesting. We can't be idle. I nod stiffly, refusing to let my tears spill over. Fine. I'll stay for the mission, and only the mission. Once we've dealt with Zathian, I'm re-evaluating everything. His eyes close briefly. Fair enough, thank you. A charged silence follows. I loathe how my body reacts to his closeness. Heat surges, memories of our night together flaring behind my eyes. This man tricked me, but I still crave him. The contradiction tears at me. I want to shout or fling objects at him, but also wrap myself in his arms for comfort. Instead, I turn away. Leave me alone for now, I say, voice choked. I can't handle your presence. I need to think. He swallows. All right. I'll make sure you're not disturbed tonight. Glaring over my shoulder, I murmur, what if I want to be disturbed by someone else? A flicker of pain crosses his face. I wouldn't stop you. The statement is laced with a quiet grief. Then he steps aside, letting me pass. But I don't move. My limbs tremble. Why does he have to look so wounded? He's the one who caused this. I take one shaky step, then another, forcing myself not to glance back at him. When I reach the door, he speaks softly. Valeria? I pause, fists clenched. I'm truly sorry, he says, voice thick with remorse. I know that doesn't fix it. But you have to believe, at least for a moment, that I never wanted to hurt you. My throat tightens. I can't form a reply. I push the door open, stepping into the corridor. There's a guard at the far end, discreetly pretending not to notice my exit. The hallway's lanterns cast dancing shadows on the walls, reflecting my inner turmoil. I don't go straight to my suite. The thought of returning to that lonely space suffocates me. Instead, I wander the fortress corridors, aimless. My mind replays the confrontation with Valorian. He used me, I remind myself, stoking my anger. But beneath that fury lies confusion. He seemed genuinely remorseful, almost desperate for my forgiveness. Eventually, I find myself in a secluded courtyard where the night air bites at my skin. A single torch flickers near an archway, illuminating the patch of cobblestones and a small fountain. I collapse onto a stone bench, pressing my hands to my temples. How did my life become this? I whisper aloud, tears falling unbidden. Once, I was just a human concubine escaping dark elf cruelty. Now, I'm half Vrakken, tethered to House Draven's politics, locked in a twisted dance of love and resentment with its prince. A rustle of wings startles me. I jerk upright, wiping my face hastily. But the figure that lands lightly on the courtyard floor isn't Valorian. It's a female Vrakken guard, her wings folded neatly behind her. She offers a faint smile, stepping out of the shadows. "Didn't mean to scare you," she says quietly. "Just checking the perimeter." I exhale, relieved it's not another ambush. "You're fine. I was just thinking." She nods, eyes keen. There's no hostility in her posture. House Draven's guards have heard rumours, but none of them seem eager to confront me with accusations. "We all heard about the fiasco with that Sharath noble," she says gently. "You handled yourself well. He was a fool." I twist my hands together. "It was more complicated than that." She nods. "These gatherings often are. The important thing is no one doubts your place here now." I want to laugh. "My place? Do you see me as half monster or half ally?" Her eyebrows lift, but she doesn't flinch. "I see you as a person Valorian trusts enough to defend House Draven. That's all I need to know." She shrugs. "The rest? Not my concern." A shaky breath leaves my lungs. "Thank you." She inclines her head and takes flight again, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Her words echo in my mind. "I see you as a person Valorian trusts." So even the guards realise how closely Valorian has tied me to the house. He's staked his reputation on me. My heartbreak tangles with pity for him. He must have known this fiasco could blow up in his face. Slowly, I rise, ignoring the chill in the air. If I stay out here, I'll freeze. If I return to my suite, I'll fall into an endless spiral of questions about my father, my powers, Valorian's motives. But I can't keep wandering aimlessly all night. Back in my suite, the emptiness aches sharper than before. I sink onto the bed, burying my face in my hands. My anger hasn't vanished, but it's cooled into a raw sense of betrayal layered with reluctant understanding. He might have used me, but he also genuinely wants me safe. Or so he claims. The worst part is, I believe him, as much as I hate it. I tear off my boots, unlace my tunic, then stop, staring at my reflection in the polished mirror leaning against the wall. My eyes look haunted, shadows beneath them. My hair hangs in disarray. If I tilt my head, I can almost imagine the faint trace of Vrakken features in my bone structure. The sharper angle of my cheekbones, the slight point of my ears. I never noticed before. Or maybe I'm just seeing illusions. "Who are you?" I whisper to my reflection. "Valeria Thorn, half human, half Vrakken, an outcast no matter which side claims me." The reflection offers no comfort, just a lonely, exhausted woman who can't outrun her heritage. Maybe Valorian is right. In this savage world, House Draven is my only shield. but it's a shield that has barbs of its own. Sighing, I strip down to an undershirt and slip beneath the sheets, fully expecting another night of restless half-sleep. My mind churns with images, the dark elf courts, Vrakken illusions, the memory of Valorian's hands on my body when we gave in to that night of desire. Heat flares in my chest, quickly replaced by a wave of rage. How dare my heart still flutter for him after he used me? Eventually, exhaustion weighs my eyelids. Darkness claims me in broken intervals. I dream of shadowed labs where dark elves strap me to a table, draining my blood drop by drop. I try to scream for Valorian, but he stands behind glass, watching with detached fascination, a scholar's quill in hand. The dream shifts, and he's the one strapped down while I stand with fangs bared. No, that can't be right, tearing into his throat. I gasp awake, heart pounding. Dawn breaks like a silent promise, pale light creeping through the window. I lie there, drained, too spent to face another day of House Draven politics. But the fortress never sleeps, especially not now, with Zathian's threat looming. So I drag myself out of bed, wash my face in cold water, and pull on standard training attire. Fitted trousers, a loose dark tunic. If Helrath expects me to join drills, fine. Better to unleash my aggression on a practice dummy than stew in self-loathing. I exit my suite, nearly colliding with a stoic guard. He steps aside with a bow, as if I'm some high-ranking official. It's bizarre to realise House Draven's staff now sees me as Valorian's personal retainer. A retainer who's half Vrakken. The hush that follows my footsteps attests to the swirling rumours. In the courtyard, I find Helrath running a session with fresh recruits. He beckons me over, tossing me a wooden blade. We lock eyes, and I can tell he's gauging my emotional state. I nod, stepping onto the training square. We start slow, a series of footwork drills, pivoting, blocking. My body aches from tension and lack of real rest, but I press on. Each time Helrath lunges, I parry with barely contained fury. He ups the pace, forcing me to pivot so quickly my vision blurs. My breath hitches. Focus, he mutters. Don't let your anger blind you. I grit my teeth. Better anger than despair. I twist aside, spin behind him and swipe low. He blocks with a grunt. We engage in a fierce exchange of blows, the crack of wood on wood echoing through the courtyard. Recruits watch with wide eyes, likely alarmed by my aggression. Finally, Helrath knocks my weapon aside, seizing my wrist. My reflexes flare. I jerk free, surprising him with a sharp elbow to his ribs. He doubles over slightly. The recruits gasp, but Helrath's lips curve into a wry smile. Good, he wheezes, straightening. That's the fire you need. Just channel it properly. He lowers his voice, stepping closer. Though if you keep aiming to injure me, I might think you're imagining I'm someone else. My chest heaves. He's not wrong. Each swing was aimed at a phantom wearing Valorian's face. I release a shaky breath. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to get carried away. He waves it off. We're Vrakken. Getting carried away in a fight is half the point. His gaze flickers over my features. You all right? I let the wooden blade drop. My arms feel like lead. No, I admit, swallowing thickly. But hurting you won't fix anything. A faint grin touches his mouth. At least you're honest. Take a break. He turns to the recruits, barking instructions for them to continue drills. Then, more quietly, to me. Valorian wants you in the war room at midday. The final strategy for intercepting Zathian's caravan will be discussed. My pulse flutters with anxiety. Wonderful, I murmur sarcastically. More time spent in close quarters with him. Helrath lays a hand on me, gentler than usual. You can't avoid him. This is bigger than your feud. I know that. But that doesn't make it easier. Midday finds me in a cramped war room with high, narrow windows, letting in beams of pale sunshine. A long table dominates the centre, maps and tactical diagrams covering its surface. Valorian stands at the head, arms folded, while a handful of House Dreven's key advisors murmur amongst themselves. I linger at the periphery, ignoring the spike in my pulse when Valorian's gaze flicks to me. He nods a greeting but doesn't speak directly. A swirl of tension radiates between us, unnoticed by the others who assume it's just the intensity of planning a crucial ambush. My insides churn with unresolved fury and an ache that refuses to fade. Brinda, the matriarch, arrives with stately grace, her silver hair pinned up in an elaborate style. She glances around, acknowledging each person. Her gaze lands on me for a heartbeat, impassive. I force my face into polite neutrality. If she suspects my half-blood nature, she says nothing. Possibly, Valorian convinced her to keep silent, at least until after the caravan ambush. The discussion begins. Maps are unrolled, showing the mountain pass where Zathian's rumoured transport is set to travel. Advisors debate positioning of House Draven troops, possible illusions to mask our presence, or how best to confirm the cargo is indeed Vrakken captives. I hover at the table's edge, carefully listening. Valorian outlines a plan. A forward scouting party will lie in wait, observing the caravan from a ridge. Once we confirm the captives, we strike, capturing the transport. Another small team will handle illusions to disguise our approach. My role: infiltration, slipping close enough to sense if the cargo is indeed living Vrakken or illusions. Brinda taps a slender finger on the map. This must be swift. If any messenger escapes, Zathian will retaliate. Valorian inclines his head. Agreed. We can't risk a prolonged skirmish in the pass. The terrain is tricky. Our ambush must be surgically precise. His gaze flicks to me, dark eyes revealing none of our personal discord. Valeria will confirm the presence of living captives. She has a knack for detecting hidden illusions. Once she signals, we move in. I swallow. A knack, or my half-Vrakken blood at work. My chest tightens. Nonetheless, I manage a firm nod. Understood. Brinda's eyes narrow slightly, but she says nothing about my involvement. Instead, she addresses the group. You have 3 days to prepare. Dismissed. The advisors file out in murmured conversation. I stay rooted, rummaging for my courage. Valorian stands by the table, rolling up the map with careful efficiency. Brinda glances between us, some unspoken knowledge in her gaze, then sweeps from the room, leaving us alone. Silence. I shift, arms crossed. Is that the plan, then? We do your infiltration, confirm the captives, and hope we don't all die? He sets the map aside, turning to me. It's the best option. If it succeeds, we'll have undeniable proof to rally other Vrakken houses against Zathian. We can free those captives, maybe glean more about his operation. My anger flares again, remembering how he hid my heritage. But I keep my voice steady. Fine, I'll do it. I agreed to see this mission through. A flicker of relief touches his features. Thank you. He hesitates, stepping closer. About earlier. I'm not ready to discuss it, I say, voice tight. We have a mission. Let's keep it professional. His face registers hurt, but he nods. As you wish. After a beat, he adds softly, I regret everything that brought you pain. I clench my jaw, refusing to let tears gather. Regret alone doesn't fix the damage. Pivoting on my heel, I stride out of the war room, heart pounding. He doesn't follow. Over the next few days, House Draven hums with activity as we finalise the ambush plan. I spend hours training with Hellwrath, practicing infiltration spells, illusions, and advanced weapon work. My half-Vrakken senses intensify. Every time I tune into illusions, it's like a lens snapping into focus. I can sense the magical threads, almost unravel them. It frightens me, but Hellwrath calls it remarkable. another testament to my heritage. Valorian keeps his distance, communicating only through official channels or quick, clipped instructions in group briefings. I sense the strain in his posture each time, as though he longs to pull me aside. But I hold him at arm's length, consumed by my fury and confusion. Some nights, after the fortress quiets, I wander the corridors, half hoping he'll corner me so we can scream at each other or find some twisted resolution. He never does. If he roams the halls, we don't cross paths. The tension gnaws at me, fueling my nightmares of captivity and torn allegiances. At last, the departure day arrives. A small strike team gathers in the fortress courtyard at dawn. Half a dozen skilled Vrakken warriors, Hellwrath included, plus me. We'll travel with minimal supplies, using illusions to remain hidden. Valorian will lead from the front, orchestrating the assault. Additional House-driven forces will circle wide, ready to close the trap once we confirm the caravan's location. I stand by my assigned horse, adjusting the straps on a pack stuffed with infiltration gear. The morning air smells crisp, with a faint hint of rain. My heart thrums with anxious energy. I've done infiltration missions before, but never one so crucial or so personally fraught. Valorian emerges from the keep, clad in dark leathers, wings partially furled. He checks the harness of his own mount, giving instructions to a soldier. Our gazes meet across the courtyard, tension arching between us. We exchange a curt nod. We both know we can't let personal drama undermine this operation. When everyone is ready, Valorian swings onto his horse. Hellwrath signals for the warriors to form up. I mount mine, adrenaline prickling along my spine. The gatehouse groans open, revealing the road leading away from House Draven. The world beyond beckons, wild, dangerous. Valorian raises a gloved hand. "Move out!" His tone is clipped. The horses respond, hooves echoing on the cobblestones. I urge my mare forward, falling into the second rank. In moments we ride out under the fortress gate, leaving behind the relative safety of House Draven. Wind bites my cheeks. My senses sharpen. The reality of what's to come floods me. We're heading toward a confrontation that could shift the balance of power in Protheka. My half-Vrakken blood simmers in my veins, a reminder of what sets me apart, even among these Vrakken allies. The memory of Valorian's deception burns, but so does the memory of the anguish in his eyes when he apologized. One step at a time, I remind myself. Survive the ambush, confirm Zathian's captives, rescue them if possible. Only after that can I decide my future, whether I stay with House Draven or vanish into the unknown. We ride on, the dawn sky streaked with gold and violet. My heart remains conflicted, balanced between fury and a deeper longing I can't bury. Valorian leads us, silent and focused. I stare at his broad back, wings arching gracefully, and the old ache resurfaces. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. But for now, I have a mission that demands my full attention. Tightening my grip on the reins, I vow that I'll see it through, and once the dust settles, I'll make sure Valorian understands that I'm more than a tool or a secret bloodline advantage. I am Valeria Thorn, half Vrakken, half human, wholly done with being anyone's pawn. Greetings, Celestials. Before the story continues, a word from the gods of Protheka. The tale you're hearing now is an abridged version, not by choice. The full audiobook was too long to fit in the limited video length allowed by YouTube. Don't worry, we made sure to leave the chapters most crucial to the story. But if your soul craves the full saga, you can claim it at worldsofprotheka.com. There, the full director's cut is waiting, and as a token for the inconvenience, it's offered at a discounted price. Use code YouTube30 for 30% off. Thank you for listening to Worlds of Protheka on YouTube, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the story. Chapter 13. Valeria. I awaken to the grey stillness before dawn, heart pounding as though I've just surfaced from a nightmare. The wind rattles the shutters outside my chamber window, and for a moment I lie in bed, attempting to slow my racing pulse. I realise after a few uneven breaths that there's no point in fighting the tension thrumming through my veins. This fear has become my constant companion. Fear of being used, fear of being hunted, fear of what my own blood might mean. I push myself upright, tangling the sheets around my legs. Sleep is impossible now. The events of the past day weigh on me. The council meeting, the threat of Zathian's caravans, and most of all, the confrontation with Valorian. We reached a precarious truce, each acknowledging we can't simply walk away, but the rift between us remains. Raking a hand through my hair, I swing my feet over the bed's edge and pad across the cold stone floor. I light a lantern on the small table by the window, letting it cast a soft glow across the chamber. Outside, the sky is still inky black, with the faintest hint of blue creeping on the horizon. We're scheduled to depart soon to intercept Zathian's convoy, and in that mission, everything is at stake. A rap at my door startles me. I stiffen, heart lunging into my throat. Who would come so early? Slipping on a loose tunic over my shift, I cross the room and open the door a crack. A messenger in House Draven livery stands there, panting as though he's run a great distance. "Forgive me, my lady," he manages, voice shaking with urgency. "But Lord Helrath requests your presence in the war room, immediately." I blink, dread curdling my stomach. Is something wrong? The messenger bobs his head. He only said it was urgent. Please follow me. My throat is dry as sand. I nod, grabbing my boots and cloak. Whatever crisis has erupted can't be good news. Dressing quickly, I slip out into the corridor, following the messenger's brisk steps through the winding halls. The fortress is eerily quiet, only a few guards posted along the way. But I sense an undercurrent of tension, like a silent storm about to break. We arrive at the war room, its heavy doors ajar. I step inside, breath hitching at the sight of Helrath, Valorian, and a handful of House Draven officers already gathered around the central table. Lanterns blaze, throwing stark shadows on their faces. Nobody glances up as I enter, too absorbed in the conversation. My messenger bows out, leaving me at the threshold. Valorian lifts his head first, black eyes meeting mine. Something in his expression, tight, grim, twists my insides. I want to look away but force myself to walk forward. This mission is bigger than our personal turmoil. Helrath? My voice is unsteady. What's happened? He straightens from his hunched posture over the map, crossing his arms. We've received word from a scout near the Dark Elf border. They report a massing of troops, Dark Elf lords gathering an army, specifically searching for a half-breed abomination. His eyes flick my way, apology in them. My stomach drops like a stone. So they know about me. I swallow hard, trying to keep my composure. An entire army, just for me? The notion is absurd, yet not surprising after everything I've learned about the Dark Elves' obsession with harnessing hybrid blood. Valorian's voice cuts in, deep and controlled. It's not only about you. They want half-bloods for their essence experiments. You're the prime target, but if they suspect there might be others, they'll gather all the forces necessary to capture any potential hybrids. Still, from the scouts' intel, your name is specifically mentioned among their leaders. My throat constricts. Fear and anger surge in tandem, making my temples pound. They want me for dissection. I recall the locked door at that banquet, the muffled groans of a tortured Vrakken captive. That fate could be mine if they succeed. One of the officers, an older Vrakken woman with silver-streaked hair, points to a scroll spread out on the table. The scout's message claims that Lord Zathian has allies among the Mew warrior caste, giving him access to well-trained soldiers, possibly thousands. If they discover you're with House Draven, they might try to sabotage our fortress or intercept us en route. I step closer, shoulders tight. So what do we do? Helrath exhales, setting a fist on the table. We can't ignore them, but right now our focus is still on intercepting Zathian's caravan. We hope to capture proof of his essence harvesting. That might force other Vrakken houses to rally with us before the Dark Elves escalate further. But that won't stop them from marching, I say quietly. They could gather enough troops to crush us. Valorian tilts his head, regarding me with unguarded concern. We have to be fast, secure the evidence, then return here to fortify our defences. If the Dark Elves mobilise an entire army, we'll need alliances from other Vrakken houses, or we risk being overrun. The ramifications make my skin crawl. I'm the spark that could ignite a war. Bile rises in my throat. So we stick to the plan, I murmur. Intercept the convoy, gather proof, rally allies, all in a matter of days, maybe hours. Valorian nods, lips pressed in a thin line. We can't afford delays. This changes nothing about our immediate mission, just adds pressure to succeed. He looks around at the assembled officers. Everyone knows their roles? A murmur of assent passes through them. My pulse hammers, remembering that I'm the key to confirming the convoy's cargo. If I fail, House Draven loses any leverage it might have to unite Vrakken against the Dark Elves' threat. And if the Dark Elves are already mobilising an army to capture me, time is dangerously short. The officers disperse to handle last-minute preparations for our departure. Helrath remains, leaning over the map, muttering curses under his breath. Valorian lingers as well, attention fixed on the scroll containing the scout's report. I'm about to slip out when he meets my eyes, a question lingering there. He crosses the distance between us, shoulders tense. Valeria, he says softly, ensuring nobody else is in earshot. I'm sorry you had to hear it this way, that the Dark Elves are specifically targeting you. My anger at him has simmered into an exhausted resignation. I shrug. It's not your fault. This world wants me dead for existing, apparently. My voice quivers, betraying the fear under my bravado. Though I suppose if you'd told me about my heritage sooner, maybe we could have prepared for this. He flinches, guilt evident in the tightness around his eyes. I know. But we're facing it now. You're not alone in this. I stare at him, heart twisting with a blend of fury and yearning. Am I not? Because it feels like everyone wants a piece of me. Dark Elves, the Vrakken Council, even you. Each has their own agenda. His mouth opens, but no immediate retort comes. After a beat, he inhales. I get how it looks, but I swear I'm doing everything in my power to ensure your safety. The Council might threaten you, but I won't let them carry out any sentence, and the Dark Elves' attempt to gather an army only proves we must strike swiftly. I cross my arms, swallowing a tremor. I don't want to be the cause of a war. His wings rustle. You're not. The Dark Elves have been pushing for ages, experimenting on captured Vrakken, allying with rogue orc clans. Your presence just forced them to accelerate their plans. Maybe that's for the best. If we confront them now, we can't be taken by surprise later. A bitter laugh slips from me. Always finding a silver lining, Valorian. He doesn't smile. Sometimes, that's all we can do. I shake my head, stepping back. I need to prepare my gear. My voice cracks slightly. If I'm so crucial, I'd better be ready for anything. He watches me, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. We ride in 1 hour, meet in the courtyard. Without another word, I pivot and leave. My mind swirls, the reality of an entire army aiming to capture me, hammering home the sense of precariousness. I have 1 hour to steel myself. The fortress corridors flash by in a blur. Back in my suite, I tear through my belongings, assembling the infiltration garb Helrath gave me. Dark leathers designed to mask my presence in mountainous terrain. a short sword honed from a Vrakken forged metal. I check the runic tokens stashed in a pouch at my hip, carefully enchanted illusions that, if triggered, should obscure me from casual view. If the Dark Elves' patrols spot me first, it won't matter that I'm half Vrakken, they'll subdue me with every vile tactic they have. I pause, hand resting on the last token. A wave of helpless fury courses through me. Why must I constantly run or fight just because of my blood? I didn't choose to be half anything. All I want is the chance to live freely, maybe find a life beyond being a pawn in others' schemes. But that's a luxury I can't afford right now. Anger ignites, fueling the determination I rely on. If the Dark Elves want me, they'll have to fight for it. I strap the token pouch firmly around my waist, letting the righteous heat anchor me. A small voice inside wonders if this is how Valorian feels, cornered into ruthless action because there's no gentle alternative. Stepping to the mirror, I stare at my reflection. The woman I've become. No longer the cowed human thrall, no longer naive about my heritage. My hair is braided tightly back, revealing the faint angles in my face that might hint at my Vrakken side. My eyes glint with a sharper edge than they ever had in the Dark Elf courts. Let them come. I won't cower this time. I head to the courtyard, where war horses and supply wagons stand prepped. Warriors in house-draven colours bustle about, checking harnesses, whispering final instructions. The sky is pallid, streaks of dawn mixing with ominous clouds. A biting wind gusts through the open gates. Valorian stands near the main gate, helm tucked under one arm, conferring with Helrath and a few others. I see Brinda's tall form a short distance away, conversing with 2 council members, her posture regal. Doubtless they're all acutely aware that my presence here complicates everything. Tension laces the air so thick I can taste it. I approach Valorian, forcing my chin high. At my arrival, he dismisses the gathered soldiers, sending them off to mount up. Helrath gives me a quick nod, something like solidarity flashing in his gaze. Valorian's eyes flick up and down, assessing my gear. Good, he murmurs. We'll travel light, splitting into 2 groups once we reach the foothills. You'll ride with Helrath. I'll scout the flank. A prickle of unease claws at me. He's deliberately separating us. Maybe it's strategic, maybe it's to avoid personal friction. Fine, I say curtly. Before we can speak further, Brinda calls Valorian's name. He tenses, then strides toward her, leaving me standing beside Helrath. I watch them exchange sharp words, though I can't hear from this distance. Brinda's expression is unreadable, but I catch the flick of her hand toward me. A council member behind her frowns heavily, lips moving in what looks like protest. Helrath sighs under his breath. They won't let this rest. A cold knot twists in my stomach. They want me gone, right? The council, I mean. He hesitates. Some do. Others see your value. But with the Dark Elves mobilising an army specifically to capture you, the council grows jumpy. They fear you're attracting the storm we're unprepared for. I grit my teeth. The storm was already coming. I'm just its catalyst. Helrath nods, pressing a reassuring hand to my shoulder. Exactly. Let's prove to them that your presence is our greatest weapon, not our weakness. His words spark a flicker of resolve. I manage a tight smile. Thanks, Helrath. Valorian returns, face carved in tension. He glances at me. Mount up, we depart now. We ride out under a sky that threatens rain. Our party is compact, 24 warriors, including Helrath and me, with Valorian leading from the front. Brinda stays behind to manage fortress defences. The clatter of hooves on the rocky trail echoes through the winding valleys. Mist clings to the foothills, ghostly shapes that swirl around the horses' legs. Nobody speaks much. We all sense the weight of this mission. Find Zathian's caravan. Secure proof they're transporting living Vrakken captives to harvest essence, and then strike before reinforcements arrive. Meanwhile, an entire dark elf army might be on the move somewhere else, searching for me. Fear gnaws my insides, but I keep it at bay, focusing on each step of the plan. After hours of travel, we pause to water the horses and consult our maps. The terrain grows steep, with narrow passes flanked by jagged cliffs. The wind howls, carrying the scent of damp earth. My heightened senses pick up distant echoes, maybe tumbling rocks, maybe a distant patrol. My gut clenches. Helrath pulls me aside, voice low. We'll split here. Valorian leads half the force around the ridge to set up an ambush. We take a smaller group, scale the cliff path, and watch for the caravan from above. I nod, adjusting my cloak. You want me at the cliff edge so I can sense illusions around the convoy? Exactly. He gives me a tight grin. No illusions slip by you, half-blood or not. A jolt runs through me at the term, half-blood. He doesn't say it with scorn, more like resigned acceptance. I swallow my discomfort. Let's do it. Valorian calls a quick huddle. The plan is simple. My team climbs ahead, positions ourselves among boulders overlooking a narrow gorge. He and the others set traps at the far end. Once I confirm the cargo's living prisoners, we spring the ambush. The entire operation hangs on speed and stealth. Our gazes meet as he finishes explaining. My chest constricts with memories of the last time we planned infiltration together. But I bury them. This mission is life or death. I give him a terse nod, and he returns it, jaw set. Then our parties split. The climb up the cliff path proves brutal. My horse remains below with the others. We scale on foot, clinging to slippery rocks. The wind intensifies, moaning around the peaks. Helrath goes first, forging a path. I follow close, muscles burning from the strain. Eventually, we reach a precarious ledge overlooking the gorge. 4 other warriors from House Draven join us, crouching behind boulders. The pass below narrows to a choke point, exactly the place Zathian's caravan must traverse if they stick to known routes. Helrath signals for silence, scanning the distance through a small spyglass. Time stretches. The wind buffets us with each gust, scraping dust against our cheeks. My fingers ache from gripping rough stone, but the tension in my gut only grows. Any moment, the convoy could appear. I recall the rumours. Vrakken captives, shackled in wagons, driven by dark elf soldiers. If we rescue them, we might have the proof House Draven needs to unify other Vrakken houses. I close my eyes briefly, focusing on my heightened senses. The wind's rush dulls, and beneath it, I detect faint vibrations, footsteps or hooves perhaps. A distant rumble. My heart leaps. They're coming! I whisper to Helrath. He nods, pressing his ear to the ground. Moments later, shapes materialize in the distance, small yet distinct. The caravan crawls along the winding pass, 2 heavy wagons, accompanied by a dozen riders wearing dark elf armour. My pulse lurches. It's happening. We crouch lower, watching. The wagons are covered in thick, layered tarps. My skin prickles. I sense illusions blanketing them, likely to mask the presence of living prisoners. I mouth, "They're cloaking something." Helrath nods. He motions for me to confirm. Carefully, I inch to the ledge, pulling a small runic lens from my pouch. Peering through it reveals faint shimmering arcs across the wagons, illusion wards. My stomach knots with anger. They really do have captives. I can almost feel their muffled life essences, a sickening tangle of fear. I draw back. Confirmed, I whisper. Living beings inside, hidden by illusions. Helrath's eyes harden. Signal Valorian. I swallow, recalling the plan. Yes, once I confirm, we ignite a smoke signal to trigger the ambush. My heart squeezes painfully at the memory of Valorian instructing me. If you see conclusive evidence, let me know. We strike together. Our entire plan rests on this moment. I rummage for the signal flare, a small container of enchanted dust, but before I can set it off, a flare of movement below draws my attention. The dark elf riders halt. One dismounts, scanning the cliffs with an odd wariness. They sense something. My pulse quickens. If they spot us now, they'll scatter or defend the wagons. We must act swiftly. Helrath's hand closes on my wrist. Now or never. I nod, heart hammering. Popping the container open, I toss the dust into the air. It ignites in a burst of red smoke that drifts up the cliff. Valorian should see that from the opposite ridge. This is the sign. The cargo is real. Illusions confirmed. We're going in. Below, the dark elves shout in alarm as they spot the plume. Helrath barks a command. We scramble down a hidden path carved into the rock face, weapons ready. My stomach twists. I'm no soldier, but I've fought enough to know fear is the only constant in a battle. Chaos erupts the moment we reach the pass. Valorian's party charges from the far side, war horses thundering across the dusty ground. Arrows whiz, illusions shimmer, and the dark elves scramble to mount a defence. I catch a glimpse of Valorian at the forefront, wings flaring behind him as he leads the charge. My breath catches. He's risking everything to secure this proof. Helrath and I smash into the rear flank, tackling two stunned dark elf soldiers who never expected an assault from above. I parry a blade with my short sword, ignoring the burn in my arms as Helrath dispatches another soldier with lethal efficiency. The clang of metal on metal resonates, a brutal symphony of shouts and curses. Dust clouds swirl in the fray, stinging my eyes. I spot the wagons, illusions flickering under the stress of combat. I have to reach them. If we free the prisoners, we confirm everything beyond doubt. With a guttural sound, I break away from Helrath, sprinting toward the second wagon. A dark elf soldier tries to intercept me, raising a spear, but I duck under it and slash across his thigh. He collapses with a cry. My heart pounds. I never wanted to kill, but these people want me dissected. I have no choice. At the wagon's side, illusions crackle, revealing thick wooden bars. Voices inside cry out in fear. A pungent smell of blood and sweat wafts from within. My fury ignites. They're living beings. Another soldier lunges at me with a dagger. I twist, ramming my sword into his gut before he can strike. He slumps, eyes wide, blood staining the dusty ground. My chest heaves. This is war, I remind myself. My eyes dart around. I need the key or some method to break the lock. Two more soldiers approach, but a swift figure drops from above, Valorian. He lands in a crouch, black coat flaring, wings extended. With a single slash of his spelled blade, he knocks both enemies aside. The sight of him, fierce and protective, sends a wave of conflicting emotion crashing through me. But there's no time to dwell. He sees me trying to force open the wagon lock. "Move!" he orders, voice taut. He raises his blade, chanting a quick runic phrase, and a burst of magic shatters the lock in a shower of sparks. The wagon door swings open. Inside, half a dozen Vrakken, gaunt, eyes hollow, stare at us in fear. Bound with chains etched in dark elf runes, they look malnourished, battered. My heart clenches. This is the dark elves' doing, the fate I might have shared if they caught me. One of them murmurs a broken, "Thank you," voice choked. Valorian climbs in, hacking at the chains with a smaller spelled dagger. I stand guard, scanning the chaos around us. Helrath's group battles near the first wagon, and it looks like we're gaining the upper hand. Half the dark elf force is down or retreating. Another soldier tries to run for his horse, presumably to fetch reinforcements, but a house-driven warrior intercepts him. Shouts ring out as Helrath's men free more captives from the first wagon. We're winning. My adrenaline surges, hopeful for the first time in days. If we extract these Vrakken prisoners, we'll have living proof Zathien is harvesting essence. Our evidence to unite Vrakken houses might come from these terrified souls. This might be the turning point. A sudden horn blast echoes from the ridge. I stiffen, whirling to face the sound. Reinforcements? My heightened senses pick out new hooves pounding the dusty pass. My stomach knots. More dark elves. Valorian leaps down from the wagon, eyes scanning the horizon. Dust clouds billow from a far slope as a fresh wave of mounted soldiers pours in. They wear dark elf armour, though different insignias, some from allied houses, others from scattered clans. My heart seizes. An entire army, or at least the vanguard, arrived faster than we expected. We have no illusions ready for this scale. Our small force is outnumbered. "Retreat!" Valorian shouts to Helrath, voice ringing across the pass. "We have the captives. Fall back." We can't face them head on. Panic seizes me, but I steady my grip. We gather the freed Vrakken, some too weak to walk unassisted. Soldiers help them onto stolen dark elf mounts. The pass reverberates with incoming enemy hoofbeats. The dust churned by their approach thickens, turning the air gritty. Helrath's face is grim as he spurs his horse forward, guiding some of our men up the slope. Others flank the newly freed prisoners. Valorian and I remain near the rear, ensuring none of the captives are left behind. Then a keening horn sounds again, closer, and from the swirling dust emerges a dark elf commander, cloaked in red. He brandishes a barbed spear, eyes locking onto me. Hatred contorts his features. "The half-breed!" he snarls. "Seize her! Lord Zathian wants her alive!" My heart skips. Suddenly multiple riders pivot, directing their mounts toward me. Valorian bares his fangs. A guttural hiss escapes him. "Run!" he snarls at me. "I'll hold them!" I stare, fear choking me. More dark elves gallop in, forming a wedge. If Valorian stays, he'll be surrounded. My mind races, weighing the cost of leaving him. If we both stay, we're doomed. I clench my fists, hating the choice forced upon me. But he's right. My capture is their aim. If I remain, I endanger us all. With a strained cry, I turn, spurring the horse of a fallen dark elf soldier. The creature rears, but I grip the reins and kick it into a gallop, heading for Helrath's position. The wind whips tears from my eyes. "Valorian, please survive." Behind me, the clash of steel and roars of Vrakken magic ring out, echoing across the pass. Dust billows so thick it stings my eyes. I urge the horse faster, navigating the rocky slope. The freed prisoners cluster ahead with Helrath, forging a desperate escape route. I glance back once, breath snagging in my throat. Valorian's silhouette stands amid swirling dust, blade arcing, wings flaring. The red-cloaked dark elf commander lunges at him, spear flashing. Valorian twists aside, a lethal dance of movement. My chest constricts. I can't lose him, not like this, not after everything. But if I go back, we might both fall. Rage and fear churn in my gut. Helrath shouts, drawing my attention forward. He motions me to join them on a sloping path out of the pass. A battered Vrakken prisoner clings to Helrath's saddle, blinking in shock. "Ride!" Helrath barks. We tear up the path, the horse's hooves pounding. My heart throbs with each beat, mind spinning with images of Valorian surrounded. The pass behind us grows distant, the sounds of battle fading. Please be safe. The vow to come back for him if needed sears my thoughts. We ascend the ridge, eventually regrouping with half our strike team. Panting, we look back at the pass. Dark elf banners flutter near the base, but no immediate pursuit. Perhaps Valorian's stand delayed them. Helrath dismounts, cursing under his breath. I slide off my horse, trembling from exertion and terror. "How many did we lose?" I ask, dread in my voice. He grimaces. 4 men, possibly more if Valorian's group doesn't break free. But we freed at least 10 Vrakken captives from those wagons. He jerks his chin toward the huddled forms we rescued. Some are unconscious, others moan in pain. I swallow. We have our proof. The stench of sorrow clings to the air. "And Valorian," My voice cracks. Helrath's jaw sets. He's not the type to die easily. He'll find a way out. We can circle back around and look for him once we secure these captives. My pulse claws at my throat, a surge of worry close to drowning me. But Helrath is right. We can't leave these traumatized Vrakken to fend for themselves. Many can barely stand. My half-breed rage flares at the cruelty inflicted on them. We have to hurry, or more dark elves might swarm us. I help Helrath lead the group deeper into the ridge, aiming for a hidden ravine that, according to his map, offers a concealed route back to House Draven territory. The freed prisoners limp along, haunted eyes darting with every sound. My heart aches at their condition. This is what the dark elves do to living beings, and they wanted me for the same reason. Midway, we pause to tend to injuries. An older Vrakken, skeletal from malnutrition, grips my arm with trembling fingers. "Thank you," she rasps. My family was gone. They took me for experiments. We heard rumours about a half-breed they saw. That must be you?" My insides twist. "Yes, I'm sorry you got caught in their search." She shakes her head, hollow eyes filling with tears. "Not your fault, the Dark Elves. They hunger for new magic, anything to exploit. You saved us." Her voice quivers with gratitude that bruises my heart. She's grateful to me, a half-breed, while entire armies want me dead. What a warped world. We keep moving, the wounded leaning on able-bodied warriors for support. Anxiety digs claws into me. I can't stop envisioning Valorian, left behind in that dusty pass, alone against a wave of dark elves. Anger at him lingers, but I can't deny how the thought of losing him ignites pure dread. Come back to me, you manipulative, impossible prince. By dusk, we reach the ravine's mouth. The path beyond leads to a forest track that should intersect with House Draven's territory. My limbs tremble with fatigue, but the rescued Vrakken, though weak, press on, desperate to escape. Helrath dispatches 2 scouts ahead to ensure the route is clear. I slump against a rock, gulping water from a flask. "We can't push all night," Helrath mutters, scanning the worried faces of the freed prisoners. "But we can't stay in the open either. We'll find a concealed glen to camp, keep watch in shifts." I nod absently, scanning the horizon behind us. My nerves are raw. Where is Valorian? A flicker of guilt gnaws at me for leaving him. Yet he ordered me to flee, to protect me from the dark elf horde. The entire point was to secure these captives as living proof, if he died to ensure that... No, I force the thought away, refusing to believe it. One of the scouts returns, hurrying down the slope with urgent steps. He beckons Helrath aside. I follow, chest tight. "Lord Valorian's party emerges from the far ridge," the scout whispers, pointing north. "They're moving slow, some wounded, but he's alive." Relief slams into me so hard I nearly stagger. He's alive. My eyes burn with sudden moisture. Helrath claps my shoulder. "Told you he's hard to kill." I release a shaking breath, chest tight with a complicated rush of gratitude and lingering anger. Where is he?" The scout gestures. "A few miles up the ridge. They'll likely reach us by full night." Nodding, I turn away before emotion overwhelms me. He's safe. Our entire effort isn't in vain. I swallow the sob threatening to rise and focus on helping Helrath coordinate a hidden campsite. The freed captives deserve rest, and we have urgent news to share with Valorian once he arrives. Night falls, and we find a small clearing tucked between rocky outcrops. Helrath organises watch rotations, while I help distribute meagre rations. The air is cold, starless clouds hiding the moon. A low campfire crackles, its flames carefully shielded behind a boulder to avoid detection. The rescued Vrakken huddle close, trembling from exhaustion and trauma. Their presence is a grim testament to the Dark Elves' cruelty. Time drags, Every minute, I expect dark elf scouts to descend upon us. Each rustle of wind or snap of a twig sets my nerves on edge. But no one appears, at least not from that direction. Finally, the crunch of gravel alerts us to approaching figures. My heart leaps. Helrath signals caution, but a moment later, Valorian steps into the fire's glow, supporting a limping house-driven soldier. My chest constricts at the sight of a fresh gash on his forearm, blood staining his coat. Yet he's alive, expression grim but fierce as ever. He meets my gaze across the flickering firelight. Relief, anger, unspoken emotion churn in my gut. I stand, hands shaking. He passes the wounded soldier to Helrath's care and heads my way, eyes never leaving mine. "You made it," I whisper, voice clogged with more feeling than I'd like. He dips his chin, exhaling. "We lost a few good men, but yes, we stalled the reinforcements long enough to escape." I notice fresh bruises on his jaw, dirt smudging his cheek, a tear in one wing membrane that's already scabbing over. My heart aches. "Are you hurt badly?" He shakes his head. "Superficial wounds. I'll manage." He glances at the ragged circle of freed prisoners. "Looks like you got them out." I nod. "Thanks to you and Helrath. They're shaken, but alive." His shoulders sag slightly, relief threading through his posture. "Good." Then his gaze flickers with renewed tension. "We need to talk." He gestures away from the camp, ensuring privacy. "Please." I swallow, recalling the scout's report that an entire dark elf army pursues me. My terror, fury and confusion swirl anew. Still, I find myself following him beyond the low ring of light cast by the fire. A short distance from camp, we stand under the shadow of towering pines. The night is black except for the faint glow of starlight. Valorian turns to me, face half hidden in darkness. The tension is palpable. He speaks first, voice soft but urgent. "The dark elves who followed us. I overheard some of their shouts. They specifically want you, yes, but not just for experiments. They plan to use your half-blood status as a catalyst, a demonstration of power. If they capture you, they'll parade you as a triumph, a new dawn for dark elf magic. They're rallying their armies around that concept." My stomach lurches. "So I'm a trophy?" "Worse," he says. "They'd dissect you publicly, perhaps feed the rumour that half-bloods exist in greater numbers, incite fear among Vrakken. They'd use your suffering to fracture our alliances." I choke on a wave of revulsion. Gods, how can they be so monstrous? He reaches out, almost touching my arm, then withdrawing. Not all are. But the ones loyal to Zathian, they do anything to harness your unique blood. They see it as a key to controlling Vrakken essence, bridging a gap in their magic. We can't let them take you. Tremors course through me, tears burning my eyes. I'm so tired of being everyone's tool. Why can't they just... My voice cracks, and I suck in a ragged breath. The Vrakken Council calls me an abomination. The Dark Elves want me as a trophy for war. I'm cornered on all sides. Valorian's expression twists with sympathy and guilt. "I'm sorry, truly. If I could carry that burden for you, I would." His tone trembles with sincerity that pricks my heart. "But we have this proof now, those captives. Once we bring them to House Draven, we might unite enough Vrakken to stave off the Dark Elf armies." My anger bubbles up again. "And then what?" "The council might still execute me if they decide it's politically expedient. If they think handing me over to the Dark Elves will avert war, they might do it." He shakes his head fiercely. "I won't allow it." I laugh bitterly. "You keep saying that, as if your will alone can stop them. Are you prepared to fight the entire council, your own mother included?" His jaw sets. "Yes, if that's what I have to do." The raw conviction in his voice stuns me. We lock eyes, a crackle of unresolved emotion passing between us. My mind reels with the weight of it all. Fear that the world wants me dead, fury at how I've been manipulated, and a traitorous longing for Valorian's assurance. Tears gather at the corners of my eyes. I blink them back, voice trembling. I'm scared. He steps closer, so close I smell the faint tang of blood on his coat, the musk of sweat and dust. Me too, he admits, voice low. But we stand a chance if we unite these rescued Vrakken with House Draven, then rally other clans. The council thrives on power. If they see we can undermine the Dark Elves' new weapon and you're vital to that success, they'll relent. I wrap my arms around myself, nodding slowly. You really believe that? His silence hangs for a moment. Then he exhales. I have to. This war is coming, whether we like it or not. At least with you fighting beside us, we have a chance to face the Dark Elves on equal footing. Warmth flickers behind my ribs, warring with the cloying terror. I search his face, seeking sincerity. Despite our tangled past, I sense no deception now, only a desperate resolve that mirrors my own. The night wind rustles overhead, and for an instant it feels like the entire world pauses, letting us share this moment of raw honesty. Eventually, I nod, stepping back. All right, we press on. We bring these captives back, show the council the truth. I'll stand before them, half-blood or not, and demand they see reason. His eyes darken with emotion. You won't stand alone. A flush crawls up my neck. His unwavering presence could be my anchor in a world determined to tear me apart. I hate how much I want to lean on him, how my anger at his past manipulations can't eclipse the yearning for his protection, his approval. We're bound by necessity, but maybe more. The thought is as terrifying as it is comforting. Thank you, I whisper, voice thick, for not letting me face this alone. A faint, sad smile graces his lips. Always. We linger in the hush, hearts pounding in the darkness. Then voices from camp filter through the trees, cries of wounded, the crackle of fire. We break apart, each returning to the grim responsibilities that await us. Yet an undercurrent of unity threads between us now, steadier than before. We're no longer master and thrall, nor manipulator and pawn. We're partners in survival, each clinging to the other in a world that wants us dead. We spend the rest of the night tending to the rescued prisoners, patching wounds, and sharing scant rations. The next morning dawns cloudy, with a chill that seeps into our bones. Valorian's group merges with ours, forming a single escort. Everyone is on edge, glancing over shoulders, expecting dark elf pursuers any moment. But no immediate attack comes. Perhaps the dark elves are regrouping, or they consider us too small a party to warrant heavy pursuit, or they're leading that army toward House Draven itself. The possibility sends cold dread through me. We break camp, travelling with the freed Vrakken at a careful pace. Valorian and Helrath ride point, leading us through hidden trails. As I ride behind them on a borrowed horse, I sense each soldier's tension like static in the air. The day drags on, each footstep a step closer to House Draven, to the council's judgment. At midday, a scout reports no sign of enemy patrols. Relief mingles with suspicion. They might be waiting for us at the fortress, or encircling us from another route. I catch Valorian's gaze, and he mirrors my unease with a grim nod. Finally, after hours of winding through forested valleys, House Draven's looming walls appear in the distance. My heart lurches at the sight, uncertain if I should feel safe or threatened. This fortress is both sanctuary and potential prison, yet it's the only place we can gather allies and plan to fight back against the dark elf army craving my blood. As we approach, the gates open, revealing Brinda and a contingent of guards waiting. Among them, I spot a few scowling council members. My pulse flutters. They're here for me. They see the battered prisoners, the worn expressions of our returning warriors. Valorian rides in, head high, projecting confidence despite fatigue and injuries. I dismount carefully, legs wobbling. Helrath and the soldiers help the rescued Vrakken into the courtyard, ignoring the shocked murmurs from watchers. Brinda steps forward, eyes sweeping over the captives with grim recognition. Then her gaze snaps to me, an unspoken question in her eyes. "Is this your proof?" Valorian speaks before she can. "We have them, Mother," he says, voice echoing in the stone courtyard. "Dark elf experiments confirmed. These Vrakken were to be used for essence harvesting. The half-blood's intel was correct." The crowd stirs, some responding with pity for the rescued, others casting uncertain glances at me. My stomach knots, recalling that half these onlookers might want me dead. I steel myself, lifting my chin. No more hiding. I see one council member's face twist with disgust, another with anxious calculation. My heart races. Brinda's expression softens marginally as she takes in the captive's condition. Then she fixes Valorian with a demanding look. "We'll need to hear their testimony before the council. The threat is real. Zathian's plan to weaponize essence must be exposed." He nods, voice clipped. "We must move fast. The Dark Elves gather an army to capture Valeria. If we don't unite Vrakken houses soon, we risk open war." A murmur of alarm ripples. Brinda's lips press thin. "Then we'll convene an emergency session, and the half-blood—" She glances at me. She'll stand witness. My breath hitches. Stand witness or stand trial? The unspoken tension weighs heavily. I note the way certain council members exchange looks, measuring how best to exploit or condemn me. Valorian's posture turns rigid beside me, wings shifting. I sense his protective rage simmering. Helrath breaks the silence. "The captives need medical attention. Let's move them inside." Brinda nods, gesturing for the guards to escort the freed Vrakken away. The courtyard buzzes with activity, but a pocket of hush lingers around me, Valorian, and the council members eyeing us warily. One councillor steps forward, robes dragging on the stone. "This is a precarious time for House Draven," he intones. "We must weigh the cost of protecting a half-blood who draws the Dark Elves' wrath." Anger flares in me, but Valorian speaks before I do. "We protect her because she's the key to defeating Zathian. These captives prove the Dark Elves' plot. You see the bigger threat?" The councillor's gaze flicks my way, then to Valorian, uncertainty etched in his features. "We shall debate it in the council chamber." I stand stiffly, fists clenched. They treat me like a commodity. Yet I know I must face them if we're to rally an army in time. Fear twists in my gut, but beneath it a flame of defiance burns. I won't cower. I'm sick of cowering. Valorian turns to me, voice low. "Rest for now. Gather your strength. The council meeting convenes at nightfall. We present our case then." I exhale shakily. "All right." He dips his head. A fleeting concern shadows his expression. "I'll ensure you're not disturbed. Try not to worry about the hearing." A short laugh escapes me, humorless. Too late. Still, I appreciate his intent. My life and existence hang in the balance, as does the destiny of House Draven in the face of a dark elf invasion. Hours later, I settle into a small suite near the fortress's rear courtyard, assigned by Helrath for privacy. The weight of the approaching council session presses on me. My head spins with the threat of an entire dark elf army mobilizing to snatch me, the Vrakken Council's hostility, and the knowledge that my presence might tilt the war's outcome. I pace the room, replaying Helrath's words and Valorian's vow to shield me. He can't fight them all if they decide to sacrifice me. My nails bite into my palms. But if I flee, I condemn them to facing Zathian alone, and risk being captured on the run anyway. torn between fury at a world that wants me dead for existing and the fragile hope that House Draven might still stand with me. I sink onto the bed, burying my face in my hands. My chest constricts. I've never felt so helpless or so important at once. A faint knock rouses me. I stand, cautious. Yes? The door creaks open to reveal one of the rescued Vrakken, a younger man, bruised and haunted-looking. He bows awkwardly. My lady, I wanted to thank you. We heard you risked everything to confirm our presence in that caravan. Tears sting my eyes at the raw gratitude in his voice. They view me as a saviour of sorts. You don't owe me thanks, I manage. I just did what was right. He lowers his gaze. Still, if there's anything I can do, I owe you my life. His voice wobbles with emotion. Please don't let the council discard you. We need you. The world needs you. My breath catches. They need me. The notion resonates, feeding an ember of courage. Thank you, I whisper. I'll do my best. He departs, leaving me alone again, but his words echo in the hush. We need you. This battered Vrakken, once a victim of the Dark Elves, sees me as hope. That flips my fear into a fierce resolve. I'm done letting them chase me into corners. If half the world wants me dead, I'll fight to prove they can't break me. Not the Dark Elves, not the Council. I stare at the reflection in the room's small mirror, repeating the thought. They will not break me. The hours tick by, each breath a step closer to facing the Council's scrutiny. My hands tremble at the idea of them labelling me an abomination. Yet my heart steels with a grim vow. I'll stand my ground. If they want me dead, they'll have to see me first and see the future I represent. At last, a guard summons me. The council is ready. This is it. With a final inhale, I sweep from the suite, meeting the guard's stiff bow. My fate and of House Draven collide tonight. Fear still hammers in my veins, but so does anger. I clench my jaw, striding down the corridor toward the council chamber, prepared to face every condemnation they hurl my way. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 14. Valorian. I stare at the double doors of the council chamber, heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. Every muscle tenses in anticipation of yet another confrontation, but I remind myself that Valeria is counting on me. If I falter now, she faces a world of torment from both Protheka's dark elf fanatics and our own paranoid council. My pulse thrums in my ears as I push open the doors. Inside, a hush settles over the circular room. Torchlight casts dancing shadows along the carved walls, which depict battles of centuries past, Vrakken clashing with orcs, with dark elves, with monstrous beasts. Rows of seats rise in tiers, each occupied by House Draven's influential nobles, matriarchs and patriarchs of lesser lines, and a smattering of elder advisors. At the head, naturally, presides my mother, Matriarch Brynda, regal in her formal robes. Her silver-white hair glints with the flame's glow. She surveys me with an unreadable expression. Normally, I can guess her moods by the tilt of her chin or the arch of her brow, but tonight she's as closed off as a locked vault. After everything, the half-blood revelation, the rescued Vrakken captives, and the rumors swirling about an approaching dark elf army. This council session is meant to be an emergency measure. We need a united front. We need to decide how to face Xathian's threat. Yet as I stand there, wings tucked behind me, an odd tension prickles along my spine. Something's off in the arrangement of seats, and the way certain counselors refuse to meet my eye. They murmur among themselves, hushed phrases that spark suspicion in my gut. My mother raps a staff on the stone floor. Valeria and Draven. Her voice carries through the chamber, echoing under the vaulted ceiling. We convene to address the infiltration mission's outcome, the fate of the half-blood in our midst, and the Dark Elves' mobilization. We trust you have intelligence to share. I stride to the center of the room, ignoring the stare of an older counselor to my left, whose lips purse in disapproval. My infiltration force successfully rescued multiple Vrakken captives from Xathian's caravan. Their testimonies confirm the Dark Elves' essence harvesting plan, validating Valeria's intel. We have enough proof to rally other Vrakken houses if we act swiftly. A shifting of bodies, a wave of murmurs. One council member, Lord Cyrath, a venerable Vrakken with salt and pepper hair, leans forward. That is encouraging news. We applaud the rescue. Yet we also hear rumors that the half-blood, his mouth twists on the term, has drawn further Dark Elf aggression. An entire army mobilizes near our borders specifically to capture her. I sense a trap in his tone. Yes, I say carefully. The Dark Elves know about her. They see her lineage as a direct path to harnessing new magic. That is more reason we must unify. If they capture her, or any potential half-blood, they'll only grow stronger. Brynda raises her staff again, and yet the council remains uneasy, an abomination within our walls. Rage flickers inside me. I object to that term. She is no abomination. A few voices hiss or scoff. My mother's gaze narrows and she inclines her head in a chilling calm. We have ancient laws condemning half-bloods, Valorian. The council cannot disregard them lightly. I clench my jaw, scanning the assembly. I see Helroth lurking near the periphery, arms folded. He gives me a subtle nod, urging caution. Valeria stands at the chamber's edge with a guard, posture tight and defiant as she meets the cold stares. She won't flinch. My chest constricts at how alone she must feel, a swirl of half-lidded scorn from so many Vrakken. But I can't let them savage her in a knee-jerk condemnation. You argue tradition, I say, forcing a calm tone. But tradition also demanded we remain underground, away from the surface, centuries ago. Times change. Xathian's threat dwarfs any archaic fear of half-breeds. Valeria is the reason we have living proof of the Dark Elves' atrocities. She saved lives. She is an asset. Lord Cyrath scowls. And also a beacon for the Dark Elves who march upon us. Some whisper that handing her over might spare House Draven from a costly war. That the Dark Elves want her above all else. An immediate wave of protest stirs from some council members. Others, however, remain silent. My fury sharpens. Handing her over my dead body. That would be a catastrophic mistake, I retort, voice echoing. They'd only be emboldened to strike further once they gleaned every secret from her blood. We must deny them that advantage and unify Vrakken houses to repel their incursion. Brynda lifts a hand, quieting the murmurs. She appears thoughtful, but her eyes hold concern. Valorian speaks sense in one regard. Appeasing the Dark Elves by offering the half-blood is no guarantee of peace. They have grown bold, and Xathian's hunger for Vrakken essence extends beyond just one hybrid. She shifts her gaze. Yet the council wonders how we quell the tension her presence creates among our allied houses. Some threaten to withdraw support if we shelter her. A vise seems to tighten around my chest. They're cornering me with political might. If we lose key allies, House Draven stands alone. My wings twitch involuntarily, a sign of agitation. We show them the testimonies of the rescued, We demonstrate that with Valeria's infiltration prowess, we can outmaneuver Xathian. The half-blood is no threat to us, but a bulwark against the true enemy. I pivot slightly, addressing the entire chamber. Give me time to gather more allies from our neighboring houses. Let me leverage our new proof. Once we rally a formidable coalition, the Dark Elves cannot intimidate us with their army. Then you will see Valeria's worth beyond any prejudice. A hush extends. Some council members exchange glances, uncertain. A glimmer of hope surges in me. Perhaps reason can prevail. Then, from the shadows near the chamber's entrance, a new figure emerges, stepping into the circle of torchlight. My insides coil with alarm. It's Mahir, a Vrakken noble I've trusted for years. He handled clandestine negotiations for House Draven's benefit, a so-called ally. But his presence now is unscheduled, and the tension on his face sets me on edge. He clears his throat, scanning the chamber with dramatic flourish. Council members, matriarch, I bring an urgent matter that cannot wait. Brinda's brow arches. Speak, Mahir. We are in session. A hush falls, so complete I hear the crackle of torch flames. Mahir's expression holds an odd mix of regret and cunning. I regret that it falls to me to reveal a grave betrayal. Lord Valorian's infiltration team was not the only party gleaning secrets. I have discovered that the Half-Blood's existence was leaked directly to the Dark Elves, the very details of her identity, her role, and House Draven's plan. My blood chills. Who would do that? My mother's staff strikes the floor sharply, echoing like thunder. Gasps ripple through the assembly. I whirl to face Mahir fully, heart hammering. What do you mean? Leaked to the Dark Elves? Mahir presses his lips together in a parody of sorrow. I fear some within House Draven have struck a deal, exchanging knowledge about the Half-Blood for Dark Elf backing in future disputes. Or so the rumors say. He lifts his head. I have evidence that an alliance is formed behind your back, Valorian. A hidden faction that deems the Half-Blood a liability, too dangerous to House Draven. They sold out her identity and location. I stare at him, shock warring with rage. This is monstrous. If true, we have a traitor in our midst. Name them. His eyes flick aside, voice hushed. All signs point to it being an inside job from one of your closest confidants. My sources whisper the traitor is none other than Helrath. My mind blanks. Helrath? That can't be. He's fought by my side, trained Valeria, risked his life more times than I can count. But the chamber erupts in confusion, voices rising. My mother pounds her staff again. Silence, she snaps. This accusation is dire. We cannot convict Helrath without proof, but we must investigate immediately. If Helrath is indeed the leak, the Dark Elves might already be on their way here. Lord Cyrath's voice rings out. We should confine both the Half-Blood and Helrath until we ascertain the truth. This is no time for leniency. Panic claws at me. If the Council confines Valeria, she's effectively at their mercy. My trust in Helrath runs deep. He wouldn't betray me, would he? But Mahir's calm, lethal manner suggests he's come armed with more than rumor. A swirl of suspicion churns. Is Helrath truly the traitor, or is Mahir forging evidence? Before I can speak, the doors to the council chamber fly open. A breathless guard staggers in, crying, Dark Elves! They've breached the outer gate! We're under attack! Dozens of soldiers within our walls! Chaos ignites. Council members leap from their seats, shouting contradictory orders. My mother's face hardens, and she barks commands for immediate defense. I spin, wings unfurling instinctively, searching the crowd for Valeria. She stands near a pillar, eyes wide, knuckles white around a dagger's hilt. Our gazes lock across the swirling mass of frantic Vrakken. The Dark Elves are here. They forced the fortress gates or found a hidden entry. Someone must have guided them in. So it's happening. The betrayal is real. My mind whirls. Which ally leaked the details? Helrath has no motive, I'm certain. That leaves me here or someone else trying to frame him. I grit my teeth. No time to unravel it fully. We must protect Valeria from a direct assault. The Dark Elves want her above all else. I fight through the scramble of counselors to reach her side. Valeria, I say, voice taut, we're compromised. We have to get you out before they corner you. She nods, though fear and anger flicker in her gaze. Where do we go? I try to quell the panic roiling in my gut. If the fortress is compromised, the old infiltration routes might be blocked. Follow me, I say, gesturing for her to keep close. There's a hidden corridor beyond the west wing. Suddenly, the main doors to the chamber burst open again, this time revealing a squad of dark elf soldiers clad in black leather and obsidian armor. They surge in, weapons drawn, illusions swirling. Shouts ring out as counselors scramble backward, some drawing their own blades. I snarl, stepping in front of Valeria, brandishing my spelled sword. Chaos erupts. Dark elves slash at unsuspecting Vrakken. Illusions crackle overhead, and I catch a glimpse of my mother unleashing a savage wave of vampiric magic that sends a pair of dark elves flying. The carnage is immediate blood on polished floors, the ring of steel against steel, shrieks of council members not used to direct combat. I block a blow aimed at me, stumbling as the force jars my arm. My wings flare for balance. Valeria ducks a sword strike from a snarling dark elf officer. She counters with a swift slash that carves across his side. He howls, stumbling. My chest tightens with savage admiration. She's fighting for her life, as always. Another soldier lunges from behind, and I intercept, driving my blade through his chest. Hot blood splatters. Then I see a tall figure behind the attacking soldiers, a dark elf lieutenant calling orders to find the half-blood. My stomach lurches. They know exactly who they want. If they fixate on her now, pinned in this chamber with so many enemies, we risk losing everything. The entire fortress might fall if the Dark Elves seize her. I need a ruse. The flicker of an idea forms. A horrifying strategy, but it might be the only way to keep her alive while we gather a defense. If the Dark Elves think I'm abandoning her, they might lower their guard, believe she's unprotected. I loathe the thought, but in the swirl of crisis, it's our best chance to lure them off balance and let me strike from another angle. I spin, catching Valeria's arm mid-fight. She gasps as I drag her out of the fray for a split second. My eyes blaze with urgency. Trust me, I breathe. No matter what happens, trust me. Without waiting for her reply, I push her away with a snarl, turning to bellow at the soldiers. Do what you want with her! I wash my hands of this half-blood abomination! Her face contorts in betrayal, shock flooding her wide eyes. I see the heartbreak there, but I force my expression into cold fury. If this works, the Dark Elves will believe I've surrendered her to them. They'll swarm her, but Helrath, assuming he's not the traitor, can help me strike from behind. This is the cruelty of House Draven's strategy. Illusions within illusions. Valeria staggers back, a cry of raw hurt forming on her lips. Valerian, what? A wave of dark elf illusions crashes toward her, but I step aside as if washing my hands of her. My heart lurches painfully at her wounded expression, but I keep my face an icy mask, loud enough for the Dark Elves to hear me. Take her if you must, she's the reason our fortress is under siege, I roar, injecting every ounce of scorn into my tone. She's worthless to us now. She reels as if I physically struck her. My insides twist in guilt. Her tears glimmer for an instant before she sets her jaw, lifting her blade to face the encroaching soldiers. She must think I've truly betrayed her. The heartbreak in her eyes cuts deeper than any sword, but I cannot yield. If I show a hint of compassion now, the ruse crumbles. Dark elf soldiers rush forward, half in triumph, half in caution. They believe I'm letting them claim Valeria uncontested. Some turn to me with sneers like they can't fathom a Vrakken giving up so easily. I'll let them think what they want. I back away slowly, letting them see the scorn on my face. Then, under the swirling illusions, I slip behind a pillar, wings tucking to avoid detection. Chaos intensifies around Valeria as she fights alone, desperately fending off thrusts and illusions. My chest screams to leap in and defend her openly, but that would ruin the plan. If I wait until they're overconfident, I can strike from the flank, maybe open a path to Hellwrath or my mother so we can regroup. I scan the crowd for Hellwrath. He's engaged in a brutal clash near the dais, hacking at a dark elf's shield. For a heartbeat, his gaze meets mine across the chamber. He sees my posture, realizes what I've done. Recognition dawns in his eyes. He understands the ruse. Thank the gods. We just need to coordinate our next move. But then from behind Hellwrath, a figure emerges Mahir, my alleged ally. He raises a dagger, face twisted with grim resolve. Before I can shout a warning, Mahir plunges the blade into Hellwrath's back. My loyal warrior staggers, eyes bulging in shock, blood staining his lips. Betrayal! Mahir wrenches the blade out, letting Hellwrath collapse in a heap. The swirl of combat hides it from most, but I witness every horrifying second, chest constricting. I choke on a soundless roar, heart hammering. Mahir is the real traitor. Hellwrath never turned on me. I watch in sickened disbelief as Mahir steps away, allowing a dark elf soldier to finish off Hellwrath's prone form. Then Mahir merges into the crowd, heading for an exit. My mind reels. He orchestrated everything. He sold out Valeria, staged Hellwrath's guilt, and led the dark elves to our doorstep. Rage surges, molten and unrelenting. I want to tear after him, but I also see Valeria pinned in a ring of hostile soldiers. She's bleeding from a shallow cut on her shoulder, illusions crackling around her as she tries to repel them. Focus. We must save her first. Hellwrath is lost. The horror of it almost paralyzes me. But I can't let his sacrifice be in vain. I gather the spells on my blade, stepping out from the pillar at an oblique angle. The dark elves have circled Valeria, not noticing me. Perfect. My sword flares with swirling runes. Bellowing a war cry, I hurl a wave of vampiric magic across the ring of soldiers. They reel, illusions shattering. Valeria gasps, stumbling back from the concussive burst. In the shock, I slice through the nearest soldier's side, spin to behead another. A third tries to parry, but I knock him off balance with a powerful wing buffet. Then I'm at Valeria's flank, reversing the ruse in a heartbeat. She stares at me, eyes wide, betrayal mingled with confusion and relief. I see a tear on her cheek, and it guts me. This was the only way, I want to tell her. Instead, I focus on clearing a path to the hall. Go! I shout, voice raw. We can't hold them here! She hesitates, 1,000 unspoken accusations behind her eyes. Then with a fierce nod, she lunges forward, blade sweeping to cut down a soldier who tries to block her. I tear through another pair of illusions, forging an opening. The council chamber is half in flames now, or near it. One of the torches must have overturned in the chaos. Smoke thickens the air. We dash into the corridor, leaving the main throng behind. My mother is nowhere in sight, likely leading the defense deeper inside. Screams echo from multiple directions. The fortress is under full assault. Dark elves swarm, presumably aided by Mahir's knowledge. My fury flares again at the memory of Hellwrath's murder. Valeria stumbles, coughing from the smoke. I catch her elbow. Our gazes lock for a tense second. She wrenches free. You bastard, she rasps, tears shining. I thought you left me. I thought you gave me up. Pain lances through me. I had to make them think. She slams her free hand against my chest, shaking her head. You humiliated me in front of everyone, letting them believe I was worthless to you. Her voice cracks. I thought you truly cast me aside. I swallow thickly. Forgive me. I prayed you'd trust me enough to see it was a ruse. I can't elaborate. Footsteps pound around the corner. More dark elves, or perhaps traitorous Vrakken. Valeria curses, pressing herself against the wall, blade at the ready. Our crisis remains. A trio of dark elf soldiers bursts into the corridor. Their eyes light up at the sight of Valeria. "The half-blood," one exclaims. Another says, "Lord Zathien will pay richly for her alive." My wings snap wide. "Not if I can help it," I snarl. We lunge as one, Valeria and I in tandem, attacking with lethal synergy. She slashes low, severing a soldier's hamstring. I bring my blade down on the second soldier's shoulder, splitting armor and flesh. The corridor echoes with shrieks. The third soldier tries to flee, but Valeria hurls a dagger that lodges in his back, sending him sprawling. Our chests heave, the stench of blood thick. She retrieves her dagger, trembling. Anguish still swims in her eyes, but we have no time to talk. We push on, clearing passages of straggling enemies. My heart pounds with every step. The fortress is compromised. Allies fight or fall in every corridor. We spot a group of house-draven guards pinned near a staircase, battered by illusions. We help drive off the dark elves, forging a momentary victory. Amid the swirling chaos, my mind fixates on Mahir. That traitor must be heading for an exit, or the library to burn records. If we can stop him, we can cripple the dark elves' advantage. But Valeria's at risk every second we remain in the open. We round a corner into a wide hall, only to find the floor stained with fresh blood. My mother stands at the far end, locked in deadly combat with a cluster of dark elf mages. She unleashes a swirl of vampiric illusions, her face rigid with fury. Council members lie sprawled around, some dead, others groaning. The stench of carnage is overwhelming. As we approach, a dark elf mage hurls a crackling sphere of conjured acid our way. I shove Valeria aside, raising my blade. The sphere splatters across the floor, sizzling. My mother blasts the mage with a wave of dark energy, leaving him a husk. She glances back, meeting my gaze. Relief flickers. "Valorian," she calls, voice taut. "The fortress is lost if we cannot seal the main gate. They've destroyed half our wards from within. We must rally survivors to the keep's inner sanctum." I grit my teeth, so quickly undone. "We'll help secure the keep." Brynda nods, then glances at Valeria. A flash of disapproval crosses her face. "Keep her safe," she snaps. "If the dark elves capture her, all is lost. Some in the council still cling to the idea of handing her over, but we cannot let that happen." We press forward side by side with my mother, cutting down any dark elf stragglers in the corridor. A swirl of illusions crackles around us, but Valeria seems to see through them, guiding us away from booby-trapped corners. For a moment, it feels like the unstoppable synergy we once dreamt of. Mother, son, and a half-blood operative forging a path through the carnage. Abruptly, a Vrakken guard stumbles forward, blood staining his armor. He gasps out words. "Lord Valorian." "The main gate!" More soldiers storm inside. They speak your name, claiming they have your ally. They say they've taken Helrath's body. My stomach roils with fresh rage. They'll pay for that. Helrath was dear to me, a stalwart friend. The betrayal rips at my soul. We press on. At the next junction, I realize the swirling illusions intensify. The hallway flickers with half-formed shapes, twisted images to confound us. The dark elves must be using advanced spells to sow chaos. My mother curses under her breath. Valeria, though, hesitates, brow furrowing. She closes her eyes, focusing on her half-Vrakken senses. With a trembling breath, she touches the runic tokens at her belt. The illusions ripple. She's unraveling them. Awe and heartbreak flood me. We rely on her unique power even as the council condemns her. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the hall. Rubble crashes down, sealing off a section. My mother shields her eyes as dust billows. "They're bringing the fortress down around us," she spits. A swirl of shapes leaps from the dust-dark elf shock troopers, illusions flickering around their spiked armor. I snarl, brandishing my sword. We clash in a dizzying flurry of steel and crackling magic. Brynda tears into them with arcs of vampiric energy. Valeria ducks a spear thrust, ramming her dagger into a soldier's ribcage. I lash out with a wing strike, hurling another soldier into a collapsed pillar. But more keep coming. My mother grimaces, lips twisting. We can't hold them forever. We must regroup with any survivors in the inner sanctum and form a last stand or retreat. House Draven's defense wards are mostly sabotaged. The weight of hopelessness presses on me. Is House Draven truly falling in a single night? We must rescue as many as we can. Valeria is panting, a bruise darkening her cheek, her left arm bleeding. I hiss in frustration, scanning the corridor for an exit path. The illusions swirl again, hinting at a hidden side passage beyond. Then a voice slices through the din. Valorian, we have her cornered. No need to fight further. Surrender the half-breed, and we'll show mercy to the rest. My head whips around. A dark elf officer stands in the rubble of the collapsed hallway, flanked by half a dozen soldiers. He holds up a battered, blood-stained House Draven crest, likely Hellroth's, torn from his corpse. My fury boils. You'll pay for that, I snarl. He sneers. Spare me the bravado. Give us the hybrid, and we'll spare your mother and your precious council. Otherwise, we burn your fortress to the ground. Valeria stiffens, eyes flicking to me. I sense her trembling fear, anger, betrayal. My mother's face is pale with fury, illusions swirling around her fists. The officer barks a laugh. Oh, and by the way, your beloved ally Mahir sends his regards. He's quite grateful for the intel your fortress shared so graciously. It's all clear now. Mahir orchestrated the sabotage, pinned blame on Hellrath, opened the gates. My mother's expression suggests she too realizes the extent of the betrayal. She growls, stepping forward, but I hold her back. Our forces are scattered, the fortress compromised. She'd be overwhelmed. We can't hand Valeria over, but if we fight here, we all perish. A wave of illusions floods the hall, forcing us back as rubble crumbles overhead. The dark elves press in, forging a ring around us. My mother and I exchange a desperate glance. We only have one option, a strategic retreat, deeper into the fortress's labyrinth. If we get to the hidden corridors below the keep, we might reorganize. But the illusions hamper us, and the dark elves are focusing on Valeria. Their taunting officer steps closer, spear leveled. I meet Valeria's gaze, heart twisting at the terror in her eyes, the memory of how I feigned betrayal in the council chamber. I must stage it again, or all is lost. My mother's presence demands we defend ourselves, but the illusions swirl, pinning us in a dead-end corridor. The structure trembles overhead, dust raining. If we remain trapped, the entire ceiling might collapse. Snarling, I whisper to Valeria, "Play along!" She frowns, uncertain. Then I turn to the dark elf officer, letting my wings sag as if in defeat. I yield, I call, voice echoing. You can have her! She's the cause of this ruin! Valeria's cry of betrayal knifes through me again. I see it in her face. Heartbreak. Outrage. She believes I'm truly handing her over this time. She doesn't realize it's another ploy to confuse the dark elves, to draw them in so maybe we can slip away. Her tears glisten, and it breaks what's left of my heart, but I must keep the ruse going. The officer laughs, triumphant, beckoning his soldiers. Wise choice, Prince of House Draven. They surge forward to claim Valeria, illusions parting. My mother hisses, uncertain whether to strike or follow my lead. I give her a subtle hand signal. Wait. At the last second, I roar and lunge at the illusions, my mother unleashing her vampiric wave. Valeria leaps backward, confusion on her face, but she fights too. The illusions collapse, scything half the dark elves. The corridor shakes with another explosion from deeper in the fortress. Dust blinds me for a moment, and I lose sight of Valeria. When the dust settles, the officer is gone, fled or buried under rubble. The few soldiers left are strewn across the corridor, many dying from Brinda's magic or my sword. My mother staggers, clutching a wound on her side. We must retreat, she rasps. Find another route to the keep. I blink dust from my eyes. Where's Valeria? My voice cracks with panic. I spin, searching the collapsed hallway. No sign of her. Broken stones litter the ground. Twisted illusions still flicker. Could she have run, believing I truly betrayed her again? My mother steadies herself. We have no time. The fortress is compromised. If she's lost in the corridors... I set my jaw, ignoring the heartbreak pounding in my chest. Valeria likely fled, convinced I've sold her out for real. A wave of regret nearly cripples me. But I can't linger. The fortress walls quake again, ominous cracks forming overhead. We must regroup. If the Dark Elf officer or Mihir hunts her, they might snare her in the labyrinth. She believes me a traitor, so she'll never let me find her. The thought is agony. Mother, I say hoarsely, rally what forces we have in the keep. I'll search for Valeria. She shakes her head, hair wild with dust. We can't split. The keep is our stronghold. If I can reinitialize some wards, we might salvage the fortress, or at least buy time. Her eyes hold steeled authority. Come with me. Valeria is out there alone, I protest. My wings flare, reflecting my desperation. I can't let them take her. She's crucial. She is, my mother snaps. But so is House Draven. If the keep falls, where will you bring her? The council might blame you for everything. We must stand or flee en masse. Indecision tears me apart. Duty to House Draven, or saving Valeria from the illusions. The fortress rumbles, fresh debris falling. My mother seizes my arm. Decide, Valorian, or we all die. If you vanish to find her, the keep might be lost, and with it, any hope of repelling the Dark Elves, or your council seat. Are you prepared for that? I hesitate. Valeria is my priority, yet if House Draven collapses, even if I find her, we'll have no sanctuary. The swirl of dust thickens. Another explosion quakes the corridor, forcing me to brace a hand on the wall. Biting back tears, I nod. Very well. The keep first, then we search. She exhales. Come, time is short. And then we dash off, leaving behind the corridor of shattered illusions and mutilated bodies. In my chest, a storm rages. I can't abandon Valeria. But for now, the keep is paramount and the last anchor that might let me gather enough power to rescue her from the chaos I inadvertently unleashed. My blood runs cold at the notion that she thinks I've truly cast her aside. As we run, I vow silently, I will find you, Valeria. I will fix this monstrous ruse no matter what it costs. But for now, from her perspective, I've condemned her to face the Dark Elves alone, and that betrayal might shatter any fragile trust that remains between us. All is lost, I think bitterly, as we race toward the keep. Smoke and illusion swirl, House Draven on the brink of ruin, and the woman I'd do anything to protect, scattered in the fortress's labyrinth. If she survives, she'll likely never forgive me. If she falls... I can't bear to finish that thought.
Chapter 15. Valeria. I crouch behind a jagged column of ancient stone, biting down on my forearm to keep from screaming. The cut on my leg throbs with each frantic beat of my pulse, a vicious reminder that I'm still alive, but barely. My breath rasps in my chest, echoing against damp walls. Darkness presses in from every side, the only light a dying lantern sputtering at my feet. This is the catacombs beneath House Draven, a warren of tunnels once used to store the remains of ancient Vrakken nobility. Now it's my haven, and possibly my grave. I stumbled in here hours ago. Maybe it's been days. Time blurs. Pain and rage guide me more than any sense of clarity. When the fortress collapsed into chaos above, I ran, half blinded by illusions, half sure I'd see Valorian waiting with open arms, offering protection. Instead, I got... He gave me up. The memory claws at my mind. I can't scrub it away. In the midst of that monstrous battle, the swirl of illusions and shrieks, I heard him shout he was done with me, that I was worthless, that I could go to the dark elves for all he cared. My blood hisses with fury at the thought. I believed foolishly that there was something real between us, that no matter how he might manipulate me for politics, he'd never toss me aside. But I watched him do exactly that. I draw a ragged breath, pressing my hand to the slash across my thigh. The makeshift bandage I've tied there is soaked through. Each step sends jolts of fire up my leg. The catacombs smell of mould and old bones, carved recesses in the rock revealing tomb-like alcoves. The gloom is total except for my sputtering lantern, which flickers with pale, sickly flame. If the dark elves pursue me down here, a tremor steals through me. He gave me up. Over and over the thought tolls like a dirge. Valorian's last words ring in my ears, raw with betrayal. Take her if you must. She's the reason our fortress is under siege. The shock and heartbreak were enough to nearly numb me to the pain. And yet, I'm alive, forced to survive alone. The fortress above must be overrun, or close to it. My entire world has collapsed in a single night, and the only ally I thought I had revealed his true colours. Tears threaten, and I swipe them away angrily. There's no point in crying. The catacombs offer no comfort, only the company of the dead. My defiance wars with a gnawing sense of helplessness. Valeria, half-blood, abomination, prize for the dark elves. I was naive to think House Draven's prince might be different, that he cared. He claimed he'd protect me, defy the council, fight the dark elves. Liar. The betrayal scorches my heart. A scuffle of movement along the stone floor sends my heart lurching. I freeze, gripping my dagger, ignoring the spike of agony in my leg. My lantern's flame sputters again, dancing shadows twisting. Did I imagine that sound? Maybe it's a rat, scuttling for food, or the old bones shifting. But goosebumps prickle along my arms. I'm not alone. Something, or someone moves out there. I struggle to my feet, muffling a groan. The dagger in my hand feels too small, too light, but it's all I have. My illusions waver, a swirl of half-formed wards that flicker around me. The catacombs' stale air weighs heavily. If it's a dark elf, I'll fight. If it's a Vrakken, they'll probably want me dead too. My entire world hunts me now. The dark elves for my blood, the Vrakken council for my abomination lineage. I back against the cold stone, heart slamming in my chest. Then I hear it, a voice, low and urgent. Valeria? It's not a soldier's bark, not a dark elf's sneer. It's... oh gods, it's Valorian. My pulse spikes with a complicated jolt of relief and fury. Why is he here? Why bother following me if he tossed me aside? A swirl of emotions tangles in me, so fierce I can't think straight. I glare into the darkness, dagger trembling in my fist. Stay back, I rasp, voice echoing in the cramped tunnel. I'll kill you if you come any closer. Footsteps approach anyway, soft, measured. A glow forms ahead, revealing Valorian's silhouette with a hooded lantern in one hand, his sword sheathed at his side. His wings are folded tight against his back, the ragged edges telling the story of the vicious fight above. He lifts his lantern, illuminating my corner. In the flickering light, I see the strain in his features. A bruise darkens one cheek. Dried blood mats a section of his black hair. His eyes, though, remain intense, fixed on me with a mix of desperation and relief. Valeria. My name drops from his lips like a plea. My entire body trembles. You have no right to say my name. I snap, biting back tears. Anger surges, fueling me. My free hand curls into a fist. You gave me up, left me to the dark elves. Is the fight for House Draven's throne worth so much you'd sacrifice me? He flinches, pain flickering across his face. I never meant it, he says urgently. It was a ruse. I had to make them think I'd abandoned you so I could... Shut up! My voice ricochets off the stone walls, raw with heartbreak. I saw how easily the words left your mouth. Take her if you must. Do you know what it felt like, hearing that from the only person I thought? I choke on the rest, chest burning with grief. He steps closer, and I press my back to the wall, dagger raised. Don't, I warn, voice trembling. Stay away. I'm not falling for your manipulations again. His expression contorts with sorrow. I swear to you, I never truly abandoned you. I had to distract them so I could circle back. I tried to find you after the corridor collapsed, but the fortress was overrun. I had to secure the keep, or none of us would have survived. Please believe me. My eyes blur with tears I can't hold back. Believe you? After every lie, every half-truth about my heritage, after you used me to glean intel, after you told me I was worthless in front of everyone. The dagger wavers in my grip. A sob rips free. Why are you here, Valorian? To finish the job, or to drag me back as your puppet? He shakes his head, stepping deeper into the lantern's glow. My dagger touches the centre of his chest, pressing against the leather of his coat. He doesn't flinch, just meets my gaze, heartbreak shining in his obsidian eyes. I'm here because I'll never leave you to die in these catacombs. You matter to me, more than any war or House-Draven politics. I played that role above because it was the only way to keep the dark elves off your trail. Stop lying, I hiss, but a sliver of doubt worms into my anger. Why would he come here, wounded and exhausted, if not to help me? I tremble under the weight of conflicting emotions. You walked away once already. His hand lifts in a slow, deliberate motion, clasping my wrist where I hold the dagger to his chest. Let me prove it. Let me help you. Look at you. You're bleeding. You can barely stand. My wounded leg throbs, fresh warmth dribbling from the soaked bandage. I grit my teeth. He's right that I'm in bad shape. But letting him near me after that betrayal feels impossible. My entire being roils with fury, heartbreak, and a twisted longing I can't extinguish. Don't pretend you care. The dagger trembles a fraction. He leans in, voice hushed. I do care. I'd tear down the council if they tried to hurt you. I'd face Zathian's entire army for your safety. I know you have every right to hate me, but I beg you to understand. I had no choice. My vision blurs with tears, rage tangled with longing. No choice. That's always your excuse. My breath shudders as I lower the dagger an inch. My mind screams to keep him at bay, but my body sags with fatigue. Then why does it ache so much to see you again? I mutter, voice quivering. A flicker of intense relief crosses his face. He steps closer, pushing the dagger aside. Because, he murmurs, we can't deny what we share. His hand brushes my shoulder, warm despite the chill down here. The contact makes me flinch, but I don't fully pull away. Tension coils in the dark. Our gazes lock, the catacombs' damp air pressing in. Anger still crackles in me, but a desperate need for reassurance pulses beneath it. The adrenaline of survival, the heartbreak of betrayal, the rawness of this moment. It all collides in my chest. My breath hitches, tears carving a path down my cheeks. He cups my face with a trembling hand. I want to slap him away, scream at him, but I find myself unable to move. My heart twists painfully, remembering every stolen glance, every heated promise. Valeria, he whispers, voice torn, I'm sorry. A strangled sob escapes me. Then I lash out. My free hand strikes at his chest, pushing him back. He staggers, letting me vent my wrath. You're a bastard, I hiss. I hate you. I needed you and you... He grabs my wrist mid-swing, pulling me flush against him. My breath whooshes out. We're pressed chest to chest, his heartbeat thunderous against me. The dagger clatters from my limp fingers. My soul screams with confusion, but his proximity ignites something primal in my veins. My half-Vrakken senses roar with the closeness of his body, the scent of his sweat and blood. Anger collides with an overwhelming surge of relief, desire, heartbreak. I slam my fists against his chest once more, weaker this time. He wraps his arms around me, capturing my wrists, and I collapse against him, tears soaking his coat. I hate you, I repeat, voice breaking. I hate how you made me feel worthless. He bows his head, pressing it to mine. You're not worthless. You never were. His arms tighten, trembling. I swear on my wings, Valeria, I'd tear the world apart if it meant keeping you safe. My mind spins, rational thoughts slipping away. The catacombs loom around us, stone effigies of Vrakken lords, the echo of water dripping in distant tunnels. Yet all I feel is his warmth, his frantic heartbeat, the pungent mix of desperation and raw attraction that tangles between us. I can't think, can't breathe. My resentment at his betrayal tangles with a fierce hunger to feel him close. Our gazes snap together, lightning ignites in that moment. His eyes are black as obsidian, searching my face. Mine must blaze with fury and longing. Neither of us speaks, because words have run out. The hush of the catacombs crackles with tension. Slowly, as if testing fate, I lift a hand to his jaw, tracing the bruise there. He flinches, but leans into my touch, every muscle in his body coiled. Why do I still want you? I whisper, voice hoarse. Why do I feel like I'm dying if you're not near? His breath shudders. Because we're bound by more than blood or heritage. I wish I could undo the pain, but I can't. I shiver, tears still clinging to my lashes. You can't fix what you did, I say, but my voice lacks conviction. The swirling maelstrom of emotions inside me surges, unstoppable, crushing logic. I'm battered, exhausted, furious, and yet I yearn for him in a way that defies sense. His hand slides up my arms, carefully, as though he's afraid I'll shatter. Then, in a rush, his mouth meets mine. I tense, considering shoving him away again. But the moment our lips touch, everything ignites. My anger, my relief, my raw adrenaline from nearly dying, and the deep-seated need for comfort all fuse into one ferocious wave. I respond with equal fervour, fists knotting in his coat, tugging him against me.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Gradually, the cold seeps back, reality intruding. My mind stirs, reminding me we're still in a fortress under siege, that dark elves or traitorous Vrakken might find us at any moment. My leg throbs, each pulse reminding me how precarious my condition is. He must sense the shift in my posture. Carefully, he shifts us, so we're semi-upright, leaning against the column. Our clothes are a tangled mess on the dusty ground. He retrieves his coat, draping it over my exposed skin, then fetches a rag from his pouch. Gently, he presses it to the gash on my leg. I bite my lip as fresh pain flares. Let me see, he murmurs. He tears another strip from his ruined shirt, forming a tighter bandage. My eyes blur with fresh tears, pain, and an overwhelming swirl of gratitude for this fleeting tenderness. Thank you, I whisper, leaning my head on the stone. My body still trembles from the aftermath of that raw coupling. My chest feels hollow. I hate that I can't hate you. He exhales, head bowing as he ties the bandage. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I'll earn it if I can. He lifts his gaze, black eyes glistening. For now we survive. That's all that matters. I nod, letting my fingers brush the side of his face. A bruise colours his jawline. My heart clenches with the reminder that this monstrous siege took everything from us. Trust, illusions, alliances. All we have left is each other, ironically. The catacomb hush throbs with unspoken emotion. Footsteps echo in a distant tunnel. We freeze, instincts flaring. Slowly, Valorian tugs his coat around me more securely, then stands, retrieving his sword. I struggle to my feet, ignoring the stab of agony, and retrieve my dagger. Our eyes meet in silent agreement. We can't stay here. He offers me his arm. I hesitate a moment, recalling how he once left me behind in the swirling illusions. But something in his gaze anchors me. I take his arm, leaning on him for support, ignoring the swirl of bitterness that tries to reassert itself. We snuff the lantern, letting our half Vrakken and Vrakken night vision adjust. Darkness envelops us, but we sense each other's warmth. My leg throbs, and my lips still tingle from his desperate kiss. My cheeks burn, recalling how violently we collided in this hidden crypt, how it felt to yield to the collision of anger and passion. A part of me regrets nothing. Another part aches with confusion about what comes next. We move through the catacomb corridors, steps echoing in the gloom. Valorian leads, wings half furled, scanning for illusions or hidden foes. Each breath rasps in my throat. My entire body feels battered, both from the fight and from the intensity of what we just shared. Yet a flicker of grim determination lights my chest. If we reach the fortress interior, maybe we can slip away or regroup with any surviving loyalists. The chaos above might still rage. I speak softly, my voice carrying in the hush. What's left of House Draven? He tenses, jaw clenching. We hold the keep, but large sections are lost. The council is scattered, many died. My mother tries to salvage what forces remain. The dark elves have a foothold, aided by traitors from within. My stomach twists at the memory of Helrath dying. Is Helrath? Valorian's face contorts with sorrow. Gone. Killed by Mahir's treachery. His voice turns hoarse. I saw him fall. Couldn't save him. I'm sorry. I close my eyes, mourning the warrior who believed in me. My fury at the world ignites anew. Then we avenge him, I whisper. Mahir, the council, or the dark elves, whoever's responsible, we make them pay. Valorian's wings rustle in agreement. We will. First, we survive. He guides me down a sloping passage, the catacomb walls narrowing. Our steps stir dust from the ancient bones embedded in the alcoves. My skin crawls, imagining the centuries of Vrakken entombed here, unaware of the cataclysm above. After a few turns, the tunnel widens into a small crypt chamber. Valorian halts, pressing a hand to the wall. There should be a hidden passage leading up. My father once mentioned it, a route to the old armory. He taps on the stones, listening for hollows. I watch warily, the dagger clutched in my good hand. My leg throbs, but the bandage holds. My thoughts drift to the fierce intimacy we shared only minutes ago. My cheeks flame with equal parts shame and raw satisfaction. My entire life has been shaped by men wanting my body as a commodity, yet with him, it's different, even if he's lied before. The heartbreak remains, but the pull between us refuses to vanish. He finds a loose stone, prying it free with a grunt. A hidden lever reveals itself, and he yanks it. With a groan, part of the wall slides open, stale air pouring in. A cramped staircase looms beyond. We share a glance. He reaches for my hand, but I stiffen. My anger simmers, refusing to vanish with a single desperate coupling. Let's just go, I say, pushing past him carefully. My wound protests, and I bite my lip to keep from crying out. He sighs, nodding, allowing me space. I'll follow you. Slow down if your leg hurts. I grit my teeth, scaling the steps. Each stride is agony, but the smouldering desire and heartbreak in my chest keep me upright. I won't appear weak. The corridor spirals upward, the air warming slightly. Faint echoes of distant combat reach my ears, reminding me the siege might still rage. Or maybe it's calm, the fortress fully fallen. Fear grips me. At last, we reach a small door. Valorian eases it open a crack, peering into the gloom. Then he pushes it wider, revealing a dust-laden storeroom of sorts. Old racks of rusted weapons, collapsed shelves. We step inside. The air stinks of old leather and damp stone, less pungent than the catacombs but no less forlorn. He releases a breath. This is the old armory, near the keep's sub-level. If the keep still stands, we might find an exit or defenders. My chest aches at the thought of more fighting. My limbs feel leaden with exhaustion. Yet we have no choice. I lean against the wall, exhaling carefully. I'm so tired, I murmur. His gaze softens. He brushes a knuckle across my cheek, stirring a swirl of tenderness that clashes with my anger. We can rest for a moment, but not long. The dark elves might be scouring these corridors. I nod, sliding down to sit on the floor. My leg throbs relentlessly, and a wave of dizziness washes over me. He crouches beside me, removing the makeshift bandage to check the wound. I grunt at the pain. He frowns at the sluggishly bleeding gash. We need to clean this properly, he mutters, rummaging in his belt pouch. He finds a small vial of antiseptic, likely from the fortress stores, and douses a cloth. Hold still. I grimace, leaning my head back, tears springing anew at the sting of disinfectant. It feels like 1,000 needles. He murmurs a word of apology. The closeness, the gentleness of his hands as he rebandages me, triggers conflicting surges of warmth and fury. My rational mind screams I shouldn't let him care for me after what he's done. My heart counters that I just let him intimately claim me in the catacombs. Emotions twist, so raw it's almost painful. He finishes wrapping my leg, checking the tension. Better? I manage a nod. It'll do. Silence drags between us. The flicker of a torch in the hallway beyond plays over the racks of old weaponry, casting eerie shadows. I stare at him, voice trembling. What if I can't trust you again? His face falls, eyes haunted. Then I'll fight for your trust. I know I can't erase the betrayal you felt, but please believe I'd give my life before letting them hurt you. I swallow the lump in my throat. You almost let them. Twice. My words are softer, laced with sorrow rather than pure rage. He touches my chin gently, guiding my gaze to his. I know. I regret it more than you can imagine. But what we shared in those catacombs, that wasn't a lie. I've never felt anything so raw. His admission stirs a fresh wave of emotion. I recall the heat of our bodies, the savage hunger that eclipsed everything. I can't deny that moment was real, no matter how complicated. I don't know how to forgive you, I whisper, but there's still a part of me that needs you. He bows his head, exhaling shakily. I'll wait, whatever time you need. Let's survive first. He stands, offering me his hand. I hesitate, then grudgingly take it, letting him pull me to my feet. My leg protests, but I grit my teeth and stand. Fine, I say, wiping tears away. We survive, then we figure out the rest. The catacombs, that brutal coupling, the heartbreak, it all recedes behind the immediate urgency of escaping or defending the keep. If House Dreven still stands, we might salvage enough to fight Zathian. He helps me limp toward the armory door. My anger remains, simmering beneath the surface, but so does that unbreakable tether that pulled us into each other's arms. My body aches from more than wounds. It aches from the knowledge I can't abandon him, even if I resent him. Perhaps that's the cruelest twist of fate. We are bound by a bond too strong to shatter, no matter how lethal our world becomes. We push into the corridor, stepping from the gloom of the old armory into a battered hallway. Rubble litters the floor, and a pungent stench of smoke drifts from somewhere above. My heart squeezes at the thought that the fortress might be half in flames, yet we press on, side by side. I lean on his shoulder when my leg threatens to buckle, and he supports me with careful strength. Each step, each battered breath, reaffirms that we can't do this alone. Ahead, the corridor slopes upward, leading toward whatever remains of the keep's heart. My pulse pounds with dread. The dark elves are out there, possibly rounding up survivors or butchering them. The council might also be waiting, ready to label me an abomination. Betrayal could still lurk. But I have to face it. I'm done running from the monstrous destiny my bloodline stamped on me. Valorian's hand lingers at my waist, steadying me. The memory of our frantic coupling in the catacombs flares, a vivid heat in my abdomen. My cheeks burn. What are we now? Allies? Lovers? Fools entwined in a spiral of violence? He glances down at me, voice hushed. We'll get through this, together. I nod slowly, ignoring the storm of doubts, because after everything, the heartbreak, the betrayal, the raw passion, my battered soul can't bear the thought of losing him, not yet. Then lead on, I murmur, swallowing the ache in my throat. He tightens his arm around me, guiding me onward through the shattered halls of House Draven. Outside, the war still rages, but inside, in this moment, the two of us cling to each other as if our hearts might stop if we let go. And for the first time since the siege began, a fragile glimmer of hope threads through my terror. If we can survive this night, maybe we can rebuild the trust shattered by betrayal. Maybe. But first we survive. Greetings, Celestials. Before the story continues, a word from the gods of Protheka. The tale you're hearing now is an abridged version, not by choice. The full audiobook was too long to fit in the limited video length allowed by YouTube. Don't worry, we made sure to leave the chapters most crucial to the story. But if your soul craves the full saga, you can claim it at worldsofprotheka.com. There, the full director's cut is waiting, and as a token for the inconvenience, it's offered at a discounted price. Use code YouTube30 for 30% off. Thank you for listening to Worlds of Protheka on YouTube, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the story. Chapter 17. Valeria. I crouch in the dense underbrush, heart thrumming in my ears, scanning the dark elf supply convoy through a mesh of thorny vines. Behind me, Valorian waits in absolute stillness, his presence a steady warmth against the chill of midnight. The moon lies hidden behind thick clouds, granting our small band natural cover, but we cloak ourselves in illusions nonetheless. We're close enough to the dark elf camp that I can smell the tang of metal and the faint stink of arcane residue lingering in the air, a testament to their twisted experiments. The forest around us rustles with nocturnal life. Each creak of a branch or flutter of wings sends a spike of tension through me, though I force myself to stay calm. This is our first major strike since we turned our backs on House Draven. The plan is simple. Sabotage the Dark Elves' supply lines before they can move out at dawn, crippling their ability to fortify Zathian's fortress. If we pull it off, we'll buy ourselves precious time to rally more outcasts, Vrakken just like us who reject the Council's hypocrisy and the Dark Elves' tyranny. I suppress the flicker of rage that bubbles up whenever I recall my old life. A human slave, ignorant of my half-Vrakken blood. So many months have passed since that blind terror I once felt, bowing to dark elf masters. Now, crouching here in the gloom, illusions rippling around me with each indrawn breath, I feel the raw power of my hybrid nature thrumming in my veins. I'm done being anyone's prey. Valorian's hand brushes my shoulder, a subtle signal to hold. I glance at him, reading the question in his dark gaze. Are you ready? I give a short nod. My leg still aches from the wound I sustained during House Draven's downfall. But the bandages hold, and I've taught myself to fight through the pain. Adrenaline sharpens every sense, making me hyper-aware of the faint hum of illusions Valorian weaves around us, and the low murmur of conversation drifting from the dark elf camp ahead. Close behind us crouch 5 of our newest allies, disgruntled Vrakken outcasts who, like us, have either lost faith in the council or never had it to begin with. They've joined Valorian and me in our mission to destroy the Dark Elves' supply lines, forging a new camaraderie amid the wreckage of what we once called home. For them, the council's betrayal stings as deeply as House Draven's downfall stings for Valorian, and none of them wants the Dark Elves running rampant with fresh resources. The wagons are loaded with spell components, potions, steel for forging weapons. Valorian murmurs, so low I only catch the edge of his voice. His wings remain tucked behind him, a sign of disciplined tension. If we destroy them, we hamper Zathian's fortress by weeks, maybe more. They can't build their advanced illusions or arm their thralls so easily. I nod, letting my illusions settle. The swirl of magic around us flickers in my peripheral vision, faint sparks of colour that only a half-blood's senses might detect. I find myself relishing this new awareness. Where once illusions left me confused and defenceless, now I read them almost instinctively. The subtle weave of Valorian's cloak merges with my own, forming a layered shield that keeps the Dark Elves from noticing us. All these gifts, I used to fear them. Now I embrace them. The power is heady, a salve to the memories of cowering in dark elf courts. One of our outcasts, a tall Vrakken named Darren, inches forward on his belly. He gives me a small hand signal. He sees about a dozen sentries stationed around the wagons, plus who knows how many inside the tented centre of the camp. That's more guards than we expected. My heart clenches. We can't brute force this. If we try, we'll be surrounded in minutes, illusions or not. Valorian's palm finds my shoulder blade again, warm through the fabric of my cloak. I steady my breath, letting the old fury course through me, sharpen me. For a moment, I think of how our synergy has grown. Since that night we fled House Draven, parted ways with the council for good, we've survived by forging a tight bond, both physically and in combat. My leg may still ache, but the electricity of Valorian's presence fuels me. We stand as equals now, no longer master and operative, no more manipulations. The lines between necessity and real affection blur each time I catch his eyes, each time his hand lingers on my skin. Darren slides back to us, face taut. They have illusions patrolling the perimeter, possibly set to trigger an alarm if tampered with, he whispers. We can't just slip in and light the wagons ablaze. The wards will sound an alert. I grimace. If the wards trigger, we risk being pinned down. We must handle them silently, I murmur. Take down the wards from within, sabotage the wagons with minimal fuss, then vanish. Valorian nods, turning to the rest of our group. We split. Valeria and I will infiltrate the main tent, see if we can break their illusions from the inside. The rest circle the camp, disabling outer sentries and planting small bombs on the wagons. Work quickly. At the first sign of major resistance, we retreat. The outcasts glance at each other, tension thick in the hush. They trust us, but they also know how lethal dark elf illusions can be. Despite that, determination steals their expressions. None of them wants to yield to the dark elves, who already subjugate half the world. I feel a swell of resolve that dwarfs my lingering dread. I press my lips together, adjusting the illusions swirling around my body. Valorian slips forward, cloak shifting to match the forest's darkness, and I match his pace. We circle wide, hugging the perimeter. The camp's meagre firelight casts dancing shadows across the clustered wagons. A ring of illusions flickers overhead, wards set in place to detect intruders. But I can see them, albeit faintly. My half-blood senses pick out the shimmering lines that shape each ward. If we time it right, we can slip through the largest gap, like stepping through a net of light. Valorian holds my hand as we approach the wards. My leg throbs, but I grit my teeth. His presence pulses with a steady calm, letting me focus on unravelling the pattern. My illusions swirl in tandem with his, forming a subtle weave that I guide through the ward's biggest gap. My breath catches, every sense screaming we're a hair's breadth from triggering an alarm. But the wards shiver, parting around our illusions as we pass. I exhale softly in relief. We're inside. Behind us, I sense the outcasts skirting the opposite flank. With any luck, they'll disable a few sentries without raising a ruckus. Meanwhile, Valorian and I aim for the largest tent at the camp's centre, a drab high canopy from which I hear faint chanting. The dark elves must store or shape illusions there, or coordinate this supply line. If we sabotage the illusions, our group can sabotage the wagons without detection. We slip between two guarded carriages. A pair of soldiers stands within feet of us, discussing watch rotations. My entire body tenses. Valorian's illusions swirl around us, and I hold my breath, praying my half-blood aura doesn't slip free. The soldiers look right at us, but their gaze drifts away, seeing only empty air. My heart hammers. We're invisible enough for now. My grip on Valorian's hand tightens. He leads me around stacked crates of spelled ore, dark lumps that faintly radiate arcane potential. Another reminder of the dark elves' hunger for power. We reach the tent's edge, slipping through the gap in the canvas. The interior is lit by a single brazier, coals glowing with a sickly greenish hue. My stomach churns at the stench of burning herbs. A low table stands near the centre, piled with scrolls and runic crystals. 3 robed figures cluster around it, chanting in that guttural dark elf tongue. One figure is tall, male, wearing intricate filigreed armour over his robes. The second is a slender female with hair braided tight, her dark skin etched with runic scars. The third is a smaller silhouette, possibly an apprentice, carefully pouring some glittering powder into a mortar. The illusions in the tent swirl in a visible swirl of colour. The wards. They're powering or adjusting them with each incantation. If we break that cycle, the wards around the camp flicker, letting our group sabotage the wagons. I exchange a glance with Valorian, who lifts 2 runic tokens from his belt. We each have a limited arsenal of illusions designed to disrupt or invert spells. We can't simply kill these mages in open combat without risking a loud commotion. We must be subtle. My breath whooshes quietly. His expression is grim but confident. We inch closer. My illusions ripple, and I focus, letting my half-blood senses spool out. The swirl of colour around the robed trio is intricate, each thread representing a portion of the ward's power. I can see a faint line connecting them to crystals on the table, a conduit for their illusions. If I can unravel that line, focus. I quell the tremor in my hands. This is what I was born for, or so it seems, using my strange hybrid gift to tear down illusions meant to oppress or enslave. Valorian Setz touches my shoulder, silently encouraging me. I close my eyes, steady my breathing, and let my power sink into the swirling wards. A tingle runs along my spine. The wards sense my intrusion. My heart jackhammers, but I keep going, weaving a subtle counter-pattern. I only learned this technique in bits, forging it from Valorian's illusions and my own instincts. If I slip, the wards might recoil violently, triggering an alert. The robed figures keep chanting, oblivious to the silent battle I wage. Slowly, I feel the main thread slacken. Another breath, My illusions twine with Valorian's, supporting me. Then I tug, unravelling the final link. The robed female stiffens, sensing a disturbance, but too late. Snap. The wards fracture. A flicker of greenish light pulses through the brazier, and for a heartbeat, the chanting stutters. Valorian lifts a runic token. With a flick of his wrist, he hurls it under the table. Smoke erupts, a silent, shimmering cloud that devours sound for a few precious seconds. The mages jerk upright, cough, scramble for clarity, but our illusions keep us invisible. We slip backward, letting them flail in confusion. The entire tent glows with fracturing illusions. They might re-establish them if given time, but we only need them down long enough for sabotage. Without a word, Valorian and I retreat out the tent's gap. The wards around the camp flicker. I sense the entire magical net stutter. Now the outcasts can sabotage the wagons unimpeded. I permit myself a moment of triumph, even as alarmed voices ring out inside the tent. We must hurry. The mages might recover. We move quickly, illusions swirling around us, weaving between tents and crates, heading toward the wagon cluster. Distantly, I hear the muffled clang of a guard's blade hitting the ground. That might be Darren or one of our other outcasts quietly dispatching a sentry. My adrenaline spikes. We near the row of wagons laden with crates of steel and potions. Already I see subtle shapes flitting in and out, our allies placing small arcane charges under the axles or dousing the crates with flammable oil. The ward's failure means no immediate alarm when they handle the goods. A grin tugs at my lips. It's working. The synergy of our group, the cunning of illusions, the ruthless efficiency of these outcasts. It reminds me how far we've come from that desperate flight out of House Draven. We're forging alliances in the dark, forging pacts with those as disillusioned as us. The entire world wants me dead for my half-blood. Now I'm turning that heritage into a weapon. The threshold between necessity and genuine relish blur. I want to see these wagons destroyed. Movement to my left. A dark elf soldier stumbling upon one of our outcasts. The soldier raises a pike, about to shout. My illusions flare. I dash forward, silent as a breath, slamming the hilt of my dagger into his temple. He crumples with a muffled grunt. The outcast, a wiry woman named Calliste, gives me a quick thumbs up. We slip back into the swirl of illusions, dragging the unconscious soldier behind a stack of crates. Valorian appears from behind another wagon, meeting my eyes. Gods, the rush of seeing him in his element, nimble, lethal, wings half furled, sends a spike of warmth through me. My body still hums from the synergy we found in the catacombs, and every brush of his gaze reaffirms that bond. We exchange a nod, hearts pounding, illusions flickering across our faces. Then he gestures. Time to spark the sabotage. We've done enough quiet infiltration. If we linger, the mages might recover and raise an alarm anyway. I crouch at the base of a wagon, pressing a small runic bomb to the wooden frame. A magical seal flares, indicating 10 seconds until detonation once triggered. My mouth goes dry. The others set their bombs on surrounding wagons. We plan to ignite them all at once, sowing chaos, then vanish into the night. I carefully prime the bomb, breath shaky with anticipation. The swirling illusions distort my sense of space, but I push through. A tremor runs through the wagon's wood. The wards are creeping back from the tent. I sense them, a faint stuttering net. We must act now. I scuttle backward, illusions hugging me. Through the shimmering darkness, I see Valorian pressing a bomb to the largest wagon brimming with steel ingots. Our gazes meet. He lifts a hand, counting silently. I bite my lip. 5, 4, 3. At 2, I press the trigger on my bomb, feeling the arcane seals connect. Then I sprint, ignoring the screaming pain in my leg. Valorian does the same. Our outcasts mirror us, illusions and darkness cloaking our movements. Detonations tear through the air in a wild cacophony. Flames surge from wagon to wagon, bright tongues of orange and red erupting under the moonless sky. The crates of steel clatter as they collapse, potions ignite in bursts of colourful sparks, and the potions inside brew a roiling plume of acrid smoke. The entire camp jolts awake with shouts of alarm. My chest bursts with savage glee. We did it. They'll be crippled for weeks, maybe months, trying to recoup these losses. But now we must escape. Already dark elf soldiers pour into the centre of the camp. Some fling illusions outward, searching for the saboteurs. Others try to douse the flames or salvage what remains. The stench of burning chemicals scorches my nose. Valorian appears at my side, grabbing my arm. I lean on him heavily as we bolt for the tree line. My illusions swirl, threatened by the roiling arcane energies unleashed in the destruction. An arrow whizzes past my head, lodging in a tree trunk with a dull thunk. My heart leaps. The dark elves are firing blindly, illusions flickering in the smoke, but they might get lucky. We press on, weaving among tents. I spot one outcast, Darren, ducking under a fallen canopy, illusions flickering. He's safe for the moment. More arrows rain, some sparking with magical energy. Another bomb detonates, sending a fireball into the sky. I hiss, cursing the intensity of the blaze. The night air glows orange, revealing the shapes of fleeing saboteurs. I gasp when a soldier nearly barrels into me. Valorian slams him aside with a wing strike, sending him tumbling. We keep running, illusions crackling around us. My leg threatens to collapse, but adrenaline buoys me. We have to reach the trees. At last, we break past the final ring of tents, crossing the scorch-marked clearing into the relative safety of the forest's shadow. My lungs burn from smoke and exertion. I glance back, panting, as the entire camp roars with confusion. Black smoke billows high, tinted by magical potions going up in flames. Soldiers scream in the distance, illusions swirling frantically. Triumph flares in my chest. We've done it. One more blow against Zathian's supply lines. Darren and two others appear from behind a thick pine, illusions fading. They cough, eyes streaming from smoke. We lost Callista, one mutters, haunted. She got pinned by illusions near the centre, so she signalled us to run. My heart lurches. Even in victory we lose people. That's the price of our war. I swallow hard, tears prickling my eyes. Callista knew the risks, I say softly. Let's pray she escaped, or at least fought to the end. My voice falters, chest tight with grief. We can't circle back. The camp is in full alarm. Our illusions won't hide us from an entire troop searching for vengeance. Valorian steps in, voice low but steady. We press on, regroup deeper in the forest. We can't linger or they'll track us. Move. He gently tugs me along, supporting my battered stride. The other outcasts follow, eyes grim, illusions flickering as they try to mask our retreat. We vanish into the forest, leaving chaos behind. We run, or limp in my case, for a solid hour before collapsing in a small clearing near a trickling creek. My leg throbs mercilessly, each step a jolt of pain. Valorian eases me onto a mossy log, chest heaving from the sprint. The others gather around, scanning the surroundings for pursuers. Torchlight from the distant horizon flickers, indicating the dark elves might be rallying a search. But for now, we're out of immediate danger. I press my hand to my thigh, wincing at the fresh blood staining the bandage. We might need a real healer soon, I murmur, voice taut. This wound refuses to fully mend. Valorian's eyes gleam with concern. We'll find one. For tonight, let me redo the bandage. He kneels before me, rummaging in his pouch for fresh wrappings. My entire body tenses with the memory of how I once resented his touch when he feigned betrayal. Now, in the hush of this clearing, I see only earnest care in his eyes. the lines of necessity and genuine affection blur again. He begins to unbind the soiled cloth, ignoring my hisses of pain. His hands are gentle but decisive. The other outcasts hover, giving us space, though I sense them stealing glances. They know we share something more than mere partnership. My cheeks warm, recalling the catacombs' desperate union. Even now, battered and exhausted, I feel a frisson whenever Valorian's fingers brush my skin. "You fought well," I say quietly, voice edged with weary admiration. "That wing strike was something else." He huffs a short breath of amusement, not quite a laugh. "You did all the heavy lifting on the illusions. We might have triggered every alarm if not for your half-blood senses." I swallow, heart pounding. My half-blood identity no longer feels like a curse. Instead, it's a potent advantage, something that keeps me and others alive. It feels good, I admit, voice breaking with honesty. I used to hate what I am. Now I'm proud. This power is mine, not theirs to use. Valorian glances up, eyes dark with emotion. I'm proud too. A beat passes. "Proud of you." I lower my gaze, heat flooding my cheeks. For so long I resented him for his manipulations. Even now, there's a wound between us that might never fully heal. Yet hearing him express genuine pride stirs a swirl of longing. We share a synergy I can't replicate with anyone else. A sense that we've carved out a corner of this war for ourselves. I let my hand drift to his shoulder, giving it a light squeeze in thanks. Darren coughs, stepping forward. "So, what now?" The sabotage was a success, but the dark elves might track us deeper into the forest. We can't stay put. Valorian finishes tightening my bandage, stands, and turns to the group. "Agreed. We'll move at first light, keep to hidden paths. Our next aim is forging alliances with more outcasts, like you, who see the council for what it is. We build a network. We keep striking Zathian's supply lines until we gather enough to launch the real infiltration on his fortress." One of the outcasts, a wiry male with scars across his left wing, frowns. "Where do we find these outcasts? We're already outlaws. The council will brand any who join us traitors." Valeria must see the flicker of doubt in them. She clears her throat. "There are pockets of Vrakken who've refused the council's rule for decades. Some dwell in the high mountains, others roam border regions. We've heard rumours. They might harbour grudges against the council or the dark elves. If we approach them carefully, offer proof we're fighting for freedom, not personal gain, they might stand with us." I nod in agreement. "Exactly. Our sabotage tonight proves we can strike effectively, no matter how small our numbers. That's a message outcasts can rally around." The outcasts exchange thoughtful looks. Darren speaks again, tone carefully respectful. "We'll follow you. Helrath believed in Valorian, and you, Valeria, you saved us from the illusions back there. But be warned, some outcasts might be as hostile as the Dark Elves. The Council's persecution has driven them to madness." Valorian's lips press into a grim line. "We'll handle it. We have no illusions about the dangers, but if we do nothing, Zathian's fortress stands unopposed, forging new atrocities from Vrakken essence. War is unstoppable, but we can shape its course." A hush settles, heavy with the weight of our situation. Slowly, nods ripple around the circle. The forest hums with nighttime insects, the occasional hoot of an owl reminding us dawn is still hours off. We can't risk a fire, so we bed down in the undergrowth. Valorian positions watchers on rotating shifts, illusions laid across the clearing to hide our presence. I settle against a broad tree trunk, pain throbbing in my leg. Valorian sits a short distance away, wings half furled, eyes flicking between me and the forest edges. For a moment, I want to beckon him closer, let him cradle me in that intangible comfort he sometimes offers. But rawness from our past lingers. Instead, I close my eyes, lulled by the distant whispers of our outcasts murmuring in the shadows. The synergy that spurred us to sabotage the Dark Elves binds us, but we each carry wounds deeper than physical cuts. I manage snippets of restless sleep. At the first pale light of dawn, Valorian gently rouses me, his hand on my shoulder. I blink groggily, legs stiff. He gives me a faint smile of encouragement. "Time to move," he says quietly. "Dark elves might comb these woods soon." Wearily, we gather our minimal gear. Our illusions remain frayed from heavy use, but some runic tokens recharge in sunlight, granting us partial coverage if we must hide again. We limp deeper into the forest. Valorian supports me, my breath hitching whenever I step wrong. Anger courses through me, the Dark Elves, the Council, the entire fiasco that forced us to become fugitives. But overshadowing it all is a fierce satisfaction that we've proved our strength. I'm done with being powerless. We march all day, pausing only to rest in a hollow near midday. The outcasts glean edible roots and berries, sharing them. We speak little, the tension of potential pursuit thick in the air. My leg throbs, but I refuse to complain. The synergy with Valorian, our midnight sabotage, lingers in my mind. We're forging a new identity together, one that merges my half-blood power with his illusions in a lethal dance. It feels electric. I suppress a wry smile, recalling how close we nearly came to oblivion. Yet we triumphed. By twilight, we crest a ridge overlooking a narrow valley. Darren halts, scanning the dim horizon. "Smoke," he murmurs, pointing at a faint column drifting upward. "Might be travellers or a small camp." Valorian glances at me, reading the question in his gaze. Should we investigate? Could it be more outcasts we can ally with? Or a threat? I shrug, bracing on my staff. We could use more allies, but we can't blunder into a trap. The group murmurs agreement. Stealth is our shield now. We decide to approach carefully, illusions readied. The smoke originates near a rocky outcrop by a stream. As we approach, I sense a faint aura, Vrakken, I think, or something close to it. My half-blood senses pick up the tang of power, though it's not as strong as full-blood Vrakken or Dark Elves. Possibly lesser illusions. We press on, illusions swirling around us, each footstep carefully placed. We find a rough camp nestled in a hollow. A handful of shapes move around a central fire, cooking something pungent. A ring of low tents, battered like they've been dragged across half the continent, surrounds the camp. My pulse quickens. A single glance at their silhouettes, tall, lean, with faint wings or partial wings, suggests they're Vrakken, though clearly not part of any official clan. Outcasts. Darren's face brightens with recognition. "I know one of them," he whispers. "Name's Hanya. Left House Draven years back, refused to pay council taxes. She might be open to an alliance." Valorian signals us to remain hidden while he and I step forward under illusions. My heart lurches, recalling how precarious these negotiations can be. Outcasts are often skittish or hostile, suspicious of any who might betray them to the council. But we have no alternative. We approach quietly, illusions flickering, revealing ourselves at the edge of firelight with hands raised in peace. The group whips around, startled. Weapons appear in an instant, daggers, short swords, battered but deadly. A woman with ragged wings and a scar across her cheek steps forward, eyes blazing. "Who in the void are you?" she demands. Valorian speaks calmly, wings folded. "We mean no harm. We're fugitives from House Draven, outcasts like you. Heard rumour of your band, Hanya. We come to propose a pact against the Dark Elves." She hisses. "Fugitives from House Draven? That's bold talk if you're council stooges." Her suspicious glare sets me on edge. I step forward slightly, letting her see the worn bandages on my leg, the grime from days of travel. "We sabotaged the Dark Elf supply lines last night. We've severed ties with the council. They consider us traitors. We share a common enemy in the Dark Elves, and possibly in the Council's tyranny. Hanya narrows her eyes, then flicks a glance at my partially exposed wings, my half-blood nature. Surprise flares. "What are you, half-breed?" she murmurs, not entirely unkind. "Did the Council chase you out?" A pang resonates in my chest, recalling how the Council nearly demanded my execution. "Yes," I say simply. "They would kill me if they could. But my lineage gives me a chance to see illusions better than most. That's how we wrecked the Dark Elves' convoy." She and her companions exchange significant looks. One cocks his head, scanning Valorian. "You don't look like a typical traitor prince from House Draven, do you?" the man says, a mocking edge to his voice. Valorian's face shutters, a flicker of pain behind his eyes. "I was a prince once. The Council betrayed me as much as I betrayed them. We stand on our own now, and we want to gather outcasts who see the Council's corruption. If you help us, we can strike the Dark Elves further." A hush. Hanya sets her jaw, studying me, then Valorian, measuring the truth of our words. Darren and our outcasts step forward, illusions dropping, revealing their battered gear. Some murmur quiet greetings. Recognition flickers in Hanya's eyes. She does know Darren. Her posture relaxes a fraction. "So, you propose an alliance. What do you have to offer us besides a bigger target on our backs?" I clench my fists. The Dark Elves expand daily, capturing or slaughtering outcasts. The Council stands idle or betrays its people. Join us, and we fight back, sabotaging Zathian's fortress, freeing any captives, denying them the essence they crave. We have illusions, runic bombs, knowledge. We can give you weapons. We can protect each other. Hanya's gaze flicks to a younger outcast at her side, possibly her second in command. They exchange a silent conversation. At last, she sheaths her dagger, exhaling. "If we do nothing, eventually the Dark Elves find us, or the Council hunts us. Better to strike first, on our own terms." She jabs a finger at Valorian. "But if you double-cross us, I'll slit your throat in your sleep." Valorian dips his head, acceptance shining in his black eyes. "No double-cross. We are beyond illusions of House Draven's loyalty. You can hold me to that." She nods, turning to her group. "We can talk more by the fire. You look half dead. We have meagre rations, but you're welcome to share." Relief washes over me. Another small victory, a new band of outcasts forging pacts with us. We gather around the campfire, illusions relaxed, though we keep watchers posted for roaming Dark Elf scouts. The night air is cold, but the fire crackles warmly, and for once we can breathe. I settle near the flames, leg throbbing. Hanya passes me a bowl of thin stew. It's salty and bland, but I'm grateful. As we eat, we recount the downfall of House Draven, the sabotage at the supply camp, our plan to eventually strike Zathian's fortress. Hanya's eyes flash with a mixture of curiosity and hope. "Zathian has destroyed or enslaved countless outcast tribes," she says bitterly. "If you really plan to cripple his stronghold, count us in." Her second in command, a lean Vrakken with a missing ear, lifts a brow. "We'll need more than illusions. We need numbers, or a cunning infiltration. Zathian's fortress is said to house hundreds of elite warlocks. They'll sniff us out if we bungle the approach." Valorian meets my gaze, and I sense the synergy of our thoughts. "We gather outcasts across the region," he says aloud. "There are many who hate the Council, many who fear the Dark Elves. We unite them under the promise of freedom from both. With enough sabotage, we can bring Zathian's fortress to its knees before they muster a counterattack." Hanya smirks. "A tall order. But I like your ambition, Prince." She spits the last word with irony. Valorian's lips tighten, but he gives a slight nod, accepting the jibe. That he shows no anger impresses me. He's changed from the arrogant scion who once believed in House Draven's supremacy. I lean forward, the heat of the fire banishing some of the night's chill. We start small. We sabotage more supply lines, gather more outcasts. Once we're strong enough, we coordinate a strike on the fortress. If we survive, we fade away to a place no one can follow. The last words tumble out, resonant with longing for a quiet life. A pang hits me, recalling how Valorian promised we'd vanish together, forging a life beyond war. That dream seems distant, but the thought spurs me onward. Hanya's group exchanges murmured agreement. They're tired of running, tired of losing. This bold plan offers a sense of agency. The lines around Hanya's eyes soften. All right, we'll throw in with you. On one condition, no council interference. You try to rejoin them, we walk. Valorian nods solemnly. We won't return to the council. They branded us traitors as thoroughly as they did you. He glances at me, letting me confirm it with a firm nod. The council has no place in my future. The conversation shifts to practical matters, vantage points for scoping the next dark elf caravan, potential hideouts if we're pursued, how best to weave illusions in group combat. While the outcasts speak, I wrap my arms around myself, exhaustion sinking in. Valorian notices, gently brushing a hand over my shoulder. A flush rises in my cheeks, but I let him keep it there. The synergy between us feels electric, even in this fragile respite. At last, the group disperses to set watch. Hanya shows Valorian and me a battered tent near the edge of their camp, offering it for us to rest. The tent is small, the canvas patched in multiple places, smelling faintly of old leather, but it's private enough. I sink onto a rolled blanket, hissing at the ache in my thigh. Valorian kneels beside me, rummaging for fresh bandages. My heart skitters. The closeness always stirs conflicting feelings. I hunger for his warmth, but a sliver of bitterness remains from the old betrayal, never fully extinguished. He carefully unwraps the soiled cloth, wincing at the sight of dried blood. I wish we had a real healer, he murmurs, voice laced with regret. But for now, let me. His deft fingers apply a salve one of the outcasts gave us. Pain flares, but I bite back a cry. It's fine, I grunt, tears prickling my eyes. Could be worse. He finishes, tying the bandage snugly. Then, with a gentleness that catches my breath, he lays his hand over my knee, meeting my gaze. You're strong, Valeria, he says softly. I hope you know that. My throat constricts. I do, I manage. But sometimes I wonder if I push too hard, if I'm forging this path just to prove I'm no victim. I exhale shakily. I can't deny how good it feels to stand on equal footing with the dark elves now, to fight back. Is that monstrous? His eyes shine with empathy. It's not monstrous. You've lived your entire life under their shadow, or the council's. Embracing your power doesn't make you cruel. It makes you free. He shifts closer, wings rustling behind him. The tent's cramped space presses us together. My heart flutters. I swallow the knot in my throat. The lines between necessity and affection swirl again. Without thinking, I raise a hand to his face. The flickering lantern outside the tent casts a faint glow over his features, revealing the worry lines etched there. I let my thumb graze his cheek, noting how he stills at my touch. Valorian, I whisper. I appreciate you saying that. Memories of that desperate coupling we shared in the catacombs burn in me, igniting a wave of mixed longing and guilt. We can't keep dancing around this. But the war looms, sabotage missions and outcasts forging pacts, leaving us little space for anything else. He covers my hand with his, eyes searching mine. I'm yours to command, he murmurs, raw sincerity in his voice. No illusions, no manipulations. We walk this path together, or not at all. Emotion wells up, leaving me speechless. Instead of speaking, I lean forward, pressing my forehead to his, letting the warmth between us ease the lingering ache in my chest. For a moment, we just breathe, the closeness electric, our synergy as potent as any illusions. My half Vrakken senses pulse, reading the faint swirl of magic around us, the steady cadence of his heartbeat. We fit, even if the world stands against us. Eventually I pull back, shuddering. We should sleep, I say, voice husky. Another caravan to sabotage tomorrow or the next day, and then we lead these outcasts to unify more. The fortress infiltration looms. He gives a small nod, reluctance shadowing his eyes. He helps me lie down on the rolled blanket, adjusting a tattered cloak for a pillow. Then he settles beside me. We don't fully embrace. The line between necessity and affection remains faint, but we're both raw from the night's sabotage, from forging alliances with new outcasts. Instead, we lie close enough that our hands touch, letting that contact speak volumes we can't put into words. I close my eyes, the faint rustle of the camp lulling me. My leg throbs, but Valorian's presence soothes me. A swirl of thoughts whirl in my head. The sabotage we pulled off, how I channeled my half-blood power without hesitation, the synergy with Valorian. Fear and longing twist together in a complicated dance. Yet under it all, I feel a resolute fire. I'm done being prey. I'll wield my lineage and illusions to carve a future no one can strip away. And Valorian, he stands beside me, forging that future in the shadows of a broken world. Sleep claims me at last, and my dreams fill with visions of illusions unravelling in my hands, wagons aflame under moonlight, and Valorian's dark eyes shining with quiet promise. When I stir sometime before dawn, I find him still there, quietly guarding me from the encroaching nightmares. Despite the devastation around us, I feel a fragile spark of hope blossoming in my chest. A hope that we can continue to sabotage the dark elves, rally the outcasts, and maybe, just maybe, find a life beyond constant war. Our synergy is electric, our path lethal, but for once, I'm not alone in this fight.
Chapter 18. Valorian. I stand atop a narrow ledge overlooking the dark elf stronghold, the wind cutting bitterly across my wings. Night presses around us, a sea of black lit only by faint moonlight that splashes silver on the rugged battlements below. The fortress sprawls across the valley floor like some colossal beast, towers bristling with spires of obsidian. Even from this distance, I sense the pulse of arcane wards, flickers of deep violet illusions swirling over the gatehouse, like a spiderweb of malicious magic. Behind me, Valeria crouches, her dark hair pulled back in a tight braid, half hidden beneath the illusions we weave to shield ourselves from prying eyes. Though the night is cold enough to make the breath steam from my lips, I can practically feel the heat of her presence. Since the sabotage missions we've undertaken, wiping out dark elf supply lines, uniting pockets of outcasts, our synergy has only sharpened. She stands ready to unleash her half-Vrakken power in full, no longer timid or uncertain. Pride and concern twist together in my chest at the thought. She's come so far, but tonight's battle may cost us both everything. All around us, hidden in the crags and under illusions, our ragtag force of Vrakken outcasts lies in wait. A few are exiled knights who once served House Draven or other noble lines. Many are renegades who believe the Council's corruption matches the Dark Elves' cruelty. They follow me and Valeria now, not because we claim any official authority, indeed. We're branded traitors by the Council, but because they see a chance to stand for something better. Their faces, grim and resolute, flash in my mind. Many carry scars, both physical and emotional, from the chaos that's engulfed our world. This is our final gambit, the assault on Zothian's fortress. We can't chip away at the Dark Elves forever, sabotage by sabotage. At some point we must strike a decisive blow, one that topples the epicenter of their essence-harvesting experiments and cripples their ability to conjure new arcane horrors. If we succeed, We might save countless Vrakken and half-bloods from a fate of enslavement or dissection. If we fail, we'll add our bones to the fortress walls. I exhale slowly, forcing my wings to stillness. Every nerve in my body crackles with tension. Valeria shifts beside me, voice low against the night's hush. They've strengthened the wards since our last scouting run, she says, eyes narrowed. I can see them swirling around the main gate, covering the inner courtyards, maybe even the towers. This won't be easy. A faint, bitter laugh escapes me. It was never going to be easy. I glance over my shoulder at her, at the determined set of her jaw. Even with exhaustion lining her features, she radiates a fierce energy that draws me. Are your illusions and half-blood senses ready? We'll need every edge. She nods, pressing a hand to her thigh, still healing from the injuries sustained in our earlier skirmishes. The new bandages hold, but I know it aches. Yet her eyes gleam with unyielding resolve. I've never been more ready. This ends tonight. Those 4 words resonate with finality. I tilt my head to our second-in-command, Darren, an ex-knight who followed Helroth's memory, to our cause. He stands a few yards away, illusions flickering around him. Signal the others, I murmur. We move on my mark. Darren dips his chin, slipping away to the hidden vantage where he'll wave a lantern thrice, the agreed-upon sign for the rest to begin the coordinated infiltration. Our plan is bold. Multiple infiltration teams, illusions layered to breach the wards from different angles, culminating in a direct assault on the fortress's innermost labs. My wings clench reflexively. The council might call us mad for attempting such a feat, especially with fewer numbers than the defenders. But they aren't here. They've long since cast us out. This is our fight. Valeria lays a hand on my arm. Through the illusions that dance around us, I can see the flicker of concern in her gray eyes. No matter what happens, she whispers, we face it side by side. My chest constricts with a painful warmth. The memory of our desperate union in the catacombs, the tension and heartbreak after, all swirl into a single knot of feeling. Side by side, I affirm, sliding my fingers over hers. The moment lingers, charged with unspoken emotion. Then we hear a faint whistle, Darren's signal. The time for tenderness is gone. It's war now. I rise to my full height, wings spreading in the cold air. My illusions swirl, tinged with the ancient magic I once used under the council's eye. No more. I harness it for our cause alone. A flush of adrenaline surges. I sense Valeria's half-blood aura flaring, her body brimming with that keen awareness that tears illusions apart with ease. We exchange a final glance, then leap from the ledge. The assault begins. We glide down the rocky slope, illusions cloaking us, silent as falling shadows. Below, the fortress ramparts bristle with archers and warlocks. I spot them scanning the horizon, ignorant of our presence overhead. Behind me, a handful of winged Vrakken knights follow in staggered formation, illusions rippling around them. On the far side, ground teams approach from the forest, ready to slip past the wards once Valeria disrupts them from the inside. Valeria keeps pace with me despite her leg wound, half jumping, half gliding with the illusions. She can't truly fly. Her wings are partial, the hallmark of her half-blood. But she's learned to harness that power for leaps of improbable height, letting me help her if needed. My own wings strain at the sudden dive, but I welcome the burn. We are done hiding. We land on a narrower parapet, illusions melding with the darkness. 2 dark elf sentries stand guard here, eyes scanning outward. I grimace, raising my spelled sword. Valeria touches my shoulder lightly, lips curling in a predatory grin. "Let me," she mouths. Before I can protest, she steps forward. One guard notices a flicker in the gloom, opening his mouth. Valeria blurs, half-blood speed propelling her. Her dagger drives into his throat before he can shout. The second guard whirls, illusions flaring, but she rakes her claws across his chest. Real claws, I realize with a jolt, an extension of her half-blood transformation. He collapses, choking on his own breath. My heart jolts. She stands there, chest heaving, eyes bright with a savage light, dripping blood from her clawed fingertips. She's truly embracing her heritage now. She meets my gaze, flicking her fingers once. The claws retract, leaving behind normal nails. Her breath trembles with adrenaline. "Gatehouse," she says quietly, lips parted. "We override the wards from there." I nod, swallowing my shock and a surge of both pride and worry. She's more lethal than ever. We slip along the parapet, illusions swirling to mask the dead guards. Below, I catch glimpses of shadowy figures scaling the fortress walls. Our outcasts are initiating their infiltration from multiple points. Shouts drift from the far side. The defenders might be alerted. Time is short. We descend a cramped stairwell heading toward the central gatehouse. My illusions dull our footsteps. Still, we pass by doors that occasionally burst open, revealing dark elf foot soldiers or lesser warlocks. We engage them fast and brutal. In the flickering torchlight, I see Valeria's blade sing with lethal grace, her fangs bared in a grim expression of defiance. Each kill weighs on me, but I recall the horrors the dark elves have visited on half-bloods and Vrakken alike. We're past mercy. Deeper inside, the corridors widen into a grand hallway. Dark banners hang from the vaulted ceiling, each emblazoned with Xathian's sigil, a stylized fang dripping with azure flame. The illusions saturate this space, distorting vantage points. I nearly stumble as the floor ripples beneath my feet. Valeria hisses, eyes flaring. Her half-blood senses rip through the illusions, revealing the true path. She guides me forward, unraveling each fake step. My wings rustle in thanks. I can't see as clearly through illusions as she can, but I can complement her unraveling with my spells. At last, we emerge on a balcony overlooking the gatehouse mechanism. Massive iron gears, chains that raise or lower the portcullis. Warlocks cluster below, chanting to maintain a ward that covers the fortress courtyard. If we break that ward, our ground forces can flood in. My pulse quickens. Valeria crouches by the balcony railing, scanning the warlocks. "I can see the main conduit," she whispers, pointing to a swirling vortex of illusions near a heavy brazier. "If we sever it, the ward collapses." I nod, mouth dry. Then we strike. But as I prepare to leap, a figure steps into view below, their stance radiating authority. My breath catches. She's tall, clad in black plate etched with runes, helm under one arm, long hair braided with silver. I recognize her from rumors. General Sorlin, one of Xathian's most feared enforcers. A scowl creases her dark brow. She barks orders at the warlocks, likely fortifying the wards. I sense Valeria tense beside me. "She's powerful," Valeria murmurs. "We can't just drop onto her with illusions. She might sense us." I glare down at the general, wings quivering. Then we cause a bigger distraction. I think of our outcasts. They should be in position. We can't wait any longer. The fortress defenders become more alert every second we linger. "We go now," I say softly. Valeria gives a short nod, eyes burning with readiness. I slip a runic token from my belt, a small but potent bomb. With careful aim, I toss it at the edge of the warlock cluster. The device lands silently, illusions muting its clink. Then I flick my fingers, triggering it. A whoosh of arcane flame erupts, sending half the warlock stumbling back, illusions shattered. We leap from the balcony. I spread my wings mid-fall, a rush of wind jolting me as we descend in a blur of illusions. The warlocks scramble, illusions tangling in confusion. General Sorlin whirls, eyes widening as she spots us. She raises a gleaming sword, runes igniting along its blade. Valeria hits the ground in a forward roll, coming up with her dagger at the ready, illusions swirling. I swoop low, spelled sword igniting with my ancient magic. A single glance at Valeria, and we coordinate. She tears at the illusions around the brazier, while I barrel into the warlocks trying to reform them. The courtyard roars with sound, shouts of alarm, steel on steel, crackling illusions. General Sorlin lunges at me, sword blazing with arcane wrath. Our blades clash, sparks dancing in the gloom. My wings buffet the air, giving me an edge in maneuverability. She fights with ferocious skill, each strike threatening to carve through my defenses. I realize with a jolt that she's not just a warlock. She's a seasoned commander who's evidently faced winged foes before. Her illusions swirl around me, threatening to ensnare my limbs. I hiss, letting my own illusions flare, weaving them with the scalding rage that's built since I watched House Draven burn. My spelled sword surges with ancient magic, unleashing a torrent of vampiric energy. We lock, weapons sliding against each other, her blade spitting arcs of azure flame while mine crackles with violet sparks. Sweat beads on my brow. Our illusions collide in a chaotic light show, neither gaining an immediate advantage. The clang resonates in my teeth. I see Valeria slip around the brazier, half-crouched to avoid stray spells from warlocks. She touches the swirling illusions, tearing them away with her half-blood senses. One warlock notices, screeching in panic, but she leaps over a chain, driving her dagger into his chest. Another tries to cast a stunning hex, but Valeria's illusions swirl in a tight spiral, deflecting it. She emerges, savage and unstoppable, eyes blazing with that lethal mixture of anger and newfound power. My heart clenches with awe. "Enough!" General Sorlin snarls, pushing me back with a mighty blow. I grunt, boots skidding on the courtyard stone. She flings a sphere of illusions that morph into ghostly chains. They lash out, tangling around my arms. Pain lances me as the chains bite into my flesh. My wings beat frantically, but the illusions bind tight. Damn, she's skilled. I fight to keep calm, ignoring the searing arcs. My illusions can break these, but I need a moment. Sorlin smirks, stepping forward to deliver a killing strike. The warlocks behind her chant, illusions swirling to re-establish the protective wards. If they succeed, our outcasts can't join the fight. We must disrupt them fully. Just as Sorlin raises her blade to strike me, Valeria appears behind her with a hiss. Her fangs glint, true fangs, half Vrakken unleashed. She rakes claws across Sorlin's back armor, sending arcs of sparks. Sorlin cries out, illusions faltering. The chains around me slacken. I seize my chance, channeling my spelled sword's energy into a single thunderous arc. Sorlin parries, stumbling as Valeria slashes at her flank. The general spins, illusions flaring. My chains dissolve, letting me spring free. "Go break the wards!" I gasp at Valeria, meeting her gaze in a frantic heartbeat. She bares her fangs in determination, nods, then leaps away, illusions swirling around her. Sorlin tries to follow, but I intercept, wings flaring in a wide slash that knocks her off balance. "Face me, General," I growl, adrenaline surging. Valeria has her part destroying the brazier, unraveling the final illusions. I must hold Sorlin here no matter what. Sorlin roars, eyes blazing with arcane fury. "You'll die, traitor prince!" She surges, illusions shaped into spectral blades that swirl around her. I meet her strike for strike, every blow rattling my bones. The courtyard fills with chaos. Warlocks conjuring half-formed illusions, our infiltration teams bursting through side corridors, illusions scattering. I catch glimpses of Vrakken outcasts engaged in fierce combat with dark elf soldiers. Sorlin lunges low, nearly skewering my thigh, but I twist my wings to rise above her slash. I retaliate with a downward strike. She barely blocks, illusions cracking. Sweat drips down my brow, the clang of steel vibrating my arms. Her skill is formidable, the final champion of Zathian's fortress. But I fought my entire life under House Draven's strict training. I can match her. Suddenly, a wave of illusions radiates from the brazier near the courtyard center. My heart lurches. Valeria must be at the heart of that surge. The illusions warp violently, arcs of purple lightning dancing across the courtyard, shorting out the warlocks' wards. Shouts resound, some warlocks collapse, illusions backlashing while our outcasts cheer. The wards are crumbling. Sorlin's eyes widen with dismay. "No!" She spits, swinging desperately at me. She sees her fortress illusions failing around her. The gatehouse is compromised. Our forces can pour in. That knowledge fuels her rage. She slams her illusions into a single thrust at my chest, raw with desperation. I grunt, parrying with my spelled sword. The clash flares in a brilliant explosion of arcane sparks, sending us both staggering. I plant my wings, forcing an opening, then pivot, ramming my blade into her chest armor. The runes carved their flare once, resisting, then buckle under my vampiric energy. A ragged gasp escapes her. She tries to retaliate, illusions fluttering in half-formed arcs, but I twist my blade, finishing the blow. Sorlin collapses, choking on blood. Her illusions fade with her last breath, eyes filled with stunned betrayal. I stand there, chest heaving. The greatest champion of this fortress lies dead at my feet. The courtyard whirls with motion. Our outcasts flood inside, illusions swirling as they engage the remaining Dark Elf defenders. Warlocks scramble to salvage the wards, but the meltdown triggered by Valeria's half-blood power leaves them reeling. I stagger forward, searching for Valeria amid the swirling chaos. Then I see her near the brazier, standing in a ring of broken illusions, panting hard. At her feet lie 2 warlocks, throats slashed, and a fallen Dark Elf soldier. Her hair is in disarray, braided strands undone, revealing partial wings flared from her back. She stands with one hand braced on the brazier's rim. A swirl of smoke rises around her. My heart leaps with concern. "Valeria!" I call, stumbling across the cracked stones. The illusions roil from the fortress interior, swirling among the last defenders. She raises her head, eyes meeting mine. Relief flickers, we're both alive. She moves toward me, limping on that injured leg, face contorted with pain. My illusions wrap around her as I catch her, arms sliding beneath her shoulders to keep her upright. The moment our gazes lock, the swirl of the entire battle recedes to a hush in my mind. She exhales, trembling with adrenaline. "We did it!" she rasps. I nod, brushing dust from her face. "Yes, but it's not over." The fortress gate stands ajar, war still raging in the halls. Our outcasts push deeper, but I sense a shift in the illusions overhead. The fortress's final wards might be collapsing. The central labs, presumably filled with arcane equipment, must be destroyed. Valeria nods, reading my thoughts. "We have to finish it." She grimaces at the pain in her leg, yet steels herself. "Come on." We rally a handful of outcasts near the courtyard center. Darren appears, battered but grinning. "The upper ramparts are ours," he reports. "Dark elves scattered after the wards fell. Some flee, others barricade themselves in the labs." My wings twitch. That's where we're headed. Torch the labs, deny them any chance of continuing essence experiments. Then we retreat. We have no wish to hold this fortress. Valeria clutches my shoulder, breath hitching. "Lead the way." We push into the fortress's inner corridors, illusions swirling around us. The few defenders left mount desperate resistance. My wings slice through illusions, my spelled sword felling soldiers. Valeria's half-blood speed and lethal claws shred wards and armor alike. Our outcasts follow, flames licking at the walls from the sabotage bombs. The fortress trembles, a storm of fire and magic. At the end of a broad hallway, we find a sealed door etched with thick runic wards. The labs. We gather, illusions dimming as we concentrate. Valeria steps forward, half limping, anger dark in her eyes. She presses her hand to the runic symbols, unraveling them with her half-blood sense. The wards crackle and fade. Darren and another outcast heave the door open. The stench of acrid chemicals wafts out, burning my nostrils. Inside, rows of alchemical tables, caged apparatuses meant for draining Vrakken essence, and arcane contraptions line the walls. My stomach knots at the sight. This is the heart of Zathian's atrocities, the place they refine living captives into raw magical power. Unholy. Valeria's face contorts with fury. She stumbles to a table covered in vials of shimmering fluid. One sniff confirms it's distilled essence from some poor soul. We must destroy everything. No captives here, Darren says, voice tight. Either they've been moved or used up. Valeria's eyes glisten with tears she won't let fall. Then we burn it, she says, voice harsh. Deny them another day of butchery. We spread out, placing the last bombs among the apparatuses and shelves. Valorian illusions swirl in tandem with the outcast to keep watch. A few dark elf warlocks cower in the corner, illusions flickering. One tries to conjure a defensive barrier, but my spelled sword cuts through it. Another begs for mercy. Valeria's lip curls, though she spares him with a glare. We're not here for slaughter alone. We want this twisted lab gone. Finally, we rig the bombs to a single detonation trigger. I gather everyone near the door, illusions swirling. We prime it, then run, I say, heart pounding. This is the final act that breaks Zathian's fortress. Our entire band of outcasts steels themselves. Valeria flips the trigger. Now! She shouts. We bolt, illusions flaring. The corridors ring with echoes of our footfalls. The fortress shudders with partial collapses, fire licking at the tapestries. We pass corners strewn with dark elf bodies or barricaded doors. The entire place has become a war zone. Behind us, a thoom resonates, shaking the stone underfoot. A second later, an explosion rips through the corridor, sending arcs of greenish flame as the alchemical contents combust. Screams echo from warlocks left behind. We don't look back. Through illusions and rubble, we fight our way to the courtyard. The gate stands wide open, outcasts flooding out in retreat. The fortress's final wards collapse in a swirl of purple sparks overhead, revealing the moonlit sky. We emerge into the night air, battered but victorious. Flames engulf the fortress's lower levels, smoke pluming in thick columns. The walls crack. My wings tremble with exhaustion, illusions dissipating from mental strain. Valeria leans on me, half collapsing as we cross the threshold to open ground. Soldiers from both sides either lie dead or flee into the wilderness. The fortress belongs to no one now, consumed by fire. Our mission is complete. A hush blankets our group. We gather in a ragged circle beyond the walls, illusions flickering from the last bombs or spells. Darren's face is streaked with ash, his arm clutched against a wound. A handful of outcasts slump to the ground, checking injuries. We've paid a steep price. But the fortress labs burn behind us, taking with them Zathian's immediate chance at forging new horrors. Valeria sags against me, breath ragged. It's done, she whispers, voice trembling. We actually did it. I hold her, chest heaving. My gaze drifts to the inferno devouring the fortress, my wings aching with the memory of flight and battle. Yes, I echo, heart pounding with a mixture of triumph and sorrow. It's done. And in that moment I realize we've severed the final ties to House Draven's claims. The Council will never forgive us for destroying a fortress they might have wanted to capture. They'll label us traitors, criminals. My mother is gone, lost in the chaos of the war. The citadel that was once my birthright is lost, replaced by the savage unity we found among the outcasts. Darren staggers up, saluting me with a bloody grin. Valorian, Valeria, the fortress is ours, or no one's really. He laughs darkly. The Council's men might call you a demon for this. They'll say you let a valuable fortress burn instead of reclaiming it for them. I meet Valeria's eyes, reading the same bitterness. Let them say what they will, I mutter, pulling her closer. We're beyond their judgments. She nods, a slow, weary acceptance. Our synergy has led us here, to the literal ashes of our old world. But we hold each other up, forging a new identity from the wreckage. The illusions that swirl faintly in the night air feel like the last vestige of the old Valorian. Now, I belong to a new cause. The cause of freedom, half-blood acceptance, and outcast unity. A hush falls as we watch the flames climb, sparks dancing into the star-strewn sky. For an instant, sorrow weighs heavy. We've lost House Draven's citadel, lost any chance to reclaim a normal life in these lands. But we've gained each other, and the knowledge that we thwarted Zathian's immediate threat. Countless captives might be spared, or future half-bloods never discovered by these labs. Valeria shudders with exhaustion, burying her face in the crook of my neck. My throat tightens with fierce protectiveness. I let my wings fold around her, ignoring the stares of the outcasts. This war is far from over, but we've won a crucial victory. The cost is steep. A battered fortress, our names smeared as traitors, and the weight of an entire realm's enmities. But for one night at least, we can claim we stood against darkness and prevailed. The outcasts gather, illusions flickering, exchanging grim congratulations. Some slump to the ground, tears in their eyes for friends lost. Smoke chokes the air, but the stars glow overhead as if in defiance. My chest aches with fatigue. Valeria's breath rattles softly, each exhale a testament to her unbreakable will. I brush strands of her hair back, whisper, "Rest if you can." She lifts her face, eyes shining with tears and triumph. "I never thought we could truly beat them, but we did." She hesitates, then presses a trembling kiss to my jaw. Heat floods me, an ache far deeper than any wound. In her voice, I hear gratitude, love, sorrow, and relief, all mingled. The lines vanish between necessity and genuine affection have vanished, replaced by something far more profound. I exhale, kissing the top of her head. We did. And quietly I add, "I love you." The words spill out unbidden, surprising even me. But I can't deny them. This war stripped me of illusions, left me raw and battered. And in that rawness, I see my feelings for her clearly. Her body trembles against mine, her lips part, searching my gaze. Slowly she nods, tears escaping. I love you too," she manages, voice raw. "Even after everything." Emotion spears through me, a dizzying cocktail of pain, joy, exhaustion. We cling to each other, ignoring the stares. If we're traitors to the Council, so be it. We have each other, and we have a cause worth fighting for. The fortress crumbles in the background, flames dancing across the stone. The Dark Elves might recoup eventually, or Zathian might rear a new plan. But for now, we've seized our destiny with both hands. In a hush broken only by crackling fire, we stand victorious, wings battered, illusions smoldering, half-blood power blazing. The Council brands us traitors, our home citadel is lost, yet we rise from the ashes as something new. And as the final stones collapse into the inferno, I realize this is what true freedom feels like, won by blood and tears. Valeria's body pressed to mine, her half-Vrakken strength matching my illusions, is the only citadel I need.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 19. Valeria. I stand on the lip of a rocky ledge, watching the sun sink into a horizon of rolling hills dotted with verdant forests. The harsh winds of the northern wastes have finally given way to a gentle, warm breeze. In the far distance, across leagues of terrain that once belonged to dark elves or wary Vrakken clans, there's nothing but open sky and quiet. It's almost too peaceful to be real. Behind me, a secluded valley spreads out, hidden on 3 sides by craggy mountains. A narrow pass leads here, easily guarded by a handful of watchful eyes. Our exiled companions remain there, posted in small groups. They set up a modest camp along the slope where a freshwater spring trickles, providing a steady supply of clean water and fertile ground for foraging. Since we fled the smouldering ruins of the Dark Elf fortress, we've all needed rest, and perhaps even a place to call our own, however temporary. I take a breath that expands in my chest like new life. The air tastes of pine and lingers with the scent of late summer wildflowers. The ache in my left thigh, my persistent injury, reminds me how close we came to losing everything. But it's healing at last. The bandages changed daily by a rudimentary medic among our ranks. There's no sign of the Council's mercenaries or dark elf scouts. According to our lookouts, no one has ventured near this valley in ages. It's a startlingly serene landscape. A hush of twilight hushes the birds overhead, and the faint chorus of crickets signals the day's end. This hush almost seems to cradle me, as though urging me to let go of war's memories and breathe in something new. Hope, perhaps. My pulse quickens at the sound of footsteps on gravel behind me. I don't tense. I know that stride by heart, half lithe, half commanding. The illusions that always swirl around him are faint now, barely a ripple in the air. We no longer have to cloak ourselves in secrecy, not in this haven. Besides, we're exhausted from weeks of sabotage and fighting. Valorian steps up beside me, wings half furled. The last rays of sunlight catch in his dark hair, highlighting the faint silver at his temples, a reminder of everything he's endured. In the dying glow, his eyes shine near black, reflecting a mixture of relief and a tender warmth that sends butterflies scattering through my stomach. "How is the leg?" he asks, his voice low yet echoing slightly in the open air. I rest a hand on the linen wraps beneath my tunic, pressing lightly. "Better," I say, a little stiff, but the infection is gone. He exhales, the tension in his posture easing. For weeks he's worried about me, bending illusions, procuring rare herbs from meagre outpost towns, anything to keep that wound from festering. I can see the residual guilt in the lines of his jaw. Sometimes I catch him staring at me in the camp, as though marvelling that I'm still alive. "Your wings," I counter softly, stepping close enough to trace a fingertip over the faint tear in the left membrane. "Are they healing?" A faint shrug lifts his shoulders, but a flicker of a smile warms his lips. "They'll mend. A few nights' rest in an actual bed would do wonders, but that's not exactly an option out here." A rueful smile tugs at me. Perhaps we can scrounge together enough cloth and stuffing to make something more comfortable than the ground. He chuckles, a sound that resonates with subdued joy I haven't heard from him in a long time. If we remain here a while, maybe we will. We fall silent, gazing across the valley. I let the hush fill me, each heartbeat reminding me I'm alive, that the war's immediate horrors lie behind us. The fortress we destroyed, the sabotage missions we carried out, it's all given us some breathing room. We're exiles from both the Dark Elves and the Vrakken Council, but for once, we're not running this very moment. We're free. Valorian rests a hand lightly on my shoulder, an unspoken question in his eyes. "Are you all right?" I exhale slowly. I feel untethered. Everything that drove me, vengeance, survival, the mission to destroy Zathian's labs, it's done. We have no home to return to, but at least the threat isn't at our heels. My voice wavers. It's a strange kind of peace. He nods, wings rustling. "We have time now," he says, as if tasting the words. "Time to figure out who we are without a war pressing in." I can't stop the stirring of hope that flutters in my chest. We glance at each other, a silent current flowing between us. He offers me his arm, and I take it. We wander along a faint path that curves down from the rocky ledge, leading to a secluded grove near the stream. The air there holds the scent of damp moss and earth. Fireflies spark to life in the dim twilight, tiny pinpricks of light dancing around us. The grove feels like a secret sanctuary. Tall pines shelter the clearing, soft grass underfoot, the hush broken only by crickets and the burble of water. Valerian helps me settle onto a fallen log, draped in green moss. My half-healed leg still twinges, but I manage with less pain now. He stands before me, a faint tension in his stance. The last time we had a moment to truly talk, really talk, was in the aftermath of one of our sabotage missions, still steeped in adrenaline. But this is different. We're not pressed by danger tonight. "I want to say something," he murmurs, voice trembling slightly. I watch him, heart thumping. "Go on!" He kneels, wings folded tight, letting him meet my gaze levelly. "I never thought I'd see a day when I wasn't fighting for House Draven or feuding with the Dark Elves," he begins carefully. "Never thought I'd walk away from the seat of power I was raised to inherit. But then, you happened. You changed everything." I swallow, pulse fluttering. The memories of his manipulations and betrayals flash in my mind, but so do the memories of how he risked everything to save me, how he fought by my side, how we bled together. Now we share an exile that stands on the precipice of something more. He continues, eyes dark with sincerity. "I'm not proud of the lies I told or the times I manipulated you. But everything I did in these past weeks, fighting the Dark Elves, forging alliances with outcasts, letting my birthright burn, was for us, for you, for the future we might build." He lowers his head, exhaling. "I want to build a life with you, Valeria, free from the Council's reach or the Dark Elves' shadow. Something real, a home, however small." A tremor passes through me. A month ago, I wouldn't have believed him. Even after I admitted my complicated feelings, I feared his every promise was laced with cunning. But his actions have matched his words. And more than that, my own heart wants the same. I lay a hand on his shoulder. "I want that too," I whisper. "I'm tired of war being my only identity. Tired of being a half-blood everyone hunts or hates. If we can find a place to truly settle..." My voice catches. "That would be more than I ever dreamed." He stands, carefully pulling me to my feet. "Then let's rest here," he says softly, gesturing at the grove. "We can't guarantee no one will find us eventually, but for now it's ours." I sense the unspoken invitation in his tone. The crickets chirp louder as the sky shifts from dusky purple to star-flecked black. Fireflies swirl in lazy arcs, illuminating the clearing with ephemeral glows. My heart beats faster, recalling the desperate couplings we shared before. A feral need in the catacombs, or frantic passion stolen amid battle's aftermath. This time feels different. The tension has thinned, replaced by a cautious, trembling hope. I let him guide me to a soft patch of moss near the stream's edge, hidden by tall reeds. There's a bedroll or two we carried along, makeshift, but better than stone. He spreads them out, illusions shimmering faintly, perhaps out of old habit. But there's no immediate threat to hide from, no reason for illusions except a sense of comfort. I sit, leaning back against a smooth boulder. He sits beside me, knees almost touching. The hush envelops us. We studied the stars once, from the parapets of a fortress, but that memory was stained with fear and suspicion. Now the quiet hum of the night offers a promise of something gentler. Valeria, he says, voice so low I barely hear over the crickets. Let me see you, without fear. The request stirs a deep flutter in my belly. No illusions, no hidden agendas. Slowly I nod, letting go of the last wards that cling to my body. They fade, revealing the faint silver scars on my arms from battles, the half-blood lines of my partial wings. My hair tumbles free from its tie. I watch him do the same, illusions dissolving to show the bruises on his chest, the scuffs across his skin from countless fights. We are both battered, but alive, meeting each other's gaze. His eyes sweep over me with a tenderness that robs me of breath. My chest tightens, recalling how many times we collided in urgent, desperate passion. Now, for the first time, it's calm, an exhale after war. I lean in, lips parting. He meets me halfway, and our mouths brush in the lightest kiss, tentative, searching. A tremor runs through me. Gone is the savage need of survival. In its place is something warm and profound, like the dawn after a long night.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. After some time, I shift, propping myself up on one elbow to study him. He lies half on his side, wings angled to not crush the bedroll. The bruises along his ribs have faded, though faint lines remain. I let my palm rest over his heart, feeling each beat. How do we move forward from here? I ask, voice hushed. We can't live in hiding forever. His gaze flicks to the starlit sky. We keep building alliances. We've done more damage to Zathian than the Council ever managed. But eventually others will notice we're neither loyal to the Dark Elves nor the Council. The outcasts might gather under our banner. A faint smile touches his lips. Perhaps we can find a corner of the world so remote that no one cares about a half-blood and a traitor prince living out their days. My heart squeezes. You'd be content with that? He lifts his hand, brushing his knuckles over my cheek. As long as you're with me, yes, he murmurs. We can shape our own destiny. Maybe we help unify exiles into a free clan, or maybe we vanish to a quiet farm, as long as you choose it with me. Emotion thickens my throat. I press a soft kiss to his shoulder, inhaling the faint smell of pine and sweat that clings to his skin. A warm swirl pools in my belly, a reflection of the earlier passion. Even after the wave of release, a gentle hum remains, connecting us. I want to see what life can be, I say quietly. Beyond war. Maybe it's naive to dream we can be safe, but I'm done letting fear cage me. He nods, wings shifting so he can envelop me a bit in their span. I nestle into the space, letting the closeness protect me from the chill. If war finds us again, he says, we'll face it. Together. But tonight at least we rest. We live. I manage a small laugh. How many nights have we said not tonight? We're not safe yet. My eyes brim with gratitude. It feels almost unreal to have an actual reprieve. He kisses my forehead, a tender press that ignites warmth in my chest. I know. Let's savour it. We lapse into silence, letting our shared heartbeat fill the quiet. The forest around us hums with nocturnal life, a lullaby more soothing than any illusions I've conjured. My mind drifts, recalling the moment he declared his love in the fortress's burning courtyard. I treasure it, holding it close. Eventually, a breeze rustles the reeds, reminding me of the slight chill. Valorian gently shifts us, pulling a worn blanket over our entwined bodies. I lie against his side, leg half draped over his, mindful of the healing wound. He tucks stray hair behind my ear, capturing my gaze with unwavering focus. "Valeria," he murmurs, voice low. "Do you regret anything?" I blink, sifting through the memories, the heartbreak, the manipulations, the revelations of my half-blood nature, the raw couplings, the betrayal, the war. "No," I whisper, surprising even myself. "I regret the pain we caused each other, the lost illusions, but not the journey that brought us here." I let my palm flatten over his chest. "We found something real, beyond House Draven, beyond the Dark Elves. That's worth everything." He closes his eyes, relief etched across his face. "I feel the same," he says softly. "I've never believed in happiness without war overshadowing me, but with you, I see a horizon I never dared to dream of." Tears prick my lids again. This time, they're tears of quiet joy. Leaning up, I press my lips to his in a slow, lingering kiss that conveys more gratitude than words could. We tangle in each other's arms once more, bodies gently shifting to accommodate my wound, but the fear that once drove our passion is gone. This is about trust, tenderness, and forging a new life from the ashes. Time blurs as we exchange whispered confessions, naming the burdens we carried alone. He confides how the council's expectations suffocated him, how his mother's political games never let him breathe. I share how I endured nights of terror under the Dark Elves, how discovering my half-blood lineage felt like a curse until it became my strength. We listen, we hold each other, and the intimacy deepens, carved from honesty instead of desperation. At some point, I slip into a half-doze, lulled by the warmth of him and the grove. I dream of a small cottage near a stream, of him tending a modest garden while I teach illusions to orphaned half-blood children. A fanciful dream, perhaps, but sweet. I sense him shift, pressing a gentle kiss to my temple, as though encouraging me to hold on to that image. When I stir again, the moon has risen high, casting pale light across the glade. Our illusions are dormant, no threat to repel. The blanket covers us, his arm draped around my waist. The closeness draws a lazy, satisfied smile from me. We exchange soft glances, and I realise how fully he's become my anchor. He strokes my hair, voice a murmur in the hush. "I should let you sleep. You need the rest." I shift, gently hooking a leg over his hip. The pain in my thigh flares mildly, but I manage a light huff of laughter. "I'm not that tired," I say, half teasing, half serious. The earlier lovemaking, for all its tenderness, leaves me with a lingering desire to feel that closeness again. No urgency or fear, just the security of each other's presence. His eyes widen a fraction, dark with renewed heat. "Valeria," he breathes, a playful note in his tone. "Your leg." I smirk, brushing a thumb across his lower lip. "We'll be gentle," I whisper, letting the tip of my finger linger. "I just want to be close to you." A spark ignites in his gaze. His wings twitch, half opening. "You sure?" he murmurs, concern still warring with longing. "Shut up," I say softly, leaning in for a languid kiss. My heart thrums, not with the frantic pulse of war, but with the knowledge that we've earned this. We're alive, the immediate threat's behind us. For once, the future stretches open. He groans softly, returning the kiss in kind. Our lips mould in a slow, unhurried dance. He gathers me against him, mindful of my bruises, and I melt into his warmth. The hush around us deepens, as though the entire night bows out to give us privacy. My breath catches when he peppers tender kisses down my neck, each press telling me we have all the time in the world now. No more savage or desperate couplings. This is about connection. Tell me, he whispers between kisses, if anything hurts. Only if you stop, I tease, laughter bubbling up. He flashes a grin that banishes the shadows from his face. His hands roam, exploring my body with reverence, rediscovering each scar, each curve. I do the same, fingers tracing the shape of his shoulders, his ribs, the ridges of his wings. Every touch sparks a fresh wave of wonder at how we survived, how we stand here entwined despite everything. Slowly, intimately, we come together again. This time, the world outside ceases to exist, and I lose myself in his tender warmth. Our foreheads press, breath mingling in sweet gasps, each motion deliberate, each sigh drawn from a well of shared emotion. I cradle the back of his neck, nails lightly grazing. He shivers, meeting my eyes, and in that moment, I feel the raw sincerity of his love. The pleasure swells in lazy waves, each crest a soft moan or whispered name, each trough an exhale of relief. There's no rush to reach a frantic peak. It's about savouring the journey, memorising the taste of his lips, the press of his body. We're free of the constraints of fear or an impending assault. If the night is infinite, we let each heartbeat linger. When we finally unravel in each other's arms, it's not a shattering explosion, but a gentle flood of warmth that suffuses every cell. I cling to him, tears leaking from the corners of my eyes. He brushes them away with trembling fingertips, breathing my name like a lullaby. My wounded leg aches, but I ignore it, letting the wave of closeness ripple through me. This is everything I never thought I'd have. We remain entwined, hearts pounding, illusions flickering in the faint starlight. Eventually, we share a few whispered laughs, exiles from two worlds, forging something neither side can destroy. He draws the blanket up around us, wrapping me in the circle of his arms. I nestle my head under his chin, feeling the steady thud of his heart. Time drifts. Above, the stars intensify, winking in patterns I've never bothered to learn. For the first time, I wonder if we might stay in this valley for a season, enough to truly heal. We can't keep wandering, half-blood outlaws forever, but maybe we can carve a haven, at least for a while. The council's condemnation and the dark elves' hatred feel distant tonight, though I know they still lurk beyond these mountains. Eventually I speak, voice soft. You think we can build a real life, Valorian? Something stable? With these outcasts, or maybe alone? He strokes my hair, pressing a gentle kiss to my temple. I do, he says simply. It won't be easy. We'll have to remain cautious. But I choose you over any house, any fortress. If that means living among outcasts, forging a new clan, or wandering until we find an oasis, I'll do it. A pause, then more quietly. I love you, Valeria. That's worth fighting for. Emotion tightens my throat. I love you too, I whisper, burying my face against his collarbone. Whatever comes next, we face it together. No illusions, no half-truths. He nods, a soft exhalation of relief. Then he settles beside me fully, letting our shared warmth banish the night's chill. The forest hush remains, a cocoon of star-dappled darkness. My body hums with a languid contentment, my heart swelling with a cautious but undeniable optimism. We are exiles, thrown out by the council, despised by the dark elves. Our old homes are ash and memory. Yet in that emptiness, we've found each other, forging new possibilities from the ruin. I rest my cheek on his chest, letting my eyelids flutter shut. The lull of his heartbeat lulls me toward sleep, each beat a promise that we can shape our destiny into something better than fear. Before dreams take me, I think of the day we'll build a small hut or cottage in some secret glade, maybe near a stream like this. We'll watch the sun rise without scanning the horizon for enemies. We'll greet each dawn holding each other, illusions swirling only for comfort rather than defence. Perhaps we'll adopt stray half-blood children cast out by fearful clans, teaching them to harness their gifts. We'll cultivate a garden, trade with travellers, show them we exist beyond the war. And if an army marches against us again, dark elves or council enforcers, we'll stand side by side, illusions and half-blood power blazing, to protect what we've built. But that fight is not tonight's worry. Tonight I let my body sink into Valerian's embrace. The memory of gentle passion echoes through my limbs, a vow we sealed with tenderness rather than desperation. His arms tighten slightly, as though sensing my drifting thoughts. The soothing brush of his fingertips along my back lures me to deeper rest. The crickets serenade us. I surrender to the hush, a final lingering sigh escaping my lips. Hope is real. My heart insists. For the first time, I genuinely believe it. In the darkest hours, as sleep claims me, I imagine our future unspooling under starlight, two wanderers who shaped each other by betrayal and war, now reborn into a union of love and freedom. We might be exiles from every faction, but in each other's arms, we've discovered a belonging no fortress or council can ever replace.
Chapter 20. Valorian. I stand on a rugged cliffside strewn with the charred remains of a once proud outpost, the wind tugging at my hair and teasing the edges of my wings. A pale sunrise struggles through low-hanging clouds, painting the horizon in muted gold and gray. Smoke from our overnight fire still clings to the air, curling around my ankles before vanishing into the crisp morning chill. I breathe deeply, letting the scent of damp ash and wild pine fill my lungs, an odd mix that reminds me of the life I've left behind and the fragile promise of what might lie ahead. Once, I wouldn't have been content merely standing here, with no fortress at my back, no banners bearing my crest, no retinue of loyal soldiers awaiting my command. But that was before I cast aside everything I thought I stood for. Before I discovered that the proud inheritance of House Draven meant nothing if it demanded the sacrifice of my own heart. Now I'm a rogue, an exile, a traitor, the council would say if they bothered to speak my name anymore. But I am alive, free of their yoke, and I am no longer alone. Behind me, the makeshift camp stirs. A handful of tents, salvaged from countless escapes and stolen supply lines, dot a gentle slope leading to a trickling stream. The outcasts, some exiled from the council, others fugitives from dark elf bondage, wake to the hush of this dawn. Their illusions and wards at rest in the safe knowledge that for once, no immediate threat lurks nearby. We've purchased this rare peace with blood and flame, burning the last fortress that stood between us and freedom. A soft footstep crunches the gravel behind me. I turn my head slightly, wings shifting to accommodate the presence I sense. Valeria. She emerges from a narrow path lined with mountain brambles, hair unbound and shimmering faintly in the new light. My heart kicks at the sight of her, the pang of wonder still fresh. She carries herself differently now, no longer weighed down by the terror or scorn the world once inflicted. She's half Vrakken, half human, and fully the most formidable woman I've known. If once I thought her a mere pawn, I've since learned how wrong I was. She's my partner, my equal, my future. She stops next to me, gazing at the burnt timbers below. Our camp is perched at the edge of a deep gorge, a natural barrier from any wandering patrols, so the swirling remains of our old life lie scattered in the distance. Nothing but an ashen memory. We've traveled far from that ruin, seeking a sanctuary where neither the dark elves nor the council can reach us. For now, this valley seems like it could be that place. The stinging wind that used to chill me to my core now feels invigorating, as though it too rejoices in our stolen freedom. Valeria brushes a strand of hair from her face. "You're up early," she says quietly, her voice carrying only a few feet before the breeze devours it. "You've barely slept." I glance at her, studying the faint circle of bruises fading around her eyes, the slow-healing gash on her thigh. Even battered, she radiates strength. "I don't need much rest when I'm at ease," I say, trying to smile. "And I wanted to watch the sun rise over this place, to see if it felt real." My voice cracks on that last word. Real. Not an illusion, not a borrowed dream of power handed down by the council or stolen from dark elves, but ours forged by choice and blood. She sets a gentle hand on my wrist, her half-blood senses picking up the flicker of illusions that linger around me. I used to cloak myself in illusions constantly, armor for the proud prince who believed in House Draven's legacy. Now, the illusions that swirl around me are a reflex, a comfort more than a shield. "It's real," she confirms softly, stepping closer so our shoulders brush. "We've earned this breath of peace." I release a tight exhale, letting the illusions dim. Together we look out at the rugged terrain. This vantage point reminds me of the first time I stood on a fortress parapet, convinced my path was to inherit the monarchy, or at least a seat of influence within the council. All I wanted then was to be recognized as the rightful heir, to avenge House Draven's humiliations, to show the Dark Elves they could never surpass our might. Now the ambition that once drove me has burned away, replaced by a simpler, fiercer desire to protect the people I love, to protect Valeria, and to shape a future on our own terms. "When I was a child," I murmur, letting the memory come unbidden, "my mother would stand me atop House Draven's tallest spire. She'd point to the horizon, saying one day the entire land would bow to me. I believed her. I never questioned the cost. I trace a finger along the ridges of stone under my feet. Then I met you. Everything I thought I knew about power, about legacy, crumbled under the weight of what we endured." Valeria's gaze flicks over my profile. "It cost you your home, your title, your family." "It gave me something else," I say, pulse hitching. I face her, wings half furled behind me, the wind ruffling the edges of her tunic. "I have you, and a band of exiles who share a vision that doesn't revolve around the Council's cruelty or the Dark Elves' thirst for conquest. That might be more precious than all the spires of House Draven." Her eyes glimmer, a tear threatening but never falling. She nods, lips curving in a small, poignant smile. "We can never go back to what we were, Valorian, but maybe we don't want to." I tilt my head, letting the wind blow across my face. She's right. The final battle when we burned the fortress and left the Council's domain for good marked the end of every old tie. That's what a beautiful ending is, I suppose, looking back at the ashes and deciding how to move forward. As we stand out of the corner of my eye, I glimpse a small group of outcasts gathering near the stream below. Darren and a few others, former knights, half-blood runaways, renegade archers from broken houses, are dividing supplies or planning a scouting trip. They glance up, noticing Valeria and me, offering a respectful nod. Once, such a gesture would have swelled me with pride. Now it warms me in a different way. These people follow me and Valeria not out of forced fealty, but mutual choice. Valeria shifts, and I see the slight strain in her leg. The bruise on her thigh is still healing from the final push against the fortress guards. Concern flickers in my chest. "Let's head down," I suggest. "We can walk along the ridge, see if the others need anything." She hesitates. "You sure you want to leave this view? You seemed lost in thought." I give her hand a gentle squeeze, weaving our fingers together. I can reflect on how far we've come while we walk. I want to see everyone, make sure they're well. Her mouth curls in that half-smile, the one that never fails to kick my heart into a faster rhythm. Together, we descend from the rocky outcrop, illusions swirling faintly around Valeria's ankles to balance her steps. I find myself savoring each footfall, each breath, because for the first time in what feels like forever, I'm not bracing for an ambush or scanning the horizon for dark elf shapes. We're free for however long the gods allow. We reach the gentle slope where the outcasts have established a rudimentary settlement, maybe half a dozen tents and lean-tos clustered around the stream. A few cooking fires burn low, smoke drifting in thin wisps. One of the renegade archers greets us with a quick bow, though we remind them for the 100th time that we're no lords or ladies to be bowed to. Old habits die hard, apparently. Valeria offers a reassuring nod, her calm presence a salve to these exiles who once saw me as an aloof prince. Darren emerges from behind a tent, carrying a small crate of foraged roots and tubers. He's tall with scars across his brow, but his posture is more relaxed now than during the war. "My lord," he starts, then corrects himself. "Valorian, we've scouted half the valley's perimeter. No sign of patrols. The council must be busy licking their wounds, and the Dark Elves, well, they have bigger problems after losing that fortress." I nod. "Good. And how are rations?" He shrugs. "Scarce, but we'll manage. We might need to send out a hunting party soon or see if any local farmers are willing to trade." His gaze flicks to Valeria, an unspoken question about her wound. "You all right?" Valeria lifts her chin, a hint of pride in her eyes. "Healing well, thank you." She glances around at the tents. "We have enough bandages and herbs for everyone else?" Darren confirms, then heads off to distribute the gathered roots. I watch him go, remembering how he once served Hellwrath in House Draven's guard. Now, we lead him, and he seems content with that. The memory of Hellwrath's sacrifice still aches, but we honor him by pushing onward, forging a new empire, if you will, from the pieces we've salvaged. Empire. The word crosses my mind as we pass a group of exiles repairing a battered cartwheel. The notion once meant armies, palaces, the seat of absolute power. Now, it signifies something else to me. A place where half-bloods and outcasts can live without fear, where illusions aren't used to oppress, but to protect. Maybe we can never replicate the grandeur of House Draven's citadel, nor would I want to. Something simpler, more genuine. A sanctuary, if not an empire. Valeria catches my pensive expression. "What are you thinking about?" she asks, voice low. She rests a light hand on my arm, guiding me away from the main camp toward a quieter corner near the stream. Water gurgles over smooth stones, reflecting the sky's pale morning light. I hesitate, then smile wryly. I was thinking of how I once believed House Draven was the pinnacle of power and heritage, how I wanted to reclaim its glory. Now I stand here, content with a handful of tents and a valley we can call our own for a while. I wonder if that's the beginning of a new empire, our empire, forged from free hearts, not forced allegiance. She studies me. "You've changed a lot." I breathe a laugh, wings shifting behind me. "So have you. I recall the terrified human concubine you pretended to be back when we first met, and now look at you, a half Vrakken warrior leading sabotage missions, forging alliances with exiles, standing up to the Council's archaic laws. And me, I was a proud prince who believed the Council had all the answers." I shake my head, marveling at the transformation. She tilts her face to the sunlight, letting the warmth caress her cheeks. It's surreal sometimes, how drastically everything's shifted. But I'm grateful. I used to think I'd die as a captive, or as a pawn in someone else's game. Now I see a horizon open to possibility. Even if it's uncertain, it's ours. An ache of tenderness swells in me. I reach, clasping both her hands in mine. The rush of the stream underscores the hush between us. She steps closer, searching my eyes. Her half-blood senses likely reading the subtle illusions that swirl around me, illusions that reflect my mood. Hers are calmer, a faint shimmer like quiet starlight. The synergy of it nearly steals my breath. "I can't promise we'll never face war again," I admit softly. "But I promise I won't run back to the Council or compromise my beliefs to appease them." I'm done wearing false crowns. I want to stand with you, forging something new. Maybe an empire by our definition, not theirs. She exhales, a trembling note in the sound. I want that too, Valorian. Her voice carries raw sincerity that cements my resolve. She leans in, pressing her forehead to mine. We can shape a future that doesn't revolve around enslaving half-bloods or enforcing cruel castes. Maybe it's just a dream, but it's worth chasing. I let my wings fold around her in a gesture of intimacy, ignoring the onlookers who might pass by. After everything we've survived burning dark elf fortresses, fleeing the Council's wrath, nearly dying in each other's arms, this closeness feels like a gift. We begin here, I whisper, with these people who believe in us. This valley can be our starting point. We gather resources, build trust, and see where it leads. A rustle from the bushes draws our attention. One of the outcasts, a woman in battered leathers, approaches hesitantly. My lords, she starts, catching herself. I mean, Valeria! Valorian! We found a damaged orchard a ways north. Might have fruit if we clear the brambles. Could help with our rations. Valeria smiles, eyes bright. That's perfect. We'll organize a work party after midday to see what we can salvage. Thank you for telling us. The woman nods and retreats, leaving us alone by the stream again. I chuckle at the exchange. They still call us lords, even though we keep saying we're just exiles like them. Valeria shrugs, amusement lighting her eyes. Maybe they need titles to ground themselves. Some are used to following a chain of command. For now, if it helps them feel secure, let them call us what they will. A comfortable silence follows, the morning sun now climbing higher, bathing the stream's surface in dappled light. The gentle stirring of illusions around us reflects our shared calm. The swirl of recent battles recedes in my mind, replaced by the sense of an open road leading forward. In that quiet, I revisit the vow I made. I won't be the proud Vrakken prince of old, nor the empty-handed fugitive who cowers from the council. I will be something new, a leader by choice, a partner to Valeria. Thoughts drift to the ashes of House Draven's citadel, the final image of it crumbling as we fled. I recall the coldness in the council's eyes when they declared me a traitor for refusing to condemn half-bloods. That memory once filled me with shame, but now it only solidifies my conviction. I'd rather be exiled with Valeria than a crowned puppet lording over a realm built on oppression. She squeezes my hand, drawing me back to the present. Valorian, she begins softly, I think we should hold a gathering tonight for the outcasts. Let them voice their hopes, their ideas for this place. We can talk about how we handle security, trading with neighboring regions, build a sense of community. I grin, heart lifting at the suggestion. A meeting, then. Possibly a feast if we can scrounge enough supplies. We might even plan to explore the orchard you mentioned. If we're going to found our own empire, small as it may be, a bit of unity can't hurt. She nods, her expression determined. Exactly. Unity without fear. That's what I want to see. My chest swells with affection for her. I lean down, pressing a light kiss to her forehead, ignoring the twinge in my wings. She closes her eyes, exhaling a contented sigh that resonates with all we've been through. For a single heartbeat, we linger in that gentle touch, the stream's melody and the hush of the valley weaving around us. Pulling back, I cast one final glance at the horizon. The sunlight now fully embraces the hills, revealing a landscape that no longer frightens me. Once I faced the dawn with dread, suspecting an attack or betrayal. Now I face it with Valeria at my side, forging a place where half-bloods, exiles, and even disillusioned former knights can stand united, free from the Council's iron fist or the Dark Elves' cruelty. I hold her hand as we turn away from the stream, heading back up the slope toward the camp. My illusions remain faint, a soft shimmer that reflects my mood. Valeria's illusions mingle with mine, an unspoken dance of color that radiates hope rather than fear. We pass by small clusters of outcasts busy with morning tasks, gathering wood, patching tents, whispering about the orchard. They nod respectfully, but I offer them genuine smiles in return, letting them know we're all equals here. As we climb to the crest of the ridge, I pause, breathing in the crisp air. The memory of my first steps as a proud Vrakken prince flits across my mind, the pomp, the illusions of power, the hollow sense that something was missing. I look at Valeria, her half-blood aura strong and confident, and I realize that missing peace was never about controlling land or commanding armies. It was about forging real connections, free of lies, building a future where illusions serve to protect loved ones, not to enslave them. We halt at a vantage point overlooking the valley, the same place where I watched the sunrise not long ago. From here we can see the scattered tents of our people, the stream glinting, the orchard's trees in the distance. Beyond that, rolling hills vanish into the hazy line of the horizon. It's ours to shape, or so it feels. A small empire of exiles, half-bloods, rogue knights, and visionaries who refuse to bow to old oppression. Valeria's hand is warm in mine. I lace our fingers together, letting the wind ruffle my wings. "What do you see?" I ask quietly, gaze roaming the landscape. She tilts her head, a ghost of a smile curving her lips. "I see a place of second chances," she murmurs. "A place where half-blood children grow up without hiding their gifts, where illusions aren't weapons but tools to craft beauty, or guard loved ones. A place where you can stand with your wings spread wide and not worry about who's there to claim you. A place where we can actually live." Her words spark a thrill of possibility. My illusions ripple involuntarily, a shimmer passing across the stones at my feet. I smile. That's exactly what I see too. My chest tightens, emotion swirling. We might have come from fear from a time when we stood on fortress battlements, each chasing power or just survival. But now we stand here, defiant, forging our own path. I tilt my head, letting her see the sincerity in my eyes. "And we'll do it together." She nods, eyes shining. The hush around us resonates with finality, the epilogue of what we once were, the prologue of what we choose to be. I close my eyes, letting the last vestiges of old illusions melt away, feeling the weight of crowns and burdens slip from my shoulders. In their place stands the comfort of Valeria's grip, the promise of building an empire not with stone walls, but with the resilience of people who've tasted both horror and hope. I kiss her knuckles gently. Then we begin walking again, side by side, back toward the camp that is now our new beginning. Each step carries me further from the proud prince I used to be, and closer to the man who stands arm in arm with Valeria, forging a future on our own terms. The ashes of our old lives swirl behind us, but we don't look back. We've chosen freedom and defiance, a world shaped by our own hearts. The sun climbs higher, bathing our little valley in warmth. I raise a hand to shield my eyes, smiling at the outcasts who wave from below. Valeria laughs softly under her breath, a sound full of promise. We have so much to do, from organizing the orchard expedition to planning how we'll handle any new arrivals. But for once, the weight of destiny feels manageable because I share it with her. That night, after the gathering with the outcasts, an evening of shared stories, meager but spirited feasting, and cautious optimism, Valeria and I slip away from the makeshift fire circle. Lanterns sway among the tents, reflecting in the stream. The murmurs of conversation gradually fade, and I guide her toward a secluded alcove where the moonlight bathes the rocky ground in silver. Here, the wind dies down, leaving only the soft rush of water. I take Valeria's hand and notice the faint shimmer of her illusions flickering at her ankles, a sign of her heightened awareness. My own illusions respond in kind, swirling in a subtle dance around us, echoing the unspoken desire that's been growing between us since the moment we first dared to trust each other. She steps closer, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. "We have a lot of work ahead," she murmurs, voice hushed against the night stillness. "We do," I agree softly. "But we also have this moment, and I don't want to let it pass without telling you." My words catch. I swallow, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Without telling you that I choose you, Valeria. Forever. She exhales, her expression fierce and tender all at once. You already have me, she says, and it's more than an admission. It's a vow. She lifts a hand to gently trace the curve of my wing, her touch lighting fire across my skin. I've dreamed of freedom for so long. I never imagined it would come with someone who truly understands me. Someone Her breath hitches and I close the distance, capturing her lips in a kiss. It's slow and reverent, our shared illusions gilding the space around us like a gentle aurora. Every brush of her lips, every slide of my hands against her waist feels weighted by the promise of a life we've both fought too hard to claim. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
We help each other dress again in the quiet glow of moonlight. She secures her tunic with steady hands, and I buckle my armor back into place, mindful of the scattered pieces. Though our limbs are weary, a serene warmth suffuses us both. It's as though we've claimed this place in each other, in a way no council edict could ever deny. She stands on her toes to brush one last kiss to my lips. Tomorrow, she says softly, we'll visit that orchard, rebuild our supplies, and start laying the foundations of whatever we want this empire to be. But tonight... Her voice trails off, letting the night cradle us. Tonight we rest in the promise we've made. I finish for her, my throat tight with gratitude. Together, we clasp hands, illusions dancing faintly around our joined fingers, and head back toward the gentle glow of lanterns in the outcast camp. The hush of the valley embraces us, as if it, too, senses this new union. A union not just of wings and illusions, but of two souls who've chosen each other despite every obstacle. High above, the moon and stars keep silent vigil, reflecting on the stream's surface. There, in that soft luminescence, I see our future written in fleeting, rippling light. Valeria and Valorian, exiles, yes, but free. We have found each other, and in doing so, we have found ourselves. No longer bound by the Council's laws or the Dark Elves' cruelty, we are bound instead by this promise to stand side by side, forging a new realm of hope and belonging. And that is how our story continues, not with the clash of swords, but with the quiet certainty of two souls who have promised to mate, to share their hearts, and to shape a better world, together, forever.